Volume 6. Chapter 500, Inspector. Chapter 500, Inspector. Deep in the icy plains. Compared to the icy plains entrance, this place was even lonelier and colder. Lin Shintong did not know how far she had gone. She only walked forward one step at a time. Every footstep she imprinted on the ground disappeared in the blink of an eye. The blue glacier beneath her feet was covered in thick snow and a fluttering ice storm billowed around her. This vast icy plain seemed to have no end to it. In this land of despair, she was like a lone snow lotus that was whistling through the cold wind. Her existential presence was slowly wiped away, as if she was being swallowed by the icy plains. Her yuan qi was mostly depleted, with just a tiny amount left. It was like a lone candlelight that fought back the dark night. Her eyelashes, neck and fingers which held her sword were all covered in a thin layer of crystal-clear ice. This layer of ice did not come from the icy plains, it came from her naturally terminated meridians which she could no longer suppress. Besides the surface of her body, ice crystals had already begun to form in her internal body, such as her meridians and her blood vessels. However, Lin Shintong still carried on proceeding forward. Her bright eyes showed disregard for life and death. Lin Shintong was already determined to continue with her naturally terminated meridians. Be it fear, pain, death or despair, nothing could stop her, even if her remaining lifespan was cut short. As the white-dressed female said, once Lin Shintong made up her mind, there was a sword in her heart. At this moment, Lin Shintong had walked for a very long while. She was using the last ounce of yuan qi to protect her heart. She carried on following the path the ancient great empress had previously traveled with great determination. The distance she had covered had long exceeded the white-dressed female's expectations. Furthermore, she was still moving forward. Sometimes, determination allowed people to exceed their limits and go beyond what they were capable of. If this went on, no one could guess how far Lin Shintong could go. The strong wind was still howling. It was like a countless number of revolving blades were slashing her body. Lin Shintong moved forward alone in the vast icy plain as the snowy storm swallowed her frail and slender body. And at this moment, a looming figure slowly appeared behind Lin Shintong in the snowstorm. This figure's speed was much faster than Lin Shintong. He moved silently as the chilly winds passed through his body without resistance. He was like a ghost without a body. Found her, she's indeed here. The eyes of the figure locked on tightly to Lin Shintong's back. As he hid his presence, there was no way of her detecting him. He was the swarthy youth that had been killed by the white-dressed female. The final strike of the white-dressed female was powered by the energy sealed in the God Advent Tower by the ancient great empress. Such a strike was not something the swarthy youth could withstand, but the main target of the white-dressed female was the giant eye beneath the God burial abyss, which was also the divine master that the swarthy youth called. As for the swarthy youth, he had been hit by it as a side effect. His body was destroyed as a result, but his soul and will did not dissipate even after his body was destroyed. This was something the white-dressed female never expected. The white-dressed female believed that she killed the swarthy youth. As she was about to enter her deep slumber, she had made her final arrangements for Lin Shintong as she was concerned for her safety. This was also to allow Yun to save Lin Shintong, but the preparations she made for Lin Shintong had inadvertently exposed Lin Shintong's position to the swarthy youth. The swarthy youth's soul had followed the clues to find Lin Shintong. ****ch, you think you can destroy my entire being? My soul has been refined by the Divine Master. Once my body is destroyed, my soul will automatically generate an inspector. Although I have lost my body, my spiritual energy still remains. Now that you have gone into deep slumber, this God Advent Tower has lost its protective power. I will take this God Advent Tower and return to the God burial abyss and let the Divine Master remodel my body. As for that girl named Lin Shintong, he. The inspector looked at Lin Shintong. A greediness flashed deep in its eyes. She is a purine body, which is a great nourishment to an inspector like me, but now I will not swallow her flesh and blood. I need a body to implement my plans. Although this is a body of a woman, it would not be a problem to use it temporarily. After I take over her body, the Divine Master will reconstruct my body in the future, then I will swallow her flesh and blood as a tonic to nourish my inspector's soul. The swarthy youth muttered to himself. Thinking of the white-dressed female who had destroyed his body, his eyes flashed with hatred. The **ch, since you destroyed my body, the successor you had painstakingly hand-picked will become my flesh and blood. It will be the end of your master's heritage. The swarthy youth slowly approached Lin Shintong as the greed in his eyes became more intense. He would use Lin Shintong to slowly swallow all the cultivators in the God Advent Tower and absorb their flesh and blood. These elites was the best sort of nourishment for an inspector. By swallowing them, he could greatly enhance his own strength. With that strength, he just needed to wait for the remaining energy in the God Advent Tower to be completely depleted, then the God Advent Tower would follow his will. Thinking of this, the corners of the swarthy youth's mouth curled to reveal a sinister smile. This plan looked simply perfect. As the distance between the swarthy youth and Lin Shintong decreased, he was planning to pounce from behind and directly wipe her sense of being. However, at the instant he launched his sneak attack, he felt a bone-biting frost chi attack him. It was like an invisible sword was pointed at his eyebrows. It gave him no choice but to stop. This sharp sword chi figuratively caused his hair to stand as his soul embodiment felt the pain of being pricked. Oh! This is... The swarthy youth discovered that the girl's will was so firm that it exceeded his imagination. The sword intent he felt was actually the powerful will of Lin Shintong. How was it possible that a girl, who was on the brink of collapse like a lamp about to expire with its oil expended, could possess such a powerful will? What the swarthy youth sensed was that her soul was like an icy moon that hung above the icy plains. It was gentle, but it emitted a bright aura that did not seem like it would change for all eternity. A young girl whose cultivation level was just at the Tao seed realm could have such strong willpower? Now, having lost his body, he had also lost his offensive power. Even his soul had been severely injured. All he could rely on was his willpower. To possess Lin Shintong's body, it was a battle of willpower. Against this girl who looked so weak, the swarthy youth suddenly lacked confidence. He felt that if it really came down to it, he probably could not beat the girl. If that happened, he would not only fail at possessing her, he might be annihilated. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 501, Traces of Blood. Chapter 501, Traces of Blood. Willpower was after something that existed in the foundation of a body. Once the body declines and dies, the willpower will also slowly diminish, unless it was like the swarthy youth, whose soul had been refined into an inspector before losing his body. His life was no longer a combination of body and soul. A inspector's ghostly spirit resides in a piece of flesh. Under these circumstances, the swarthy youth's soul could exist even after leaving a physical body. A normal human would have fuzzy willpower when seriously injured, and they might even fall unconscious. The swarthy youth did not dare to clash with Lin Shintong directly with willpower, but he could severely injure Lin Shintong's body, making her lose her consciousness. In the icy plain, the snowy wind was ceaseless. Lin Shintong needed to constantly use Yuan Qi to protect her body, but having gone so deep, most of her Yuan Qi was depleted. Just a little bit of effort, and your body will be mine. The swarthy youth's eyes were like those of a venomous serpent. He gave Lin Shintong a deep glance like he was watching a delicious prey. With that, the swarthy youth's figure slowly merged into the ice and snow, as if he melted. The specter energy from his body became more intense. This specter energy gradually spread out to form a black door of light. A technique of summoning ferocious ghosts. The swarthy youth gently touched the black door of light as it increased in size. It was like an entrance to hell. One red-eyed ferocious ghost after another rushed out of the black door while snarling. They did not have any real bodies. But when they appeared, the ice and snow around them swept towards them, covering their bodies. Woo woo! The cold wind howled. Lin Shintong was still proceeding forward. Suddenly, her body, which had nearly frozen, paused. She gently looked up and under the snowy storm, her indifferent eyes looked at her surroundings. Her eyelashes and eyebrows were already covered in frost. She remained silent as her pale, slender fingers touched the hilt of her sword. More than 10 shadows appeared around her in the raging snow. These figures were slowly approaching her. They were all large in size and they were covered in white fur. Their footsteps were heavy, and they gave one a feeling of extreme danger. Lin Shintong held her breath. She was already a spent force, and for her to encounter these snow monsters under these circumstances, it was no doubt a disaster for her. There were desolate beasts in the icy plains? Lin Shintong stood with her sword. In the snowstorm, she was like a beautiful ice sculpture. The black figures drew near as Lin Shintong realized that they were not desolate beasts. They were formed from ice and snow. Even their fur was formed from snow. Despite having a body formed from ice and snow, their eyes emitted a red glow. They gave off a feeling of extreme evil. Without any words, the snow monsters attacked. A huge claw slammed at Lin Shintong. Lin Shintong's heart sank as she saw the claw about to hit her head. Forcefully gathering energy, she stabbed her sword in an oblique angle. Sha! The sword cut through the snowstorm and stabbed the large beast's claw. The snow and sword chi clashed as Lin Shintong's sword issued out a squeaking voice as it bent from the impact with the claws. It was a peerless sword, and usually, combined with Lin Shintong's purine yuan chi, it was all-conquering. But at this moment, as Lin Shintong was extremely weakened, this attack failed to slice the huge beast's claw off. The large beast roared as it opened its jaws and tried to bite Lin Shintong. Without any room for retreat, Lin Shintong forced out a wisp of blood essence. At the cost of burning her vitality, she forcefully gathered strength and imbued her sword with her vitality, causing it to emit a blinding pale blue light. Pwah! The attack went through smoothly as the large beast's claw was sliced off. Immediately following that, its neck was also penetrated. Its massive body suddenly stopped as its motions froze, and then with a loud bang, it crashed onto the snowy plain. Ice crystals rolled off its body as the snow monster quickly disintegrated before disappearing as a form of gas. After using this attack, Lin Shintong was gasping heavily. Blood was seeping out of the corner of her mouth. She smiled gently, but the smile contained sadness. Just one strike had consumed her vitality and it had provoked her terminated meridians. The purine frost chi that was sealed in her body could no longer be suppressed. Her condition was extremely terrible. It was to the point where she had no available yuan chi left to use. Every sword attack she used that had any destructive power needed to burn her vitality. She could no longer withstand it. Not far away, the swarthy youth who was hidden in the snowstorm laughed evilly as he saw this scene. Although he did not have a body, it was not a problem to deal with a Lin Shintong who was a spent force. Kill them, carry on killing them. I want to see how long you can last. This way, your body will become mine. Where did these snow monsters come from? Lin Shintong's fingers, which were grasping her sword, were trembling. When she killed the monster, she did not feel the life force of the monster. It was like a puppet. Furthermore, the extremely evil aura made Lin Shintong suspect that these snow monsters were not trials set up by the God Advent Tower. At this moment, in the snowstorm, another 7 to 8 blurry figures appeared around Lin Shintong. The number of snow monsters increased from more than 10 to more than 20 of them. Lin Shintong's heart sank bit by bit. Ignoring the more than 20 huge beasts, even if she slashed out another 10 or so attacks, her life would be completely expended. Then, that would be the end of her life. Am I really going to die here? Seeing these snow monsters, Lin Shintone looked indifferent. The snow monsters circled around her, blocking her path forward. The only path left was behind her. Lin Shintone looked behind through the corner of her eyes. But eventually, she did not retreat. Instead, she lifted her foot and stepped forward. She walked towards a huge beast. From the moment she stepped onto the icy plain, she had strengthened her conviction that regardless if she encountered anything, she would never retreat. And at this moment, she had no reason to retreat. If she turned and ran away, the snow monsters would chase her. If they attacked from behind her, that would be something that she absolutely could not handle. Since that was the case, she could only search for that near impossible chance of living amidst certain death. The snowy plain was boundless. As the snowstorm was intermixed with ice fragments, it moved in the air at incredible speeds wantonly, emitting sharp whistling sounds. Under this terrifying speed, even a steel plate would be pierced to form a sieve. Yi-Yun arduously proceeded through the snowy plain. The pure yang energy in his body burned as it protected his body, and it continuously melted the snow and ice around him. Yi-Yun's sense of direction was extremely strong. Ever since the white-dressed female gave him the original directional guidance, he had moved in a straight line ever since. However, even if Yi-Yun was not wrong in his direction, Lin Shintone's direction might have had changes. The vast icy plain and the endless snowstorm made it very difficult to find a person, but to lose sight of someone, it would be extremely simple. If he wanted to find Lin Shintone, he had to speed up. He had to chase up to Lin Shintone before she changed directions or before she went too far. I should have been walking for 4 days. Yi-Yun muttered to himself. There was no day or night in the icy plain. Even with a pure yang body, Yi-Yun's speed was also very slow. The longer he took, the more worried he became. This meant that it was even more likely for him to miss Lin Shintone. It was not easy for Yi-Yun to endure the drain of being in the icy plains either. And in the past 2 days, Yi-Yun had continuously maintained his energy vision, which also overdrafted his mental strength. But even so, he did not discover anything with his energy vision. If Lin Shintone was nearby, her body's energy fluctuations would appear in his energy vision like a conspicuous spark in the night. Yi-Yun frowned as he slowed down his pace. After swallowing a relic, he slowly recovered the stamina that he had depleted. Even while resting, Yi-Yun did not close his energy vision. In the snowstorm, the energy vision was the only thing that Yi-Yun could rely on to find Lin Shintone. If he had missed Lin Shintone just when he closed his energy vision, he would certainly regret it greatly. And at this moment, Yi-Yun suddenly felt something as he let out a light gasp. He discovered that in his energy vision, there were sporadic energy fluctuations hidden beneath the snow. The energy fluctuations were extremely weak, and they would not have been discovered if he did not look carefully. It was naturally impossible to be Lin Shintone, but it was still unusual for it to be in the icy plain. After some hesitation, Yi-Yun slowly walked over. He crouched down at the spot where there were traces of energy fluctuations. Using his hand to brush aside the snow, he discovered a red ice crystal beneath the snow. The crystalline red ice crystal gave off a light bloody smell. The energy fluctuations came from this. Blood. Yi-Yun's heart tightened. This red ice crystal was formed from blood freezing over. According to the white-dressed female, Lin Shintone should have been the only person in the 4th level of the God Advent Tower. Then, could this blood belong to Lin Shintone? If Lin Shintone could not bear the frost chi in the icy plains, then it should have been her naturaline meridians acting up, causing her dantian to freeze. She should not have bled from injuries. Yi-Yun took a deep breath. His brain was in a mess as he gently rubbed his forehead to calm himself down. Bleeding meant injury. Then, Lin Shintone had likely encountered an enemy or desolate beasts. The latter was good, as it could be a test of the God Advent Tower, but if it was the former, could the enemy in the 4th level of the God Advent Tower be the evil race mentioned by the white-dressed female? If Lin Shintone, who was like a candle in the wind, met the evil race, Yi Yun did not dare to imagine the consequences. Standing up, he looked far into the distance. In his energy vision, Yi Yun saw a faint energy fluctuation that spread into the distance as it meandered off into the snowy plain. It was the mark of blood. Yi Yun's limbs turned cold suddenly. He no longer cared about resting. He followed the trail of blood. The pure yang energy in his body burned, and behind Yi Yun, a golden crow spread its wings as it rushed into the sky while giving a clear cry. All the snow billowed in front of Yi Yun and turned into a white mist instantaneously. As for Yi Yun, he was like a burning golden flame through the mist. Wait for me. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 502, A Line Demarcating Life and Death. Chapter 502, A Line Demarcating Life and Death. The resistance from the snowstorm was extremely strong. The way Yi Yun burned his pure yang energy without any heed, it was depleting his yuan qi even faster. However, at this moment, he no longer bothered about it as he was extremely anxious. Especially when he followed the traces of blood to discover a blood pearl, which was a large amount of frozen blood. Here, Yi Yun also saw strange corpses. These corpses had already merged into the icy plains. It was as if their bodies were formed from the ice and snow. Only then did Yi Yun recall that when he first discovered the trace of blood, there were also similar corpses around. It was because they were too similar to the ice and snow that he was not able to distinguish them. What sort of monsters are these? Yi Yun frowned. These ice-plain snow monsters did not resemble desolate beasts. He missed a few corpses previously and he did not have much of an impression. But these few corpses still contained a lingering evil energy fluctuation. The energies were slowly dissipating and they were most likely going to disappear eventually. This proved that not much time had passed since they fought Lin Xintong. And Lin Xintong's injuries seemed to become even more serious after this battle. Yi Yun seemed to be able to tell that the overworldly maiden was now stepping on her own dripping blood as she fought a path ahead of her. Weakness, loneliness, but firmness and decisiveness. At Lin Xintong's peak, it was probably not difficult for her to kill these snow monsters. However, she was severely injured. Her yuan qi was probably depleted already. She was battling by burning her vitality. Realizing this, Yi Yun became even more anxious. He expanded his energy vision to its fullest extent and his pure yang energy was burned together with his vitality. He dashed forward on the snow plain like a burning meteor. Yi Yun's figure sped across the snow. And at this moment, Yi Yun sensed a weak fluctuation in his energy vision. Yi Yun only felt his chest tighten. The energy fluctuation was very weak. It was like a candle that was flickering its last in the wind, and it was about to be extinguished at any moment. Suddenly, this energy fluctuation intensified, and quickly, it dimmed again. Yi Yun's heart was now at his mouth as he clenched his fists. All his mental energies were locked onto this little fluctuation. After the energy fluctuation dimmed, it went from a candle light to that of a point of starlight, but still, it remained unextinguished. It was Lin Xintong. Yi Yun was familiar with Lin Xintong's energy fluctuation. There was no way he would make a mistake about it. At this moment, she was left with the last bit of life in her. Wait for me. Yi Yun bit his lips as his speed exploded in all aspects. The golden crow roared and a fierce snowstorm was swept in front of Yi Yun and immediately turned into steam. Below Yi Yun, the snow was swept up by pure yang energy as it rolled wantonly, like an ice dragon that followed Yi Yun. Yi Yun could already see Lin Xintong with his naked eyes. In the flying snow, her white dress was stained with blood, like a withered red plum in the snow. Shie! A sword beam flashed. Another snow monster fell under Lin Xintong's sword. Lin Xintong's sword was moving slower and slower. Battling the snow monsters caused Lin Xintong to reach the end of her life. These snow monsters had no fear of death and they had unlimited strength. Even their bodies were extremely tough, and they seemed inexhaustible as they kept emerging from the snow. Lin Shintong moved much slower than the snow monsters. She had managed to last this long using her deeper understanding of laws. She had saved every last drop of vitality she burned with every attack she used to kill a snow monster. However, the outcome was long decided. Her vitality was already at its limits, while the snow monsters surrounding her did not seem to lessen. Lin Shintong did not stop in her footsteps. As she proceeded forward, she killed. This was a path she paved with her own blood. Another snow monster pounced at her, as Lin Shintong pierced through its head with an attack. However, as Lin Shintong's movements were slow, the snow monster's final attack before it died managed to scratch Lin Shintong's shoulder. Blood immediately stained her white dress. There were already many wounds like it on her slender body. As warm blood flowed out, they quickly froze. Lin Shintong felt that her body temperature was like that blood. It was constantly flowing away and freezing. Lin Shintong's eyes looked indifferent and lifeless. It was as if she had seen through life and death. She raised her head and looked forward. At this moment, a bigger black figure appeared in front of her in the snowstorm. After losing large amounts of blood, and her life at its end, Lin Shintong's vision was already unclear. The black figure she saw was just a fuzz. In fact, all along this path, all she saw was blurriness. She used such a vision and her fighting instinct to come to this point. Boom! Boom! The black figure's footsteps were extremely heavy. Every footstep caused the ground to tremble, causing countless amounts of ice and snow to be thrown up. Lin Shintong quietly looked at the huge snow monster. It was on all fours as it ran towards Lin Shintong with its hurried and heavy-sounding footsteps. Lin Shintong slowly lifted her sword up. This was likely her last attack. She had long reached the limit to her limits. She had held on up to now just with her willpower and tenacity. She was likely going to die here. What a pity. I probably won't be able to walk out of this icy plain. I won't be able to see the scene the ancient great empress saw when she walked out of this icy plain back then. It is really regretful. Lin Shintong's heart had no fear, there was only regret. She felt that it was a pity that she could not see the peak of martial arts, nor could she see the reversal of her fate. Boom! 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 As the giant snow monster came closer to Lin Shintong, not far from Lin Shintong, a windstorm formed from pure yang flames was rolling towards Lin Shintong at an even faster speed. Oh! What? On the snowy plains, in the void, a phantom figure, who no one could see, saw a giant fireball formed from pure yang flames appear. He was momentarily stunned. The swarthy youth was hidden there. He was prepared to draw on his net and possess Lin Shintong the moment she lost consciousness. However, at this moment, an unexpected turn of events had occurred. He saw Yi Yun's face and a look of shock appeared on his face. It's him! From the moment he entered the great empress trials, the swarthy youth had paid special attention to Yi Yun. He had frequently looked at Yi Yun because he had sensed Yi Yun's potential. His essence was an inspector. The swarthy youth was more sharp in his ability to sense energy and a warrior's vitality compared to any of the cultivators or the legendary figures of any of the large factions. The reason why he thought highly of Yi Yun and repeatedly observed Yi Yun was not because he admired Yi Yun, but because he was planning to use Yi Yun's body as his next body. After all, the inspector was his actual self, and the body was just a shell. It was no different from clothes. However, even if he knew Yi Yun's potential, he never believed that Yi Yun's strength could threaten him. On the contrary, Yi Yun's arrival was gifting him with a perfect body. What an opportune time. I never expected you to come as well. You are the body that suits me the best. After I eat up that girl and absorb her flesh, blood, and purine energy, I will possess you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 503, Withered. Chapter 503, Withered. The swarthy youth, who was hidden in a warped space, locked onto Iyun with his crimson eyes. The door to hell, which summoned the ferocious ghosts, was spinning behind him. After discovering Iyun, the swarthy youth no longer cared about Lin Shintong. Previously, he had been careful not to actually kill Lin Shintong. If her body was greatly destroyed, then there would be no point in possessing her body. However, now, with him eyeing Iyun's body, Lin Shintong's body was just food for him, so her death meant nothing to him anymore. His attention moved on to Iyun. He no longer controlled the snow monsters that were surrounding Lin Shintong. As a result, even more snow monsters pounced towards Lin Shintong like a bunch of hungry ghosts. Their attacks became even more aggressive, disregarding any consequences. The reason why Lin Shintong had been able to last so long was because these snow monsters had been restrained in their attacks, but now, she was powerless to resist. Far in the distance, Ian held his breath when saw the scene of the snow monsters pouncing towards Lin Shintong. At this very moment, everything that happened before Ian was like a flash, but similarly, his perception of the environment reached an extreme point. Even the falling snow became infinitely clear in his vision. Boom! The three-legged golden crow behind Ian suddenly flapped its wings. His vitality was burning, and in the blood essence flowing in his pure yang body was a fire seed that was of extreme purity. Once lit, it immediately caused the golden flames on the surface of Ian's body to burn even more violently. His entire being became more like the burning sun as he frantically rushed towards Lin Shintong. 10,000 feet. 5,000 feet. 1,000 feet. Such a great distance was covered in the blink of an eye. Ian's vision was tightly locked onto Lin Shintong's figure. The swarthy youth who was hidden in warped space was taken aback upon seeing this. He never expected for Ian to reach such speeds in such a bone-chilling environment. Pure yang body? He actually has a perfect pure yang body? After a moment of surprise, the swarthy youth was immediately overjoyed. A pure yang body made him even more satisfied. Such a body had high affinity with energy. Once he was credited with meritorious deeds, he would need to enter the God Burial Abyss to receive the heavenly demon transference from the Divine Master. For that, he needed a high-quality body as not waste the energy transference, which also would allow for his power to improve by leaps and bounds. Accordingly, a pure yang body was extremely strong in true energy and yang energy, so it was extremely difficult to possess. Seeing that you want to save that girl, I'll make sure that you won't be able to do so. When you see her die with your own eyes, there will be a hole in your heart and spirit, which will allow me to swoop in. As the swarthy youth muttered to himself, his lips curled into a cold sneer. With a thought, two black figures came out of the door to hell behind him. And at the same time, bam! Bam! Two consecutive explosive sounds were heard as two giant snow monsters rushed out of the snowstorm from Ian's two sides. These two snow monsters were 2 times bigger than the typical snow monsters. Their snow fur expanded as their bodies emitted terrifying murderous and frost chi as they charged towards Iyun. The two snow monsters raised their massive claws while they flickered with ice-cold blue light. Their claws seemed to be burning with a type of cold fire, and with an overwhelming force, they struck towards Iyun. Ka-cha! As the pressure surrounding Iyun spiked greatly, wind from the claw spread out wantonly, causing the ice layer on the ground to emit a crunching sound as cracked lines began to appear. The ice layer beneath Iyun was pushed down a notch. You can't save her, and instead you will die here. Die! The swarthy youth's thoughts suddenly entered Iyun's mind. His body was hidden in the void which caused the thoughts to appear to come from the snow monsters. When the two snow monsters were hindering Iyun, about a few hundred feet away, even more snow monsters charged towards Lin Shintong. Their bloody claws were about to land on Lin Shintong's body. Those strikes would definitely spell certain death for her. At this moment, Lin Shintong was like a withered flower. Seeing the momentum aura from the snow monsters surging at her, she did not dodge in any way. She held her sword in hand. This final sword attack seemed like it would use up all the brilliance of her remaining life. She had undergone sadness in life, but she was resplendent with death. That momentarily seemed to freeze for an eternity in Ian's eyes. It was as if time had been slowed down indefinitely. The flying Ian was moving through the sky in flames, and through the gaps between the two monsters' claws beside him, he could see a depressing scene of blood diffusing through his vision. As time slowed down indefinitely, a sword suddenly appeared in Ian's right hand. This sword appeared in a natural manner, as if it was always in Ian's hand. It was like a part of him. It was rusted and stained with spots of blood that had dried up. Its blade was broken in the middle and it looked as if it had undergone countless numbers of years. The golden crow spread its wings as the flames roared. In Ian's eyes, it was as if two stars had exploded. He made his move. This sword attack came from the heart. It was as if at that very moment, an azure-clothed swordsman's phantom image had vaguely appeared behind Ian, and then it merged with Ian's sword attack. The power of one sword severed the heavens. A vast, pure young sword beam condensed into a vast ocean, the terrifying sword she slashed wantonly at the glaciers. Pang pang pang. With numerous ice fragments exploding, the pure Yang Sea engulfed downwards. The two snow monsters by Ian's side were the first to bear the brunt of the force. With a tremble of their bodies, which were formed from snow and ice, were unable to resist the pure Yang Yuan-Chi explosive force and directly exploded into pieces. The sword wind did not reduce in momentum. Wherever it passed, a stunning sword scar was left behind on the icy plain, as ice fragments shot out from two sides. The distance of a few hundred feet were covered instantaneously. Boom! A terrifying explosion engulfed a 5-mile radius of the void, causing endless amounts of water to be evaporated. The snow monsters that were surrounding Lin Shintong were engulfed by the pure Yang flames. Hot. Intense. Burning. It was as if the sun had descended. To these snow monsters, be it their bodies formed from snow and ice, or the inspector spirits that resided on the bodies, neither could withstand such an impact. In an instant, their bodies burned as pure Yang energy invaded their bodies, turning the inspector evil spirits into nothingness. Woo woo! Ayo ayo! The inspectors cried out painfully, like there were countless numbers of evil spirits being burned by true samadhi fire. Pure Yang beams shot out from their eyes and ears. This was the explosion of pure Yang flames from within their own bodies. During the explosion, their bodies were dismembered and, in a few seconds, they turned into a puddle of foul water, which then immediately evaporated, turning into nothingness. The power of Ian's sword attack had developed to this point. The group of snow monsters evaporated, leaving not a single drop of water. In the pure Yang storm, Lin Shintong's body was dyed red with blood. Her eyes were vacant as her vision was a blur. Her vitality had been overdraft. She seemed to sense something as she gently turned her head over, using her eyes, which could no longer focus, to look in Ian's direction. She gave a deep glance at Ian, as if she wanted to see this scene clearly, but eventually, she collapsed from the lack of strength. Her tattered white dress spread out on the snow and ice, as blood and snow mixed together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 504, Heart-Piercing. Chapter 504, Heart-Piercing. As the snowstorm covered the sky, the heaven and earth was like a desolate wasteland. Ian arrived beside Lin Shintong the very moment she collapsed. He held up her thin body in his arms. Her body was very light, and there was not a shred of body temperature left in her. Her body was now as cold as ice. Her life force was slowly pulling away from her body. She closed her eyes tightly as her long eyelashes were speckled with bits of ice. Blood and ice crystals began forming on the surface of Lin Shintong's body. She was like a ice fractal that could shatter at any moment as she was extremely weak. Ian held on to Lin Shintong as he silently stood in the snow-filled ground. He placed one hand on Lin Xintong's meridians, as meridians were the channels that allowed for energy to flow in a warrior. Using the purple crystal's sensitivity to energy, Yi Yun could clearly understand the situation with Lin Xintong's meridians. This probe made Yi Yun's heart sink. Lin Xintong's condition was terrible. Only a very tiny bit of life force was left in her. Even in the Lin family, even with the best healing grounds, with all sorts of good medicine that could be used to treat Lin Xintong's meridians, they were unlikely to be able to make her fully recover. Besides, this was in the extreme frost icy plains. The chill from the wind was biting to the bone. Even Yi Yun found it difficult to heal her with a pure young body that could withstand the chilling winds. As for Lin Xintong, with her naturally meridians, she was in a worse-off state. The frost toxins had spread in Lin Xintong's body, and her flame of life could be extinguished at any moment. Seeing Lin Xintong's pale and almost transparent, but beautiful face, Yi Yun felt a throbbing pain. The God Advent Tower's item spirit had already gone into her slumber and could not help them. They could only rely on themselves. Thinking of Lin Xintong's final moment with her confused look, Yi Yun did not know what to feel. If he could not think of a way, then this would become the last thing Lin Xintong saw of this world. Yi Yun gently pinched Lin Xintong's hand as he carefully injected pure yang energy into her body to protect her heart. This was the only thing Yi Yun could do. However, Lin Xintong had burned too much of her life force. If he wanted to wake her up, just this bit of pure yang energy would be insufficient. As he carried Lin Xintong, he remained silent in the snow. He now had two options. One was to proceed forward and retrace the steps the ancient Great Empress had previously taken. The second option was to retreat, leave this extreme frost icy plains and return to the third level of the God Advent Tower. If he chose to proceed, it was bound to be fraught with difficulties. With Lin Xintong having lost consciousness and with her life being so vulnerable, Yi Yun had to continuously inject pure yang energy into her body to maintain her life. Under these circumstances, the difficulty for Yi Yun to completely traverse the extreme frost icy plains was imaginable. As for retreating, Yi Yun knew how far the distance was if he retreated. It had taken him 4 days to traverse the distance. If he carried Lin Xintong and walked the distance back, it would take at least 6 days. Yi Yun did not know if Lin Xintong could last for another 6 days, and even if she did, what was he to do when he returned to the third level of the God Advent Tower? She had lost her vitality, and there was no way of replenishing it. Yi Yun took a deep breath and sat cross-legged in the snow. Regardless of which choice he decided on, he needed to recover his stamina now. Just now, that sword attack Yi Yun slashed out, that was his strongest attack. However, that attack greatly expended Yi Yun's stamina. Yi Yun knew very well that the battle had not ended. At this moment, in the sky, a few hundred feet away from Yi Yun, a pair of blood-red eyes were staring at Yi Yun like a vulture. The swarthy youth was hidden in the void, his expression extremely ugly. Behind him, the door to hell, which he had summoned, had shattered. He had even received a backlash from the sword chi. Once the inspector lost its body, it would become extremely weak. Yi Yun's final strike was devastating. Those snow monsters were connected to the swarthy youth's soul. So, with them being completely destroyed, without any residue left, that had dealt a severe blow to the swarthy youth. How could this be possible? The swarthy youth could not believe that Yi Yun's strength had reached such a terrifying extent. Even if Yi Yun had a pure yang body, and had a great advantage while fighting snow monsters on the snowy plains, he should not have been able to destroy more than 20 snow monsters in one strike, not to mention causing the swarthy youth to be injured. This had exceeded the swarthy youth's comprehension. Oh! This kid's cultivation level has reached the peak of the Yuan Foundation realm. Only then did the swarthy youth notice Yi Yun's cultivation level. To be at the peak of the Yuan Foundation realm at the age of 16, this cultivation speed was too fast. And when the swarthy youth recalled, although he found Yi Yun's potential stunning, he had not noticed him to have such a perfect pure yang body. This meant that Yi Yun had a fortuitous encounter in the God Advent Tower. This luck made him jealous. I thought he would be an easy catch, who knew that he would become such trouble? I need to deliberate this further. I am currently only a inspector. My soul's yin energy is too great, and in front of pure yang sword chi, I will be unable to put up any resistance. Without a body's protection, I will very quickly turn into nothingness. The swarthy youth was like a lurking venomous snake. He was waiting for an opportunity. He noticed that after Yi Yun's strike, Yi Yun's breathing rhythm had greatly weakened. It was an opportunity for him to make a move. That girl. She is the kid's weakness. If I attack and destroy that girl, that kid will definitely do everything he can to protect her. This way, he will probably become confused, and once his body is severely injured, that will be the best time for me to strike. The swarthy youth carefully planned as an evil smile suffused on his lips. However, before this, he needed to drain Yi Yun's stamina. This was not a difficult thing for him to do. As an inspector, he could summon evil spirits to aid him in battle. These evil spirits did not have great offensive power, but them being killed would not cause any backlash to his essence. However, if Yi Yun wanted to destroy these evil spirits, he would need to use his pure yang energy every time. This would greatly drain Yi Yun. Once Yi Yun's stamina was reduced to 40% or lower, then he could strike. With a thought from the swarthy youth, one invisible evil spirit after another appeared around him out of nowhere. With the yin wind billowing, they flew towards Yi Yun. Humph, if not for that B*TCH protecting the God Advent Tower, my body would still be intact. If so, taking care of this kid would be extremely easy. I wouldn't have to go through all this trouble. The swarthy youth muttered to himself through gritted teeth. He hated the white-dressed female to the bone. And while those evil spirits were charging towards Yi Yun, suddenly, the swarthy youth realized that Yi Yun's figure had turned blurry. Oh! The swarthy youth was alarmed. This was. In contrast with Yi Yun's blurred figure, Lin Xintong was still in Yi Yun's arms. However, what was holding onto Lin Xintong's body was not Yi Yun's arms, but a blob of pure yang energy. No good. The swarthy youth was greatly shocked. Just as he was about to move forward, he heard a pang sound. A broken sword, burning with pure yang flames, pierced through his body right through his chest. The swarthy youth looked incredulously at the rusty broken sword before his eyes. This scene did not look real no matter how much he looked at it. How could this be? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 505, Choice. Chapter 505, Choice. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. The broken sword was old and simple. Its blade, which was covered in rusty stains, burned with pure yang flames. These pure yang flames were able to suppress evil yin energy to the greatest extent. Shie. 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 The swarthy youth could clearly hear the burning sound of his body. A huge hole, that could be seen with the naked eye, slowly formed on his body as large amounts of inspector energy was overwhelmed by pure yang flames, burning into nothingness. W.Y. The swarthy youth grabbed the broken sword and his face severely distorted. As his chest burned with the pure yang flames, he felt an unbearable pain. As an inspector, physical pain was nothing to him, but the pain that came from one's soul was magnified by several times, making him feel like on the brink of collapse. The swarthy youth turned his head with difficulty. His soul-based body seemed to turn into rust as it became extremely difficult to move. In the swarthy youth's vision, which was rapidly turning into blur, he saw a youth dressed in azure clothes wielding a broken sword. The powerful pure yang energy and the top movement technique, Golden Crow Sun Shift, made Yi Yun's speed momentarily reach an extreme. The swarthy youth, who had become an inspector, was not strong in the first place, which caused him to be unable to dodge Yi Yun's deadly strike. How did you discover me? The swarthy youth opened his mouth with great difficulty. The pain from his chest and the feeling of impending death made his voice dry and weak. It was as if just saying a few more words would cause his body to completely collapse. However, he still wanted to ask because he did not want to die not knowing how. He could not figure out how, since his soul body was made of an inspector, he should have been able to perfectly conceal himself, so how did Yun discover him and lock onto his actual position? If those are your last words, it sure is boring. Yun's lips curled into a sneer. He slowly twisted his sword as the blade turned vertical and aimed towards the swarthy youth's head. Wait! The swarthy youth's mouth emitted a trace of black gas. Yun's inconspicuous-looking ancient sword gave him extreme fear. With death imminent, he was filled with despair and indignation. Spare my life, I can. Before the swarthy youth could finish his words, Yun slashed upwards with his sword. Shi-la! Yun's attack began from the swarthy youth's chest and followed the central axis of his body, splitting his body apart. It split his neck, followed by his chin, nose bridge, middle of his eyebrows till the top of his head. The swarthy youth's soul let out a sharp but bitter cry. His body was split into two. Large amounts of black-colored flames spewed out from his body as the flames wantonly burned. The flames swallowed his soul-based body. His expression was completely distorted within the flames. It was like sacred fire burning a wraith, and the scene was filled with shrieks. Yun had already taken a step back as he coldly watched the scene. He opened his energy vision and locked onto the surrounding energy fluctuations. As an inspector, the swarthy youth naturally caused energy fluctuations. Yun did not want him to use any method to escape under his nose. As the flames soared into the sky, the swarthy youth's cries turned softer and softer. The soul energy had nearly vanished. Although he killed the swarthy youth, Yun did not relax in any way. He did not know the origins of the swarthy youth. The white-dressed female, which was the god Advent Tower's item spirit, did not mention many things before entering her slumber. A mysterious opponent who could threaten the great Empress mystic realm to the point of stealing a divine item like the god Advent Tower. He had only been repelled through the sacrifice of the white-dressed female to the point of her needing to enter her slumber and using a sealed energy of the ancient great Empress. Such an existence was clearly not something a faction like the Shinto family clan could compare with. Faintly, Yun could feel the Tianyuan world turn dark. The last words the white-dressed female had said before entering her slumber, "There's no time," also made Yun worried. Seeing the dissipating black gas in the sky, Yun's aspect totem burst out from his body with a thought. The golden crow spread its wings and its flames burned all the black gas cleanly. The swarthy youth was strange in every sense of the word. Although Yun had stabbed him to death with one strike, he was unsure if his life was completely destroyed or not. To be safe, he burned all the evil energy completely, and all the residue energy was absorbed by the purple crystal. He believed that no matter how strange the swarthy youth's life form was, it was impossible for him to revive from the dead after doing so. After completing all of this, Yun landed on the icy plains. Although Yun was not at the Tao Seed realm yet, just the Golden Crow totem and the Golden Crow Sun Shift movement technique allowed him to float in the air using pure yang energy. This was not considered a difficult task for him. At that moment, Lin Shintong's body was covered in snow on the icy plain. Her face was pale, like a frozen goddess. Seeing Lin Shintong in such a state, Yun felt slight pain in his heart. He bent down and carried her. Upon touching Lin Shintong's body, Yun felt like he was holding onto a piece of ice that very moment. Lin Shintong's body temperature had completely dissipated. The only life left in her was deeply sealed within. There was a possibility that she would never wake up. In the howling snowstorm, Yun stood there quietly in his azure-colored clothes. Seeing the vastness of the land, he was like a speck of snow in a chaotic turmoil set on the stage of a large icy plain. Lin Shintong and his body appeared infinitely small. a youth was holding onto to a young lady, facing the entire world. At that moment, Ian suddenly felt a bit dazed. He did not know where the goal was in this vast snowy plain. Ian sighed. It was a heaven-defying path when warriors practiced martial arts. This process was fraught with numerous dangers, loneliness and suffering, causing unknown numbers of warriors to die on the path of martial arts. Maybe, the root of all this motivation came from the unwillingness to be tiny. A mortal's life was just a few decades before they returned to dust. After hundreds of years, looking back at history, there were billions of lives, so why would a passed-away mortal matter? To be equal to the heavens and earth and to control one's fate, that was the wishes of warriors. These thoughts flashed past Ian's mind before he opened his eyes once again. He was no longer lost. As he carried Lin Shintong, he slowly moved forward while braving the snow. The flurry of snow before him prevented him from seeing clearly. Amongst the choices of proceeding forward or retreating backward, Ian's final decision was to continue tracing the path the ancient Great Empress had previously traversed. Although Lin Shintong's condition was extremely terrible, Ian still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. Maybe, when he walked out of the icy plains, there might be something that could change all of this. Ian used his body's pure yang yuan qi to wrap Lin Shintong in himself. At the same time, Ian constantly infused yuan qi into Lin Shintong's heart, so as to maintain her life. A perfect pure yang body's yuan qi brought some warmth to the cold as ice Lin Shintong. Although her face was as pale as ever, but when the pure yang energy circulated within Lin Shintong's frozen and dried up meridians, there was a faint budding of life coming from deep within her life force. The eyelashes of Lin Shintong, who was unconscious, gently trembled. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 506, Warmth. Chapter 506, Warmth. At the moment when her life was in danger, when the unconscious Lin Shintong was engulfed by both extreme frost as well as pure yang energy, a tiny pulse appeared deep within her consciousness. She felt like she had opened her eyes. Woo-woo! What faced her was still that icy plain. The snowstorm still whistled in the air in that timeless and unchanging icy plain. This is... Lin Shintong was puzzled. She remembered that in her previous breath, she was still battling those snow monsters. And when she was at her limits, with her vision blurring, a person had saved her from the line demarcating life and death. The power of that one strike was indomitable. Her vision had been filled by a golden red flame, and after that, she lost consciousness. However, now, everything had disappeared. She was once again standing on the icy plain alone. That figure. Lin Shintong did not see clearly, but she could not help but think of a person. However, how did he appear in her own trial? And even if he came, how did he have such great power? Was that scene just an illusion of the icy plain? Or was what she was seeing now just an illusion? Lin Shintong shook her head and no longer thought about it. With the bone-biting chill blowing at her, she could not help but tightened her collar. So cold. The snowstorm here could directly freeze a person's blood. As the snowstorm became more violent, her vision was also affected. She could not even see beyond a footstep. Lin Shintong felt that her yuan qi, as well as her vitality, had unknowingly been completely consumed. Here, on the snowy plain, she could not move a single step. She looked down and did not know when ice crystals had begun to spread up her legs, as they froze her legs to the icy surface. This. Lin Shintong's face turned pale as the ice spread upwards from her feet. If this carried on, she would very quickly freeze over. She would become an ice sculpture in the snowy plain. The frost-ine energies within her ine meridians were also triggered, causing her to be unable to resist in any way. Just as she felt lost, suddenly a hand stretched out in the snowstorm and held her cold palm. Lin Shintong was stunned. She felt that the hand contained a warm energy. This energy was now streaming into her body without any end, giving her dried-up meridians new life. It was like warm spring water, flowing across a frozen and dried-up riverbed. With this energy, the ice beneath Lin Shintong's feet slowly melted. She was pulled by this hand, as she took one step after another in a forward direction. You are. Lin Shintong tried her best to see the figure's back, but he was hidden in the snowstorm. It was all a blur. He was just walking in front of her, blocking the wind for her. His steps were very stable, and the warmth that spread from his palm gave Lin Shintong's cold body a trace of warmth. Momentarily, Lin Shintong had an indescribable feeling. In this vast and lonely world that made people despair, she had already acquiesced that she would die here, but then a hand appeared abruptly. There was also this figure. A surge of warmth arose in her heart. The path of martial arts was a lonely one. And when she was at her loneliest, to have someone accompany her would allow her to be more determined with her original beliefs. This hand led her to walk a long distance. Boom! 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 As they proceeded further into the icy plain, the sounds of the violent winds became like thunder. It did not sweep up snow, but pieces of ice fragments. These ice fragments contained frostine, and not only was it extremely painful when it hit her body, it was like a maggot residing in her bone, constantly sucking away her body's warmth. Lin Shintong looked forward. That figure was still walking. Most of the ice fragments were burdened by the figure. The warmth from his palm continued. However, Lin Shintong's naturally terminated meridians could no longer be suppressed. A coldness spread from within her body, becoming one with the external world's frost chi. Lin Shintong felt her footsteps becoming lighter. Her body seemed to distance itself away from her as she looked at the hand of the figure holding her. A layer of ice crystals extended out from her sleeves and covered her white wrist, before gradually spreading to her fingers. The feeling of death approached once again. Was this an illusion she saw just before dying? Lin Shintong gave a gently sigh. She could no longer tell the difference between dream and reality. However, it was probably not important anymore. In the end, she was still unable to reverse her fate. However, the figure in front of her did not let go. He pulled her and obstinately proceeded forward. Lin Shintong's footsteps became slower and slower. The ice crystals now reached her fingers. Even the hand stretched out by that person could no longer provide her with warmth. Just as her life was about to leave her body, Lin Shintong tried her best to see clearly the figure in front of her. All she wanted was a glance, but she still could not see anything clearly. Is it really you? Yun was holding Lin Shintong in his arms and had now traveled an unknown distance. He felt Lin Shintong's breathing gradually weaken. It was as if her life was slowly approaching its end. However, as her breathing weakened, her eyelashes began to constantly vibrate gently. It was as if she was trying her best at opening her eyes to look at him. However, her eyes never managed to open up. Yun tightly held Lin Shintong as his pure yang energy constantly circulated. However, he realized that with Lin Shintong's life force gradually weakening, the pure yang energy could no longer be injected into Lin Shintong's body. The icy plain seemed boundless and without end. Without being able to see his destination, his yuan qi slowly depleting and him holding on to a body that was slowly losing its life, everything seemed hopeless. Yun was silent as he obstinately carried on walking. He had already reduced his yuan qi consumption to its lowers. There was only a thin layer of pure yang yuan qi that lined their body's surface to withstand the cold wind. However, the main consumption came from maintaining Lin Shintong's life force. The further he went, the harder it became to resist the snowstorm in the icy plain. Lin Shintong's body temperature had reached an extreme low. Yun felt like he was holding onto a light ice sculpture. Very suddenly, Lin Shintong's life force jerked. He could clearly feel that Lin Shintong's life force suddenly weakened greatly. Her meridians were beginning to form ice crystals, and even her heart, which he had wrapped his yuan qi around, was being eroded by the frost qi. If this went on, in less than 3 minutes, Lin Xintong's life force would be completely eroded. Naturally terminated meridians. Yi Yun understood that this was Lin Xintong's naturally terminated meridians. With her body severely injured like this, and in an environment like this icy plain, there was no longer any way to suppress her terminated meridians as it broke out. Maybe, at this moment, he had to gamble it all. Yi Yun took a deep breath as he took out a medicine box from his interspatial ring. This medicine box burned with a thick flaming aura despite being out in the icy plain. The medicine box contained the red lotus Yi Yun had plucked in the second level of the God Advent Tower. Using the red lotus to treat Lin Xintong's terminated meridians was a gamble. Yi Yun did not know what the outcome would be, but now, he had no other choice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 507, The Merging of Hearts. Chapter 507, The Merging of Hearts. The red lotus Yi Yun obtained grew in a pure yang lake. Every lotus seed itself was like a concentrated pure yang flame. Each of them was like a fire seed that contained extremely pure but violent pure yang energy. Yi Yun did not know what would happen if an injured Lin Xintong would eat the red lotus seeds. Her meridians were terminated and they were now frozen, making them extremely fragile. With Lin Xintong's yuan qi completely drained, and her vitality nearly depleted, what would happen if a pure yang flame burned within her body? Yi Yun did not dare to think about it. However, Yi Yun had no other choice. He would see Lin Xintong's last bit of life force disappear if didn't do anything. Yi Yun took a deep breath and opened the medicine box. A rich pure yang gas surged out of the medicine box. The extreme frost icy plains frost qi was momentarily expelled by the pure yang energy, causing the cold in the area to be greatly dispersed. Yi Yun did not take the complete red lotus out. In the everlasting purple gold medicine box, the red lotus could be preserved. Yi Yun was really unwilling to use such a plant that had undergone millions of years of nourishment from the heavens and earth before producing such treasures, and make it into an elixir or swallow it. Yi Yun took a few lotus seeds out from below the satin. These lotus seeds had been soaked in pure yang desolate beast's blood by the three-legged strange bird, and they were akin to pure yang elixirs themselves. The pure yang energy was extremely rich, and one could see and feel the intense burning sensation brought forth by the seeds with the naked eye. Even if a warrior in good physical shape consumed a strong medicine like the lotus seeds, they would probably suffer great pain. They might even die an explosive death, let alone Lin Xintong. Holding onto the lotus seeds, Yi Yun was in a dilemma. The chances of saving Lin Xintong's life were too slim. He glanced at Lin Xintong. In that short period of time, Lin Xintong's face had turned even paler. Her skin had turned even more transparent. There were ice crystals already formed on the skin on her long, beautiful neck. Her body temperature had reduced even more. Without any time to think, Yi Yun gritted his teeth and slipped a lotus seed gently through Lin Xintong's pale lips. At this moment, Yi Yun's mental strength was extremely focused. His energy vision was firmly locked onto all the meridians in Lin Xintong's body. He did not dare to let her swallow the lotus seed, so he placed the lotus seed in her mouth. He then used the purple crystal to manipulate the lotus seed's energy and carefully let it flow into Lin Xintong's body. It was also only because Yi Yun was familiar with pure yang laws and had a divine item like the purple crystal that allowed him to forcefully suppress the violent pure yang energy in the lotus seed. The energy followed Yi Yun's wishes as it diffused into Lin Xintong's meridians bit by bit. Pa! Pa! When the pure yang energy flowed into Lin Xintong's meridians, the frozen solid ice crystals quickly melted. But immediately following that, Lin Xintong's meridians were burned by the pure yang energy. The lotus seed's pure yang gas and Lin Xintong's naturally terminated meridians began to go to war with Lin Xintong's body as a battlefield. Lin Xintong's meridians had been frozen and they had lost their strength, and now, with a violent force surging through them, many parts of her meridians began to crack. Seeing this scene, Yi Yun's heart tightened as he held his breath. That's bad. Although he had guessed such a possible outcome, Yi Yun still felt terrible when he saw Lin Xintong's meridians crack in front of his very eyes after pure yang energy flowed through her meridians. He grabbed Lin Xintong's hands as pure yang yuan qi streamed into Lin Xintong's body. However, this was useless. The meridians in Lin Xintong's cracked even more. Pain was visible on her pale face, and her ice crystal-laden eyebrows also scrunched up. No! This won't work. When Yi Yun saw Lin Xintong in pain, he was extremely worried. If this carried on, it would spell certain death for Lin Xintong in the next few seconds. She does not have any yuan qi and her meridians are weak. She cannot absorb the lotus seeds herself. The lotus seeds are like poison to her. Yi Yun was feeling anxious. He was nearly on the brink of giving up. However, when he thought of watching Lin Xintong die in his arms, he felt extremely sad and terrible. As long as her life force was not extinguished, it meant that there was still a glimmer of hope. He needed to grab it. He needed to calm down while Lin Xintong was bordering on the line of life and death. He only had a few seconds to find a lifeline amongst all the routes that led to death. Wait. If she can't digest the lotus seeds herself, maybe I will be able to digest it for her. After I absorb the lotus seeds' pure yang energy, I can use my body as a medium to transfer it to her. This way, the lotus seeds' violent energy will be borne by me, and the energy that I transfer to her will be gentlest and the purest pure yang energy. This idea suddenly flashed in Yi Yun's mind. He immediately used the purple crystal to seal the energy of the lotus seed residing in Lin Xintong's mouth. He then took another lotus seed out of the medicine box and ate it himself. With the lotus seed entering his mouth, it was like lava flowing into his stomach. With the purple crystal's manipulation, the pure yang energy within immediately exploded out. Even though Yi Yun already had a perfect pure yang body, his meridians still felt an immense amount of pressure from the large amounts of pure yang energy that surged out of the lotus seed in such a short period of time. However, at this moment, he could not care any less. He was only finding the explosive pure yang energy to be too slow. Yi Yun's body temperature quickly rose. The pure yang energy moved along his meridians into his body's 360 acupuncture points, and then it escaped out of his pores and acupuncture points. In the snowy plain, one could faintly see curling steam rise from Yi Yun's body. When the snow approached him, it immediately melted. Yi Yun took a deep breath and opened his arms to tightly hug Lin Xintong. Lin Xintong's body was as cold as ice, but Yi Yun's body was hot like fire. He was using his body to transfer heat to Lin Xintong. In the boundless and vast snowy plain, a frozen but perfect girl was being hugged by Yi Yun. Their figures appeared extremely tiny in such a vast world. Yi Yun warmed Lin Xintong in this manner. They endured this cold world, hoping to reverse her cruel fate. Pure yang energy emitted out of Yi Yun's acupuncture points and silently flowed into Lin Xintong's acupuncture points. It then flowed through her meridians and spread throughout her body. It gave a trace of warmth to her frozen meridians. After Yi Yun's absorption and transformation, the pure yang energy became gentle and calm. Finally, Lin Xintong's fragile meridians could barely withstand it. Lin Xintong's body gradually softened in the steaming pure yang energy. Her body temperature was also slowly returning to normal. To let Lin Xintong absorb the pure yang energy better and to have their acupuncture points match, Yi Yun's arms slowly passed through her clothes as he hugged her smooth back. Yi Yun hugged Lin Xintong tightly in this manner. He felt that by hugging Lin Xintong's back like that, it was like he was touching warm jade. This made Yi Yun's heart flutter, and he could not help but feel a gentle charm. Lin Xintong's chest was also tightly in contact with Yi Yun's chest. Her soft, delicate virgin body gave Yi Yun a very special feeling. In the snowy plain, hot air rose as the pure yang gas emitted by Yi Yun's body increased, covering Yi Yun and Lin Xintong completely. Beneath them, snow constantly melted to the point of forming a small pool. The water in the pool was steamed by the pure yang gas, making it very warm. It was like a hot spring. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong soaked themselves in this hot spring as their bodies were intertwined with each other. Yi Yun's nose was filled with the fragrance of Lin Xintong's body. This situation made Yi Yun's blood flow even faster. With a beautiful girl in his arms, it was impossible if Yi Yun did not have other thoughts. He took several deep breaths to suppress any impulses in his heart. Although he was not a gentleman, he would definitely not take advantage of her in such a situation. Besides, Lin Xintong was still not out of danger. The pure yang energy absorbed by Yi Yun was only transmitted through acupuncture points. Only a very tiny portion of flowed into Lin Xintong's body. With another thought, Yi Yun took the medicine box out and swallowed another lotus seed. Following that, he even took the entire red lotus out and placed it in the heated pool. The red lotus originally grew in a lava lake. So although the tiny heated pool had relatively little pure yang energy, the red lotus still silently stretched out its branches and leaves. Its roots also slowly sank deep into the ice layer beneath the pool. The strong vitality of the red lotus greatly exceeded Yi Yun's expectations. Even in the icy plain, it still emitted rich pure yang gases, which also helped recover Lin Xintong's life force. With this, it made Yi Yun even more unwilling to refine the red lotus into an elixir. After all, he had perfected his pure yang body, so there might be a suitable place in the future for him to plant the red lotus and constantly extract lotus seeds from it. After Yi Yun ate the second lotus seed, even more pure yang gas was emitted. The red lotus was a heavenly treasure and it had helped Yi Yun obtain a pure yang body. The pure yang energy it contained was without a doubt extremely pure and strong. It was enough to suppress the frost chi in Lin Xintong's naturally terminated meridians. As more and more snow melted, the hot spring pool also grew bigger. Lin Xintong's clothes were already completely soaked. Lin Xintong's clothes were originally a bit tattered from the battles from before, and now with it being soaked, it revealed some of her extreme beauty. In this vast world, this hot spring in the middle of the snow seemed to become the one and only thing in this world. Yi Yun hugged Lin Xintong and at this moment, their bodies and hearts were stuck together, without a shred of space between them. With the pure yang energy transferring between their bodies, Lin Xintong's breathing became more and more uniform, as if she had fallen asleep. Seeing Lin Xintong sleeping beautifully, Yi Yun inexplicably calmed down. He silently hugged Lin Xintong and no longer had any other thoughts. It seemed that the current scene would continue indefinitely, until eternity. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 508, Awakening. Chapter 508, Awakening. After an unknown period of time passed, the eyelids of Lin Xintong, who was in deep sleep in the hot spring, began to jump gently. In her dreams, Lin Xintong was experiencing a completely different scene. She was constantly walking through the cold biting wind. In front of her, there was that obstinate figure that pulled her along. Lin Xintong's internal frost chi could no longer be suppressed. The moment she tried to let her fingers go, so as not to be a burden for the figure, very suddenly, heat came from that figure's palms. The heat caused her body to tremble. It was extremely painful. She felt like she was being burnt to death by the heat, but at this moment, the figure suddenly turned around and embraced her. His arms were strong and forceful. He tightly embraced Lin Xintong, as if he wanted to merge her body into his. Lin Xintong was at a loss momentarily. Ever since she was young, she had never been hugged by a man in this fashion. The moment he was hugged her, the heat suddenly turned very mild. It surged into Lin Xintong's body, flowed through her meridians and spread throughout her body. This heat moved through her meridians like a warm spring breeze, causing her frozen body to once again wake up. In this way, her life force recovered bit by bit. Her flames of vitality burned once again. It seemed the snow surrounding her were blown away, as it became warmer and warmer. Lin Shintong tried her best to open her eyes. This time, she saw the figures looks clearly. It made Lin Shintong feel incredulous. His looks were really gradually becoming clear in her vision. She finally saw clearly. As her eyelashes slightly trembled, Lin Shintong opened her eyes. An azure-clothed youth's figure turned from blurred to clear. That familiar feeling, that familiar back. Yi Yun. Lin Shintong's heart was filled with all sorts of emotions. The moment she woke up, she knew that she was still in the icy plains. The scene of her being pulled by a figure was just a hallucination she had experienced due to her near-death experience. And in her dream, the figure that accompanied her all along and did not give up on her till the very end. The figure that appeared with the burning golden red flames and slashing with a sword before she went unconscious, all of these merged with the Yi Yun in front of her. It was still the endless icy plain, and it was still the ever-howling snowstorm, but she was now in the middle of warm spring water, being tightly hugged by Yi Yun. She had never been so close to a male before. She saw her clothes in disarray, with her clothes soaked in water, turning translucent that it made her perfect body seem somewhat unhindered. Even Lin Shintong, who was always unperturbed, felt a red glow in her cheeks. Her heartbeat and blood flow accelerated. She was unable to accept this closeness immediately. She subconsciously wanted to push Yi Yun away, but just as she raised her jade-like arms, she gently lowered them. She knew that it was Yi Yun who had pulled her back from the gates of hell, twice. Her vitality, that had been severed, recovered all because of Yi Yun's Yuan Qi. He had embraced her to transfer pure Yang Yuan Qi into her dried-up and frozen meridians. Being embraced by Yi Yun and feeling Yi Yun's breathing, Lin Shintong felt an inexplicable sense of peacefulness. Especially the pure Yang energy that Yi Yun's body continuously transferred to her, it was extremely appealing to Lin Shintong. Lin Shintong remained silent. She did not say a word as she quietly enjoyed the warmth and peacefulness in this endless snowstorm. She looked at Yi Yun and could not help but reveal a smile. In this smile, her face was still red that flushed with the spring water. It was beautiful and exquisite. Only, while she was smiling, a trail of tears rolled down the corner of her eye. It quietly dropped down, and seemed to be lost between a liquid and a gas. She did not know why she was crying. In her memories, she had not had the feeling of crying in a very, very long time. Before Yi Yun appeared, reality and dreams were intercrossed with each other, causing her to be unable to distinguish which was the dream, and which was reality. However, the figure, that had withstood the snowstorm, and did not abandon or leave her till the very end when she was on the brink of death, was here. Also, that hand that gave warmness, and pulled her up from the deep ice abyss bit by bit, was here. For such a long period of time, she had walked on her martial path in solitude. Saddled with naturally terminated meridians, she had been marginalized and ostracized by others since she was young. However, she never gave up on looking for the opportunity to reverse her fate, even if the hopes were extremely slim. She steadfastly stood with her pride. That strong determination did not match her external appearance, and she nearly never accepted the help of others. She was after all a human. Never once had a person really entered her inner world. But now, in Yi Yun's arms, she inexplicably felt it. She never expected that to have someone accompany her and, to help her when she was in despair, would be really blissful. You are awake. Yi Yun had been looking forward to Lin Shintong waking up. But when she really woke up, Yi Yun felt extremely embarrassed. He did not know how to explain such an explicit scene to her. Seeing Yi Yun's reaction, Lin Shintong smiled gently. She felt that the pure yang energy emitted from Yi Yun's body seemed to resonate faintly with the pure yin energy in her body. There was an integrative balance, which made her feel reluctant to separate from Yi Yun. Pure yin and pure yang were complementary existences in the laws of the world. Loning did not lead to birth and solitude yang did not allow growth. It was a natural thing for Yin and Yang to integrate with each other. This also caused Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong to feel an innate appeal with one another. If they could become one, the Yin and Yang Yuan Qi would resonate, giving infinite benefits to the two of them. Ignoring intercourse cultivation, just them being in skin contact made them feel nourished by the other's Yuan Qi. In Lin Shintong's Yin meridians, there was a warmth spreading throughout them, causing the frost Qi in her body to dissipate greatly. As for Yi-Yun, he felt his radiant sun Qi become even more compact. Even a faint golden crow phantom image appeared behind him. The two of them looked into each other's eyes. Lin Shintong's gaze became more and more gentle. Thinking back to the experiences she and Yi-Yun encountered, she was filled with emotion. Who would have thought that the cloud wilderness youth she had met back then had taken step after step to reach this point in this very scene today? From meeting in the cloud wilderness, to reuniting in the Lin family's mountain range, to the desolate heaven technique tea session and then that night's banquet and relic trial. Finally, it was this expedition to the great Empress trial. Lin Shintong realized that her feelings for Yi-Yun had changed in a silent fashion. This change made Lin Shintong panic in the beginning, but slowly, she calmed down. She was a very independent and obstinate girl. Although she was indifferent, once she had a firm belief, she would face all obstacles head-on with her original intentions. She never regretted things that she had set her mind to. The two of them did not speak much. But in this lonely and cold world, they hugged each other tightly, warming each other. The martial path was lonely. It was a source of great happiness if one found a confidant. Author's note: these 2 chapters were rewritten and I worked on them late into the night. Sorry. I finally wrote something that I was satisfied with. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 509, Dark Clouds. Chapter 509, Dark Clouds. Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong were in this world of ice and snow, where snow fluttered in the sky. But the two of them were sitting in a boiling hot spring. If they put their hands out, they could touch the frosty ice that was not far away. This scene was quite mesmerizing. The spring water was clear, and a mist floated above the water surface as steam continuously rose. As Yi-Yun hugged Lin Shintong from behind and felt Lin Shintong's soft body, he felt a slight throb in his heart. He could not see Lin Shintong's expression, he could only see her reddening ear. The hot air Yi-Yun breathed out landed on Lin Shintong's crystal clear ears that were like red jade. It tickled Lin Shintong's ears and her heart sped up slightly. Lin Shintong had never experienced such a scene, causing her body to instinctively attempt to distance herself from Yi-Yun. However, as the aura emitted by Yi-Yun's body still had the natural attractiveness of yin-yang energy, it made Lin Shintong reluctant to do so. She slowly closed her eyes as her long and curved eyelashes slightly trembled like a black butterfly's wings dancing in the cold wind. Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong stayed there for about 5 hours. In total, Yi-Yun ate 3 red lotus seeds. He continuously digested all the pure yang energy in the lotus seeds and transferred a portion of the energy to Lin Shintong. This way, Lin Shintong's frost qi due to her body's naturally terminated meridians was finally suppressed. Lin Shintong's cultivation level was higher than Yi-Yun's. The reason why she nearly died was not because of the injuries inflicted on her by the snow monsters, nor was it because of the terrifying frost qi in the extreme frost icy plains. It was because the frost toxins in her naturally terminated meridians were agitated, with no way of suppressing them. Now, the pure yang energy had balanced out the frost toxins, so Lin Shintong had recovered. However, the frost toxins were just temporarily suppressed. It was far from completely healing her naturally terminated meridians. Gradually, there wasn't any pure yang energy being emitted out from Yi-Yun's acupuncture points. For some reason, maybe because of the pure yang energy entering her body or something else, Lin Shintong's face was still red. It added a rare innocence and cuteness to her usual otherworldly bearing. These 5 hours of pair cultivation allowed Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong to gain a lot of benefits. Yi Yun had just broken into the peak of the Yuan Foundation realm, and he had absorbed too much of the Red Lotus pure young medicinal essence, so his cultivation level was not stabilized. And now, with Lin Shintong's purine energy's nourishment, the energy in his dantian slowly stabilized, causing his cultivation level's foundation to solidify. As for Lin Shintong, there was no need to mention them. Besides bringing her back to life, she could faintly feel that her cultivation level had improved. She was getting close to breaking through to the next cultivation level. Sometime after the pure yang energy slowly dissipated, Lin Shintong looked up. In her bright eyes, there was the reflection of Yi Yun's figure. "Yi Yun, how did you find me?" In the vast icy plain, with the snowstorm hindering one's vision, it was like searching for a needle in a haystack. And Lin Shintong sensed that the God Advent Tower gave everyone a different mystic realm experience. It was quite unbelievable how Yi Yun managed to find her in the icy plain. "It was the God Advent Tower's item spirit who told me of your whereabouts." Yi Yun honestly told her of his experience in the God Advent Tower, including how he found the Red Lotus, which he described in rough detail. When Lin Shintong heard how the white-dressed female faced a calamity in the God Advent Tower, forcing her to use the sealed energy left behind by the ancient Great Empress, her heart tightened. "What did you say? That swarthy youth actually had such a history? Senior item spirit had to enter deep slumber just to kill him?" Lin Shintong had paid attention to the swarthy youth. He was mysterious, and his abnormal demeanor had always made her suspicious. If the swarthy youth was actually an energy life force that was protecting the God Advent Tower, Lin Shintong would not have been surprised. But she never expected that his identity was that of an unknown evil race that was plotting against the Great Empress mystic realm and the God Advent Tower. "I don't think so." Yi Yun shook his head. "That swarthy youth may be powerful, but he is far from needing senior item spirit to pay such a heavy price of using the sealed energy left behind by the ancient Great Empress. If I am not wrong, there is a silent supporter behind the swarthy youth. Maybe, senior item spirit was battling the mysterious supporter." And she also said, "Be careful of the blood moon." Blood moon. Lin Shintong ruminated on this. These words made her think of a scene. "Yi Yun, do you remember, before we entered the God Advent Tower, our talents were ranked by the crystal column? There were 6 levels. The highest was Canonized God, followed by Shura, Sage, Soul, Grandmaster, Knight. Back then, I obtained the Soul rating, while you obtained Grandmaster. I probably obtained a rating of Soul because of my naturally terminated meridians. As for the others, they were Knight, and some even failed to meet the mark. However, under this situation, nearing the end of the evaluation, there were 2 others who obtained the same Grandmaster evaluation as you." As Lin Shintong said this, Yi Yun naturally recalled them. These 2 people had gone forward together. Their whereabouts were a mystery, and they were dressed in gray robes. No one knew where they came from. Now, with Lin Shintong suddenly mentioning this, Yi Yun had a sudden realization that there was a blood-red crescent asterisk embroidered on the 2 people's gray long robes. "Are you talking about the blood moon pattern on their clothes?" Yi Yun turned apprehensive. These 2 people were equally mysterious, and they had several similarities with the swarthy youth. It would not be strange if they came from the same faction. Yes. This should not be a coincidence. If that were the case, there might be a super faction that none of us knew about before. They are plotting something, and their intentions are probably not good. The Tian Yuan world might face a disaster. Lin Shintong frowned slightly. How did a super faction that was plotting against the Great Empress mystic realm appear? Could they be related to the ancient times? Or could they come from another world? No matter what the situation was, it was not good news. "Let's go." The black-skinned youth may be dead, but there are still 2 others. We need to be careful. If only we can obtain the recognition of the ancient Great Empress. Lin Shintong stood up in the hot spring. Her wet clothes were clinging to her skin. With her standing up, Yi Yun could see her mesmerizing back figure. There were all sorts of revelations from her body. Lin Shintong also noticed this as her face turned slightly red. Using her jade-like arms to cover her body, she circulated her yuan qi and evaporated the water from her clothes. Unfortunately, as she had natural yin meridians, her physical attributes leaned towards cold yin, so it took her several seconds to finish evaporating the water. So as to see no evil, Yin turned his head with a bit of reluctance. He coughed dryly and said, "Before Senior Item Spirit went into deep slumber, she exhorted me to save you. I think she thought highly of you, and already had thoughts of letting us get the recognition of the Great Empress." Check chapter 468 for the description of these two mysterious Grandmaster people. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 510, Traversing the Icy Plain. Chapter 510, Traversing the Icy Plain. In the vast icy plain, Yi Yun and Lin Shintong proceed forward through the snow. Yi Yun held Lin Shintong's hand, and with their yuan qi complementing one another, it formed a perfect balance. In this situation, Lin Shintong no longer felt unable to suppress the frost qi in her body, with her vitality constantly devoured. As they traversed deeper into the icy plains, the frost qi became so rich it completely suppressed the pure yang energy from the red lotus seeds. As a result, the two of them had to use their own yuan qi to fend off the cold. Under such circumstances, they could still withstand without any difficulty. It even felt like Lin Shintong was strolling in the snow with Yi Yun. Holding Yi Yun's hand, Lin Shintong felt her mind at ease. She suddenly felt that her previous determination to change her fate by defying heaven and insisting on her arrogance and loneliness was too stubborn. She had never experienced the fact that having someone accompanying her, with someone to rely on, was such bliss. Maybe this was a hint given to her by the extreme frost icy plains. Her naturally terminated meridians meant that there was an overabundance of frost yin energy in her body, with no way of removing it. When she reached 500 years of age, the frost toxins will act up and extinguish her flame of life. And the method to join up her terminated meridians meant eliminating this frost yin energy. Loning did not lead to birth and solitude yang did not allow growth. This was a natural fact of the world, and the method to healing her of her frost yin energy was likely yin-yang balance. A year ago, the great empress relic that the Shintu family clan refined, which they claimed to be able to heal her of her naturally terminated meridians, was a pure yang medicine. Realizing this, Lin Shintong gave Yi Yun a deep glance. In her eyes, there was a look that was difficult to put into words. At this moment, the warm pure yang energy flow that came from Yi Yun's hands made Lin Shintong feel extremely comfortable. They used a speed that was not considered fast to cross the vast icy plain. The two of them held hands as if they were walking to the ends of the world. After an unknown period of time passed, they saw a river in the icy plains. Despite the extreme cold here, the river had not frozen. The river was flowing with blue river water like a jade belt. And what was most stunning was that the opposite side of the river was covered with blue and white flowers. These flowers were extremely small. Their petals were as clear as icy glass. They swayed along with the cold wind, causing one to think of the legendary red spider lilies that could bring forth the memories of a newly dead soul. These flowers, seeing this scene, Lin Shintong was moved emotionally. They are not real flowers, but flowers condensed from laws. Lin Shintong had a purine body with naturally terminated meridians, so she was extremely sensitive to purine laws. She could identify the essence of these flowers with a glance. Fascinating. The nomological laws of the world are abundant in this river, resulting in the formation of the flowers. It is really magical. There's someone there. Lin Shintong was startled as she pointed in a direction. Yi Yun looked following her indication, and indeed, in the white and blue bed of flowers, he could see the faint figure of a woman. The woman was dressed in a blue dress. Her long hair hung down and her feet were bare. Using the toes, she strolled through the air. Every step she made caused a bluish-white flower to bloom below her foot. Flowers quickly formed, and it was as if all the bluish-white flowers on the opposite of the river was formed from the blue-dressed woman's footsteps. The woman did not seem to notice Yi Yun and Lin Shintong. She only moved upstream against the river's waters at a slow pace, like she was walking upstream against a river of time. This was that picture. Lin Shintong's heart jumped. This scene was clearly the scene she saw in the picture at the third level of the God Advent Tower. That human figure was that of the ancient Great Empress. Yi Yun, do you see that? Lin Shintong held Yi Yun's hand, and wanted to follow the Great Empress figure. Yi Yun nodded. I see her, but it's a blur. I can't tell her looks clearly. Even her figure is only partially visible to me. Yi Yun felt that the ancient Great Empress figure was merged with the endless void, preventing him from seeing through it. As for Lin Shintong, what she saw was a very clear scene. She could even see the ancient Great Empress expression. She seemed to be in deep thought, as she pondered over the mysteries of heaven and earth. Only, in the middle of her eyebrows, there was a hint of sadness and worry. It was quite disturbing. Seeing the Great Empress figure, Lin Shintong seemed to be infected by her mood as she became frustrated too. She took a deep breath and, pulling Yi Yun by the hand, she chased after her. Seeing Lin Shintong about to step into the blue river flow, Yi Yun's heart jumped. The river looked strange, and who knew what would happen if they entered it. However, he still chose to believe Lin Shintong, and followed closely behind her. With both their feet in the water, there was a cool feeling. They were suspended in it and did not sink. In this manner, Yi Yun and Lin Shintong chased after the Great Empress while moving upstream. The Great Empress figure walked very slowly, but what was strange was that the distance between them were maintained, being neither too far nor close. This lasted till Yi Yun and Lin Shintong crossed the Blue River, reaching the opposite bank. Only then did Yi Yun see everything clearly. The bluish-white flowers on this side of the river were all different. Their petals were in a variety of shapes and were like the ever-changing clouds in the sky. Maybe every flower contained a different Tao. It was like the so-called a heaven in a wild flower. Gradually, the ancient Great Empress figure became increasingly fuzzy, as if she was melting into the world before she disappeared into the void. Yi Yun was alarmed. He seemed to feel something before he suddenly looked back. He was surprised to discover that on the other side of the river, the vast extreme cold icy plain had disappeared. What replaced it was a picturesque sight. The river's waters churned and emitted a mesmerizing air. Both sides of the river were filled with flowers and grass. The air was filled with floral fragrance and there was a vibrant life everywhere. Walking through the flora, Yi Yun could even see birds and butterflies shuttling through the flowers. However, they were not real, but formed from the natural laws. This sudden change made Yi Yun feel incredulous. It was like the endless icy plain from before was an illusion of his. If not for the remnant frost gene in his body, Yi Yun even had doubts if he had really crossed that icy plain. We have finally finished traversing that icy plain. The lifeless icy plain was separated from this paradise by a river. Yi Yun marveled at the fascinating Great Empress mystic realm. Beside Yi Yun, Lin Shintong mused, I have some comprehensions. The icy plain we just traversed is extreme and cold yin, and the lava lake you mentioned before where you plucked the red lotus was that of extreme yang. Be it pure yang or pure yin, they will result in a land of death. And on this other side of the river, it is filled with yin-yang energies. They are as one here, and in this way, the natural laws result in this vibrant scene. This is probably what the greatest revelation given to me by the extreme frost icy plains. Yin-yang balance was actually one of the most simple of reasonings. Despite people knowing such a simple reasoning, pushing this idea to the extreme was not that simple. When pure yin and pure yang met each other, sometimes it would not be a yin-yang harmony, but it could result in conflict, with each killing the other. Oh! There's a palace there. Lin Shintong pointed with her hand. Yi Yun looked over and indeed, he saw a palace surrounded by beautiful flowers and trees. The palace was not magnificent, but it gave an exquisite feeling. It perfectly blended with the surroundings, giving one a harmonious and natural feeling. Let's go over. Lin Shintong held Yun's hand and walked towards the palace. The God Advent Tower's item spirit had previously said that after she traversed the extreme frost icy plains, she would obtain an opportunity that she deserved, which was a chance to reverse her fate. And this sudden appearance of a palace made Lin Shintong feel like it was a summoning from deep within her heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 511, Sun Shooting 9 Death's Bow. Chapter 511, Sun Shooting 9 Death's Bow. The palace on the icy plain had stood here for an unknown period of time. However, despite it standing for a long period of time, the palace did not seem old. It was glistening brightly. As Yun and Lin Shintong moved closer to the palace's large door automatically opened. And behind the door, there was a long red jade staircase. Many of the furnishings here was carved out of jade, and they were really fitting of the phrase jade-like ethereal building. Yun and Lin Shintong walked up the staircase. And on both sides of the staircase, there were many pillars. On one of the pillars, Yun saw a line of words: "The azure rainbow pierces the blood moon, ice-cold seals God abyss." The font of the words was magnificent and they were written in an unrestrained manner. The stroke of each character was like a floating dragon. In the words, there seemed to be the breath of God circulating within them. It was as if a person had written them casually with a sword on a whim. Below the words, there was a name left behind: Stunning Rainbow Sword, Azure Yang Lord. Azure Yang Lord? Yun could not help but subconsciously link the name to the azure-clothed swordsman he had seen in the disc array images. What a strong sword intent! Lin Shintong's weapon was a sword too, so when she saw the words, she felt her heart palpitate. However, following that, she frowned slightly. Could this blood moon be the one senior item spirit mentioned? It should be. Yun also gave a ruminating look. He did not know if the blood moon was an organization or a person. The Azure Yang Lord, who left the words behind, had clearly fought with Blood Moon before. However, it was not known if the Azure Yang Lord was the azure-clothed swordsman in the disc array images. The sword-like strokes of the font were familiar to Yun. The azure-clothed swordsman's sword was like his person. They did things on a whim and to their own pleasure and desire. If the azure-clothed swordsman was the Azure Yang Lord, how did his words appear here? Could it be that back when the ancient Great Empress established the Great Empress Mystic Realm, the azure-clothed swordsman was involved as well? Blood Moon, be it a person or an organization, it had existed for a long time, maybe even too long. Since the Great Empress Mystic Realm was established, no one knew how many tens of thousands of years had passed. This palace had quietly stood here and it had been empty for most of that time. It was unknown where the people, who had stayed in here in the past, had gone. However, the blood moon had lasted from then all the way to the present. Now, it had once again appeared inside the Great Empress Mystic Realm. The mystery and the hidden threat gave Yun an ominous feeling. Other than that, the words, Seal God Abyss made Yun wonder. Could the God Abyss be the God Burial Abyss? Lin Shintong knew about Yun's experience in the past few levels of the God Advent Tower, so she naturally knew about the azure-clothed swordsman. She too was curious. This palace still looked new despite all these years. And on the pillars, there was a faint energy fluctuation. Clearly, there was some array continuously maintaining this building. After crossing the extreme frost icy plains and reaching this palace, according to the white-dressed female, this palace should be one of the highly regarded places in the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Yet, the Azure Yang Lord was able to leave behind his words here. Let's go in, Yun said. The answer to these questions could be inside the palace. Inside the palace, there was nobody nor were there any sounds. Another door, that had been sealed shut for an unknown number of years, was slowly pushed open by Yi-Yun as a cool air rushed out of the palace. This air brought a feeling of sadness with it, causing Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong to become a bit lightheaded. At the same time, there was a special energy fluctuation that was dissipating out from the palace. Yi-Yun had the purple crystal and Lin Shintong was a martial arts genius, so the both of them could sense this fluctuation. Especially Yi-Yun. Other than sensing the fluctuation, he could sense that there was a very sharp aura being emitting out of the palace. The aura was hidden in the fluctuations and it was locking onto the two of them. Yi-Yun's immediately raised his alertness. The great Empress mystic realm was strange in all manners. Even this palace was not necessarily safe. Inside the palace, it was empty. As they walked through it, they could clearly hear the slightest sound of breathing. Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong carefully entered the palace's interior and at this moment, they heard a cold voice echo, "Congratulations, cultivator. You have stepped into the 5th level of the God Advent Tower." Oh? 5th level of the God Advent Tower? Yi-Yun was stunned for a while. This was the 5th level of the God Advent Tower? Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong exchanged glances as they were both momentarily surprised. They had heard that cold voice many times before. It was not from the God Advent Tower's item spirit, it was the voice produced by an array. Only when someone stepped in here would the array be triggered. At this moment, the cold voice continued, "The Great Empress Vault is here. You have the qualifications to enter the 3 grand halls. The first hall is Sun Shooting 9 Deaths Hall." Sun Shooting 9 Deaths Hall? This strange name baffled Yi-Yun. And at this moment, Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong suddenly felt a transformation change in their surroundings. What was once a quiet and dark grand hall had now become a resplendent and magnificent divine palace. The light emitted inside the divine palace was extremely blinding. The grand hall was wide and there were coiling dragon pillars erected all around the grand hall. These coiling dragon pillars collectively reached to the roof of the hall. And then, they became a dragon head that bent downwards. In the middle of the dragon head, there was a bow. Around the bow, there were 9 suns that were extremely dazzling. The bow's length was extremely exaggerated. On the bow's tips, there were 2 carved dragons, and on the back of each dragon, there was a sharp blade. The entire bow gave off a cold metallic luster. Its base color was golden without any impurities. However, there were several blood-red patterns that circled the bow. There were 4 ancient font words curved on the bow, "Sun Shooting 9 Deaths." That is the name of the bow? Sun Shooting 9 Deaths Bow. Sun Shooting 9 Deaths Hall. The name of the bow was also the name of the Grand Hall. This was the first Grand Hall that Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong had the qualifications to enter. It seemed like this Grand Hall was prepared especially for Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun knew that the God Advent Tower had intelligence. It prepared different opportunities for everyone. Sun Shooting 9 Deaths. According to legends, in ancient times, there were 10 suns in the sky that scorched the earth, causing no plants to grow. There were droughts and hardships for many years. An ancient god held a divine bow in hand and shot down 9 suns, leaving behind one. That became the present sun. The name of the Sun Shooting 9 Deaths bow was likely due to this legend. Yi-Yun looked up at the bow. The faint sense of danger that had locked onto him had come from this bow. It was a bow that could make a human feel danger. The blood-red patterns on it were like flowing blood, and if one took a second look, they might enter a trance-like state. Yi-Yun had no doubts that if a weaker warrior came here, just seeing the bow would make him lose his way, and he might even die from a blood surge. Sun Shooting 9 Deaths Hall. This grand hall is probably an opportunity prepared for me. I wonder what else there is other than the Sun Shooting 9 Deaths bow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 512, 12 Empyrean Heavens. Chapter 512, 12 Empyrean Heavens. In the golden red grand hall, Ian leaped up and flew all the way to the roof of the hall and grabbing the sun-shooting 9 death's bow. Momentarily, a weight as heavy as a mountain passed into Ian's arm, causing his body to sink, making him fall down at high speed. Boom! Ian landed heavily on the ground. His feet felt somewhat numb. The bow was about as thick as a baby's wrist, but its weight was so great that it needed Ian to exert all his body's yuan qi to hold it up. When Ian lifted the sun-shooting 9 death's bow, he felt a sharp pain in his arm. Looking down, he realized that the Empyrean marks on his arm was quickly disappearing. In a few seconds, they had all disappeared. It's all gone? Ian was somewhat stunned. All the accumulated Empyrean marks had been expended after collecting the sun-shooting 9 death's bow. This was too fast. At this moment, the voice echoed, "The sun-shooting 9 death's bow is one of the best treasures in the great Empress mystic realm. The bow is made from the world tree, and the red winding pattern on the bow is the blood of gods. To get it, based on your performance in the trials before, it is not enough. But, with the large calamity approaching, Miss has decided on leaving some of the heritage for you before her slumber, wishing you will be able to amplify its actual worth." The voice was previously cold and without emotion, but now, it had hints of sadness in it. "The opportunities in these 3 grand halls are prepared for you. Conduct yourselves well." After the voice finished, its echoes disappeared. "Miss?" That was probably the God Advent Tower's item spirit. Ian stroked the sun-shooting 9 death's bow. Indeed, he was lacking a bow at this moment. As for the large calamity approaching, what did the voice refer to? Ian held the bow in his left hand and he retrieved a wind-chasing arrow with his right. After stringing the arrow, he could not pull the bow open despite using all his strength. Such a heavy bow. With a thought, pure yang yuan qi circulated in Ian's body. "Open!" Ian shouted. A faint golden crow phantom image appeared behind him, and under the support of pure yang laws, he finally managed to pull the sun-shooting 9 death's bow open a tiny bit. As he pulled the divine bow open, the bow's body began to emit a pale golden light. This light gathered towards the bowstring, and it eventually converged on the wind-chasing arrow. Suddenly, what was an ordinary wind-chasing arrow now seemed to be one charmed by the divine light. Its whole body flared with golden light as if it had gathered infinite energy. What terrifying energy! Ian was shocked. A bow could actually cause an arrow to change in such a manner. Even normal metal could be charmed into divine gold. And this was only him pulling it open a tiny bit. If he could completely pull it open, he did not know what scene laid in store for him. Ian kept the bow and he did not dare to shoot the arrow. He had a feeling that even if he had pulled the sun-shooting 9 death's bow open just by a tiny bit, once he shot out the arrow, it would draw out all of his body's energy. Ian could not help but touch the winding red pattern on the bow. The voice mentioned that this red line was actually the blood of gods. However, he had no idea what gods the voice was referring to. He could not help but think of the broken sword he had obtained from the Pure Yang Sword Hall. The broken sword was also stained with blood. That blood came from the bronze giant that had been slashed by the Pure Yang Sword Palace's owner, and a few drops of blood were enough to corrode a divine sword. "Ian, look over here." Lin Shintong suddenly called out to Ian. Ian looked in her direction and he saw that in a side hall of the Grand Hall, there was a tall platform. On the tall platform, there was a golden book. Ian walked over and touched the book. The pages were thin, as if they were the edge of a blade. They were extremely sharp. The front cover of the book had the words "Stunning Rainbow Sword, Azure Yang Lord" written on it. These words looked exactly the same as those carved into the stone pillar from before. It's a handwritten book left by the Azure Yang Lord. Ian flipped the book open. What was contained inside was not a cultivation technique, it was an essay left behind by the Azure Yang Lord. The Azure Yang Lord's words were in the form of ancient text, and his font was that of a scribble. It was unconventional and unrestrained, so it was very difficult to identify the words. Yun and Lin Shintong read it together and exchanged their thoughts on it before understanding a tiny bit of what was written. However, just this tiny bit of information made Yun and Lin Shintong shocked to the point of being speechless. In the book, the Azure Young Lord called the world that the Tian Yuan world was in the Tian Yuan Little World, and the Azure Young Lord came from beyond the Tian Yuan Little World. Yun never knew what was beyond the Tian Yuan world, but he was aware that the Tian Yuan world was not the whole world. Ignoring everything else, just the purple crystal origins he had obtained far exceeded the power level of the Tian Yuan world. He always wanted to know what the world beyond the Tian Yuan world was like. And now, he finally caught a glimpse of it. In the opening passage of the book, it described the origins of the universe. In primordial times, in the infinite universe, out of the misty chaos, 12 large worlds were born. These worlds contained heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was supreme. In the chaos, it gave birth to many heavenly gods, ancestor gods. And these gods were placed to be in charge of a heavenly Tao. It could be said that gods existed for eternity, but in reality, when an unimaginably long period of time had passed, even gods can die. This way, the ancestor gods born from the chaos slowly vanished. Races such as humans, demons, and desolate beasts appeared later, as they began to populate the 12 large worlds. Their strength was far weaker than the fallen ancestor gods. But even weak living things had the ambition to sit on the same level as the heavens and the earth. Amongst these existences, martial arts slowly came to life. The essence of martial arts was the path that these weak existences used to control the cosmos. After martial arts was born, the 12 large worlds became complex. Those who succeeded in their martial paths would create their own factions and call themselves kings, or some would go into reclusion in mystic realms, becoming wandering nomads. For heritage and resources, there was no end to fighting. That era could be described as rogues of all kinds running wild. From the beginning, there were conflicts that could not be prevented until the worlds began to unify. In each of the 12 worlds, a power emerged that could control their respective worlds. The masters of the 12 worlds came from different races. Their powers were unfathomable, and they were usually the leaders of the strongest factions in their own world. People assigned the title 12 divine emperors to the masters of these worlds. And the worlds they controlled were called the 12 Empyrean Heavens. The 12 Empyrean Heavens were Yang God, 9 Spirits, Immortal, 5 Elements, Primordial, 10,000 Demons. As for the Azure Yang Lord, he came from the Yang God Empyrean Heaven. The divine emperor that controlled the Yang God Empyrean Heaven was called the Yang God. The Yang God's attainment in pure Yang laws reached the point of being equal to that of the cosmos. In the Yang God Empyrean Heaven, other than the highest divine emperor, there were 72 divine lords. These 72 divine lords were all powerful in standing. Their titles were fixed. As for the Azure Yang Lord, he was a divine lord and that was his title. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 513, Azure Young Token. Chapter 513, Azure Young Token. So the Azure Yang Lord is one of the 72 divine lords of the Yang God Empyrean Heaven. The 72 titles of Divine Lord were not casual title conferments. According to the handwritten book, in primordial times, after the chaotic universe came to an end, the ancestor gods who controlled the heavenly Tao were also annihilated. And at that moment, the remaining heavenly Tao laws left in the 12 Empyrean Heavens formed their own supreme Tao marks without any restrictions from the ancestor gods. In the Yang God Empyrean Heavens, there were 72 supreme Tao marks that contained great Tao laws. Each supreme Tao mark represented a certain Tao, and these Tao marks were distributed to 72 divine lords. They became a royal seal that was the symbol and authority of a divine lord. Only by controlling a Divine Lord royal seal would one truly be a member of the 72 Divine Lords. The Divine Lord royal seal was extremely important for a Divine Lord. It was not only a symbol of their status, it was also a symbol of their power. A true Divine Lord would refine the Divine Lord royal seal into his body. He would then use his own blood to smelt it, allowing him to obtain great power from the Divine Lord royal seal. Since ancient times, will and woe came in pairs, so for such a powerful Divine Lord royal seal, there were naturally countless numbers of warriors who coveted it. Hence, in the Yang God Emperor in heaven, it was not an easy task to secure one's position as a Divine Lord. It could invite challenges and assassinations from every direction. Who knew that the Azure Yang Lord was a top figure in the Yang God Emperor in heaven? Although the book did not describe it in detail, Yin did not need to think too much to know that every single one of the 12 Empyrean heavens was filled with experts. They far exceeded the world the Tian Yuan world resided in. Yin now realized that the Pure Yang Sword Palace's owner and the bronze giant he saw in an illusion were probably from one of the 12 Empyrean heavens. When Yin flipped to the last page, he saw a token embedded in the book. There were the words Azure Yang on the front of the token, and the word token on the back. Token? Yun picked the token up. It was heavy and it felt cold. The material it was made from was neither metal nor jade. Yun had never seen a material like it before. Maybe it came from the 12 Empyrean heavens. After removing the token, Yun looked at the ancient book. There was a paragraph of text written where the token was embedded. Azure Yang Token. After refining it, one can enter the Azure Yang Palace and God Advent Tower freely. Oh! Yun's eyes lit up. This token had such an effect, and it was equivalent to this Grand Hall's key. With the token in his hand, Yun could feel an energy fluctuation being emitted by the token. This fluctuation resonated with the arrays that maintained the Grand Hall. I see, with the token, I can control the arrays in this Grand Hall up to a certain extent. Yun immediately understood it based on his senses. Yun, when mighty ancient figures create an abode, they would usually set up a core item. Refining it would be equivalent to becoming half of the abode's owner. You should refine this Azure Yang token, Lin Shintong said while standing beside Yun. The Azure Yang Palace was one of the core spots in the Great Empress mystic realm. Just being able to enter it freely made the token's value unimaginable. If it was taken out of the mystic realm, all the factions in the Tian Yuan world would covet it. If they knew that it was a token left behind by one of the 12 Empyrean Heavens' Divine Lord, they would vie for it at all costs. The 12 Empyrean Heavens was a mysterious and distant existence to the Tian Yuan world's factions. Of course, Lin Shintong wanted such a treasure too. But she knew that it was with all of Yun's efforts that she had reached this level alive and allowed her to see the core of the God Advent Tower. Ignoring the token, even if all the opportunities here were given to Yun, she felt that it would only be right. Yun had saved her life several times. Besides, Lin Shintong had a special feeling towards Yun. Lin Shintong felt that Yun's obtaining an opportunity was like her obtaining it herself. Oh, alright. We can use it together when the time comes. After Yun spoke, he circulated his Yuan Qi and imprinted his blood in Qi onto the token. This way, Yun and the token had a blood connection with each other. As long as he wished, he could emanate his perception throughout the Azure Yang Palace and feel every trace of the energy fluctuations in the Grand Hall. Yun said, the Azure Yang Lord not only left a handwritten book on the pillar. The token can also control the Grand Hall, allowing free access into the God Advent Tower. It looks like his relationship with the Great Empress was not a simple one. After reading the book, Yun made some guesses. Could it be that the reason why nothing was heard about the ancient Great Empress was because she had gone to the 12 Empyrean Heavens? No one could tell what had precisely happened when a long time had passed. After the token was put away by Yun, the array in the Grand Hall suddenly activated, causing a door of light to appear. Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong looked at each other. Previously, the cold voice had said that they could enter 3 grand halls. Maybe what lied beyond the door of light was the second one. Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong walked through the door of light hand in hand. They saw a flash of light in front of their eyes before they saw the scene change. There was a small bridge over flowing waters and a small building in the woods. Everything was covered in snow. It was like a crystalline paradise. There were cups placed on a tea table and a zither placed inside a pavilion made it seem like someone still lived here. It was as if the owner had just temporarily left. Yi-Yun had the same feeling at the beginning, but very quickly, he realized there was an energy fluctuation. The scene before his eyes had been fixed onto a particular moment forever by an array. After the storm settles, let us stay here together for the rest of our lives. Yi-Yun saw a letter beside the zither. The ink on it seemed like it had just been written. Even though there was no name was written on it, they could tell from the handwriting that it was left behind by the Azure Yang Lord. It looks like it was indeed as I suspected. Senior Azure Yang Lord should be Senior Great Empress Duo Cultivation Partner. Yi-Yun recalled the words left behind by the Azure Yang Lord on the pillar. The azure rainbow pierces the blood moon, ice-cold seals God abyss. The first line of the poem referred to the Azure Yang Lord himself, and the second half referred to the ancient Great Empress. As for the Great Empress mystic realm, it was most likely jointly created by the ancient Great Empress and the Azure Yang Lord. What a good pair of immortal-like partners. Lin Shintong gently brushed her hand across the zither as a strange light flashed in her eyes. They both had naturally terminated meridians, and she was successor designate. So although Lin Shintong and the ancient Great Empress had never made contact, there was an inexplicable sense of affection. As she touched the zither, it was as if she could see the woman in solitude playing the zither in the snow. As for the Azure Yang Lord, he was sitting by her side at the tea table, drinking wine while enjoying the music. Such a life was indeed enviable. Lin Shintong's heart could not help but look forward to this as she involuntarily glanced at Yi-Yun. Looking at this letter, Senior Azure Yang Lord and the ancient Great Empress were planning to return, but they never did. I wonder what they encountered. Yi-Yun frowned slightly. For something that figures at the level of the Azure Yang Lord and the ancient Great Empress could not settle, to the point of never returning, what had really happened probably far exceeded his imagination. In the small building, everything was fresh and elegant. Even the flower vases were blooming with winter plums. Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong walked lightly in the building out of respect for the ancient Great Empress and the Azure Yang Lord. They did not want to disturb anything in the building. Oh. Over there. Lin Shintong pointed. In the Great Empress room, there was a simple and minimalistic bookshelf. It was easy to see everything in the building at a glance and there was nothing special. The bookshelf was filled with jade scrolls. Yi-Yun glanced at Lin Shintong and noticed the usually indifferent Lin Shintong breathing heavier. He knew that she could not feel calm at this moment. She had shouldered too many things due to her naturally terminated meridians. She vowed to join her terminated meridians up and reverse her fate. And now, on the bookshelf, she might be able to find a hint of that chance. No matter how indifferent she was, she could not help but feel agitated at this moment. At this instant, she suddenly felt her other hand being covered by another hand. Lin Shintong glanced at Yi-Yun as he whispered, "We have already reached this point. We will definitely find the method to join up terminated meridians left behind by the ancient Great Empress. It's just a matter of time." Lin Shintong nodded as she gently touched the jade scrolls on the bookshelf. The books and jade scrolls were not covered with a single speck of dust. It was as if someone had frequently cleaned them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 514, Great Empress Heart Sutra. Chapter 514, Great Empress Heart Sutra. After gently picking a few jade scrolls, Lin Shintong sank her perception into them. These jade scrolls were not collections of cultivation techniques, they were informal notes and insights gained while cultivating, all written by the ancient Great Empress. The ancient Great Empress described a large part of her cultivation process for the first half of her life in the Jade Scrolls, as well as the laws she gained insight on when she broke through realms. Although many things could be understood but not explained, with the experiences of predecessors laid out in front of them, many people could take fewer detours. Especially when Lin Shintong was like the ancient Great Empress. They both had naturally terminated meridians, so the both of them experienced some of the same difficulties while cultivating. These things were of great value to Lin Shintong. Lin Shintong continuously flipped through more than 10 jade scrolls. Her chest heaved gently because her heart was extremely perturbed. The words in the jade scrolls were delicate but strong. Clearly, it was written by the Great Empress. Compared to the Azure Yang Lord's words, the ancient Great Empress words were much neater, so Lin Shintong could read them more quickly. While reading the Jade Scrolls, Lin Shintong found that a cultivation technique, Great Empress Heart Sutra, was mentioned a lot. This cultivation technique had accompanied the ancient Great Empress for life. The Great Empress Heart Sutra. Lin Shintong frowned. Suddenly, she realized something and looked at a box placed on the corner of the bookshelf. This box was made of wood, but it looked not much different to a cosmetic box. Lin Shintong gently opened it. In the wooden box, there was a bluish-white ancient book. The ancient book was similar to the handwritten book left behind by the Azure Young Lord. It was equally thin like a cicada's wings, but it felt like metal. Flipping the ancient book open, the first page was an introduction that described the origins of the ancient book. When the primordial universe was first created, it gave birth to the 12 empyrean heavens. There were mighty primordial figures who gained insight on the natural laws, slowly establishing martial arts heritages. The ultimate martial art heritages were regarded by warriors in the 12 empyrean heavens as divine canons, which were supreme techniques that approached the heavenly Tao. Maybe, it was somewhat destined that the natural laws had a particular rule that only allowed one divine canon to approach the heavenly Tao. After the long river of history, each one of the 12 empyrean heavens' divine emperors had a divine canon each. And the divine canon owned by the Yang God Empyrean Heaven was the Yang God Manual. The Azure Yang Lord came from the Yang God Empyrean Heaven, so he had cultivated the first volume of the Yang God Manual. His martial arts also came from the Yang God Manual. The Yang God Manual was the supreme divine canon for cultivating pure Yang laws. Even the Azure Yang Lord himself was extremely limited in gaining insight into the Yang God Manual. As for the ancient Great Empress, she had naturaline meridians, so the cultivation techniques she cultivated were all purine cultivation techniques. No matter how good the Yang God Manual was, she was unable to cultivate it. However, maybe the ancient Great Empress was not fated to die. The Azure Yang Lord was born with great fated luck. Because of this, other than cultivating the Yang God Manual in the 12 empyrean heavens, he had also obtained a remnant copy of a 9 Nether Sacred Manual in a mystic realm expedition. And the 9 Nether Sacred Manual happened to be a supreme technique for cultivating the purine laws. In the past, although the Azure Yang Lord had obtained the 9 Nether Sacred Manual, he could not cultivate it, since he cultivated pure Yang cultivation techniques, and his body's Yuan Qi was that of pure Yang. This changed only when he came to the Tian Yuan world and met the ancient Great Empress. The two of them fell in love. Although the Azure Yang Lord was the ancient Great Empress' Tao partner, he was also her master. The Azure Yang Lord handed the 9 Nether Sacred Manual to the ancient Great Empress. However, the Azure Yang Lord probably did not realize that he had inadvertently allowed the accomplishment of a real peerless genius. When he and the ancient Great Empress were in duo cultivation, the ancient Great Empress would refine the Yang God Yuan Qi that the Azure Yang Lord had from cultivating the pure Yang Manual. Although she was unable to join her naturally terminated meridians up, she was still slowly being healed, allowing her to prolong her lifespan by 1,000 years. And 1,000 years later, at the age of 1,200, the ancient Great Empress sensed that her flames of life were gradually weakening. If she carried on, she would reach the end of her life, so she decided to enter reclusive death training, which lasted for more than 90 years. From the Yang God Manual and the 9 Nether Sacred Manual, she gained insight into a cultivation technique that belonged to her, the Great Empress Heart Sutra. This Great Empress Heart Sutra cultivated both in pure Yin and pure Yang. It was a cultivation technique manual that combined Yin and Yang. It was most suitable for her and the Azure Yang Lord to cultivate together. The both of them cultivated it together and they finally succeeded. As such, the ancient Great Empress managed to break through the shackles of her naturally terminated meridians. With their cultivation technique mastered, she toured the world with the Azure Yang Lord. When Yi Yun and Lin Xintong read up till here, they were shocked. It was unbelievable that the ancient Great Empress was able to merge supreme techniques like the Yang God Manual and the 9 Nether Sacred Manual together. Such a genius was extremely rare. Even if one searched amongst the top geniuses in the 12 Empyrean heavens, it was also difficult to find a person with such ability. To refine the heritage in the 12 divine canon for one's own use, let alone the combination of Yin and Yang to create a cultivation technique. So this book is the Great Empress Heart Sutra. Previously, at the relic trial, Shintu Nantian had a plan. His family clan's elders had obtained the description to the Great Empress Heart Sutra while seeking opportunities in the Great Empress mystic realm. As such, Shintu Nantian wanted to use Lin Xintong to cultivate the Great Empress Heart Sutra. Even if he had succeeded in obtaining some superficial knowledge, it would greatly improve his cultivation level, and he could become the sovereign of the Tian Yuan world. And throughout the whole Tian Yuan world, only Lin Xintong, who had naturally terminated meridians and a purine body, could help him accomplish this. As long as he mastered the Great Empress Heart Sutra, he had nothing to do with Lin Xintong, be it the length of her lifespan, or whether she was dead or alive. And now, right in front of Lin Xintong and Yi Yun was the complete Great Empress Heart Sutra. This cultivation technique that was supreme in both Yin and Yang already far exceeded the martial arts heritage of the Tian Yuan world. Is this the chance for me to join my naturally terminated meridians up? Lin Xintong's fingers trembled, but she was in no hurry to flip the Great Empress Heart Sutra open. She straightened her dress and bowed deeply to the bookshelf 3 times. When warriors trained in martial arts, they could disrespect the heavens and earth. They could have contempt for worldly etiquette, but they could not disrespect the predecessing sages. This was because the martial heritage that warriors cultivated were obtained only because of the predecessing sages who had gone through countless numbers of meditative thoughts and took on risk to test it to slowly develop them. After the bowing, Lin Xintong respectfully took the Great Empress Heart Sutra out and she placed it flat on the desk. When scholars read the books of sages, they would go through a ritual of burning incense and washing hands before flipping the book open. This was to calm one's heart down, so that they could understand the meaning of the words of the sages. It was the same with warriors. Lin Xintong meditated for nearly an hour in front of the Great Empress Heart Sutra before opening her eyes. When she opened her eyes, Lin Xintong's gaze was completely calm. Even though a supreme canon that determined her fate was laid in front of her, she used a respectful and calm mood to slowly flip it open. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 515, An Unseen but Definite Fate. Chapter 515, An Unseen but Definite Fate. Yi Yun was beside Lin Xintong and they read this shocking heritage left behind by the ancient Great Empress together. Without any exaggerations, it was the entire Great Empress mystic realm's core. It was the greatest wealth left behind by the ancient Great Empress. The first volume of the Great Empress Heart Sutra was the general principles of the entire cultivation technique. It described how Yang came before Yin. And when Yi Yun saw the Yang elemental law's general principles, he was stunned, for what was written was: Sunrise from Tang Valley, roaming across the world, spreading light onto world, brilliant glorious magnificent luster, 10 sons from Fusang, who masters pure Yang. The paragraph might sound obscure, but these words, that were full of charm, were extremely familiar to Yi Yun. This was The general principles behind the Taya sacred technique. The general principles behind the Taya sacred technique were the same as the Great Empress Heart Sutra's principles. Yun's first reaction was that it was impossible. Although the Taya sacred technique was quite an impressive heritage, when compared to the level of the Great Empress Heart Sutra, it was far from it. If the Taya sacred technique was such an amazing heritage, the Taya divine kingdom would have been destroyed by the evil factions in the Tian Yuan world. Clearly, the Taya sacred technique was not to the point where it would cause the various factions from the Tian Yuan world to covet it. Then what was this? Yun, I also noticed. Although I never cultivated the Taya sacred technique, while I was in the Taya divine kingdom, I had browsed through a little of the core heritage of the Taya divine kingdom, that included the Taya sacred technique and the dragon rib tiger bone fist. The general principles of the Taya sacred technique do indeed look extremely similar to those of the Great Empress Heart Sutra. Years ago, when Su Jie took Lin Xintong to the Taya divine kingdom, she had once sparred with Yun using the dragon rib tiger bone fist. Lin Xintong's attainment in martial arts greatly fascinated Yun. Oh! Only the first 72 words of the Great Empress Heart Sutra and the Taya sacred technique are the same. After that, it differs. Although Yun had only mastered the first few volumes of the Taya sacred technique, he had also seen the complete Taya sacred technique. So now, even with his eyes closed, the entire Taya sacred technique could appear in his mind. The Great Empress Heart Sutra was even more profound than the Taya sacred technique. The Taya sacred technique comes from the Great Empress Heart Sutra. Actually, in terms of profoundness, it is far from it. However, the two cultivation techniques are definitely related. It's no wonder that the Taya sacred technique was used as the cornerstone of the Taya divine kingdom. Despite the test of time, it allowed the Taya divine kingdom to flourish for millions of years. Indeed, the Taya divine kingdom had existed for quite an excessive period of time. It was located in the backwater east, far from the Tian Yuan world and far from conflict. It had witnessed the rise and fall of several factions in the Tian Yuan world. What is the origin of the Taya sacred technique? How did it appear in the Taya divine kingdom? Lin Xintong asked Yun. Although the Taya sacred technique was only a small portion of the Great Empress Heart Sutra, it was still quite surprising for Lin Xintong. There were so many family clans and large factions in the Tian Yuan world, but none of their core cultivation techniques had any similarities to the Great Empress Heart Sutra. In the Taya divine kingdom, it was popularly rumored that the Taya sacred technique was created by the Taya divine kingdom's founding emperor, and it was constantly tweaked by successive emperors. But according to what I know, the Taya sacred technique was actually a remnant that the founding emperor found in a mystic realm. Later on, based on his own understanding of martial arts, he finally named it the Taya sacred technique. What Yun said was information he had obtained in the Taya divine city. Mystic realm. What mystic realms are there in the vicinity of the Taya divine kingdom? From what I know, north of the Taya divine kingdom, in the divine wilderness, there are two mystic realms. One of them is the meteorite abyss. However, the warriors of the Taya divine kingdom are unlikely to have opened it. As for the second mystic realm, it is within the Taya divine city, and it is known as the Sword and Saber Tomb. I have entered the Sword and Saber Tomb before. A long time ago, when the Taya divine city was established, the two tombs had been robbed empty. The cultivation techniques, manuals and treasures in it had disappeared. There were saber and sword marks left on the Sword and Saber Tomb's walls. These marks were extremely exquisite. It contained supreme sword and saber Tao for people to gain insight in them. And according to what I know, even figures as strong as the Shinto patriarch would not be able to carve something like them. When Yun said this, an idea lit up in his head as he carried on, right. About a year ago, the Desolate Race's Empyrean King, Shepherd Boy, once led a desolate beast army to the Taya divine city, forcing the Taya divine city's cultivators to be transported away. Finally, the Taya divine city fell. And when the Shepherd Boy's army arrived, the Taya Divine City's city lord had asked the shepherd boy why he was destroying the Taya Divine Kingdom. The shepherd boy's answer was, "Because I have something to do. I do not truly want to destroy Taya, but unfortunately, the few countries around the divine wilderness are hindering me from doing what I want to do. As such, I can only annihilate." Ian's memory was very good, so he could repeat whatever the shepherd boy had said ad verbatim. When Lin Shintong heard this, her eyebrows ticked. When the shepherd boy attacked the Taya Divine Kingdom, she was being forced into marriage by the Shintu family clan. So she was in reclusive training, hence, she did not know about things happening in the backwater east. To do something, he was willing to destroy the trillions of lives in the Taya Divine Kingdom. What could it be? Could it be to find Jiang Xiao? Lin Shintong naturally knew that Iyan's sister was from the royal lineage of the Desolate race. Iyan shook his head, "No. It was just a coincidence that my sister, Jiang Xiao, happened to be in the Taya Divine Kingdom." The shepherd boy probably did not know that in the beginning. So the thing he wanted to do was not to find my sister. It seems like it was a bigger matter. The shepherd boy had said, all sorts of natural living things support the survival of humans, yet, humans have never reciprocated that to the heavens. Humans have accepted the gifts from nature, but what they consider is forever their own interests. You have extracted from nature without constraint, and with your trillions of people, you have extracted even more. To survive, are you not killing living beings every second and every moment? And the numbers you kill are far greater in number than the number of humans. The world is heartless, it treats everything as lowly beings. In front of a stronger power, humans are no different from pigs and dogs. You can kill other living beings because you are strong. If other living beings kill you, it is because they are stronger. Not only you, even large worlds can collapse, formation, existence, and then destruction. It is all a part of the heavenly Tao. Back then, when Ian had heard the shepherd boy's words, he only felt that the shepherd boy was justifying his actions, and he did not think too much about it. But now, while trying to understand his words in detail, he realized something strange. Recalling the moment before he had to save Lin Shintong, the God Advent Tower's item spirit had said the words "there's no time." Something that needed the God Advent Tower's item spirit to use the sealed energy left behind by the ancient Great Empress to repel the enemy. A mysterious faction that plotted against the God Advent Tower, and from the same mysterious faction, came the swarthy youth who had entered the God Advent Tower using an unknown method. Amongst all this, was there a connection? Recalling the array images in the second level of the God Advent Tower, in ancient times, the proud and overbearing Azure Yang Lord had annihilated the black armored warrior with a sword attack. A sword attack that split the seas, 2 sword attacks that broke the heavens, and 3 sword attacks to annihilate the moon and the sun. He was really unrivaled and he could not be looked down upon. The azure rainbow pierces the blood moon, ice-cold seals God abyss. Blood moon. Be careful of the blood moon. Was the blood moon a symbol of a calamity? With all these linked together, it made Ian feel that this was the indication of a storm that was slowly brewing. However, he found it difficult to guess what had happened in ancient times. Besides, in ancient times, the martial arts heritage were clearly much stronger than it is now. In the period that the ancient Great Empress existed, the overall strength of warriors was clearly on a different level to what it is now. Logically, martial arts should improve with civilization. But the fact was that in the Tian Yuan world, martial arts was taking steps backwards, with each generation weaker than the last. These massive doubts made Yi Yun feel a sense of foreboding. It seemed like an invisible demonic hand was slowly reaching out towards the Tian Yuan world. "Miss Lin, I recall something. When the shepherd boy conquered the Taya Divine City, he did not lead his desolate beast army to flatten the Taya Divine Kingdom. This was most likely due to my sister's objection, but certainly that was one of the goals of the shepherd boy. And also one of his main goals had been accomplished when he conquered the Taya Divine City. The shepherd boy's desolate beast army had stayed in the Taya Divine City for a long period of time, with no one knowing what he was doing there. The Taya Divine City may have a lot of resources, but those things are nothing that a figure at the level of the shepherd boy would eye. Other than the sword and saber tomb, I can't think of anything else he would eye. What is most bizarre is that a few days after the shepherd boy occupied the Taya Divine City, there was a strong violent purple beam that shot up in the direction of the Taya Divine City. Following that, purple clouds covered the sky. Even the cloud wilderness, which was millions of miles away, also had the same scene. Back then, after being rescued by the shepherd boy, I was thinking of escaping to the cloud wilderness. I witnessed the scene. The purple clouds that shrouded the sky. When Yin said this, something lit up in Lin Xintong's head. Purple cloud's birth. Are you talking about the purple cloud's birth? I have seen that scene before too. Back then, Lin Xintong had accompanied Su Jie to the cloud wilderness precisely because of the purple cloud's birth in the cloud wilderness. Su Jie believed that it was an opportunity that could join up Lin Xintong's terminated meridians, so he rushed there together with Lin Xintong. And it was because of going to the cloud wilderness that they met Yun. That's right. It was Purple Cloud's birth. You should know that several years ago, due to the engagement with Shintu Nantian, you had to leave the Taya Divine Kingdom. Your master had entered a mystic realm in the cloud wilderness together with his old friend, Marquis Wenyun. In the end, an incident happened in the mystic realm, causing Senior Su Jie to be trapped in there. Only after the shepherd boy attacked the Taya Divine City and the purple beam from the Taya Divine City shot up did the purple cloud's birth appear once again in the cloud wilderness. This also allowed Senior Su Jie to be released. And I was attracted by the purple cloud's birth that resulted in me meeting Senior Su Jie. This allowed me to follow him to the Tian Yuan world and meet you for the second time. Because of the purple cloud's birth, Senior Su Jie had brought you to the cloud wilderness, and he also entered a mystic realm. As such, our meeting was also because of the purple cloud's birth. And also because of the purple cloud's birth, Senior Su Jie escaped from the mystic realm, bringing me out of the cloud wilderness, for us to meet again. All of this seems like destiny. When Yin described all that had happened in the past few years, Lin Xintong felt an inexplicable chill. She never wanted to succumb to fate. Although she had natural Yin meridians, it had never weakened her determination to defy fate. However, when her fate was intertwined with ancient times, something that the ancient Great Empress and Azure Yang Lord failed to resist had extended to the present, befalling on Yun and herself. In ancient times, the Azure Yang Lord who cultivated pure Yang laws, and the ancient Great Empress with naturally terminated meridians probably stood in front of this very bookshelf as well. And now, Yun who cultivated pure Yang laws and her with naturally terminated meridians were also standing here. This coincidence seemed like an invisible hand of fate that was arranging things in the dark. Maybe she and Yun were to repeat the fates from ancient times? Then, what was their fate? Author's note: this chapter links up all the hidden links embedded in the first one. 4,000,000 characters together. It is also a part of the novel's main plotline. It's quite an important chapter. I hope everyone will read it more carefully, or else, some of the plot in the future might be missed. Thank you for your support. Translator's note: refer to chapter 206 for Yun's first read of the Taya Sacred Technique. Refer to chapter 349 for the exchange between the shepherd boy and the Taya Divine City's city lord. Refer to chapter 371 for what the shepherd boy did in the sword and saber tombs, resulting in another purple cloud's birth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 516, Yin-Yang Integration. Chapter 516, Yin-Yang Integration. Yun, let's not think about those questions for the time being. Regardless of the matter, increasing our strength is what matters most. Although the desolate race's shepherd boy's motives were unknown, and the mysterious faction behind the swarthy youth made Lin Xintong worry, at this moment in time, she and Yun were unable to change anything because they were too weak. Not only them, even if it was the entire Lin family, they would be helpless against a tsunami that could engulf the entire Tianyuan world. For a warrior, his own strength was of utmost importance. If Yun and Lin Xintong could match the ancient Great Empress and the Azure Yang Lord in terms of strength, then they too would not be at a loss against any shocking turn of events. Miss Lin, you are right. Let's focus on studying the heritage left behind by the ancient Great Empress, so as not to let down senior item spirit. Yun nodded and he was about to carry on reading the Great Empress Heart Sutra, but Lin Xintong's ears turned slightly red. After some hesitation, she said softly, "In the future, you can just call me Xintong." Lin Xintong had a cold personality ever since she was young. She did not like to speak or laugh. From the age of 12, after she matured into a young lady, she had never been addressed so intimately by a person of the opposite sex. The feeling she gave people was that of solitude, making it difficult for any male to get close to her. Even those who treated Lin Xintong as their ideal lover would subconsciously be very courteous towards her when they met her. It was any normal person's reaction. However, now, Yun and Lin Xintong had reached this point because they had trusted each other. Their relationship was already extremely close, so for the first time, Lin Xintong felt that the salutation, "Miss Lin," seemed to be pretty distant. Alright then. Yun was a modern person in his previous life, so he did not care much about propriety, so he naturally accepted this form of salutation. "Xintong, let's carry on reading the Great Empress Heart Sutra. N. Lin Xintong nodded. With martial arts mentioned, the ripples in her heart quickly calmed down. As Yun said, she could not let the ancient Great Empress heritage down. The Great Empress Heart Sutra required a man and a woman to cultivate it together, combining yin and yang. On the woman's side, she focused on a pure yin cultivation technique. When cultivating it, her whole body would emit frost chi that would flow through all her meridians. It could really be described as extreme yin. Yin was not just simple coldness, it was something that would drain one's chi, blood, and flame of life. When yin reached an extreme, it did not mean coldness, it represented darkness and death. Even if a warrior, strong in both chi and blood, let such extreme yin yuan chi flow through his body would find it difficult to bear. Finally, his flame of life would be extinguished, causing him to die. And since Lin Xintong had natural yin meridians, it was something impossible for her to bear. Similarly, when the man cultivated the cultivation technique, it focused on pure yang. It was the pure yang manual that represented the supreme grand Tao. Once it was cultivated, pure yang fire would circulate in his meridians, and his 36,000 pores would spit out burning pure yang energy. Even peerless geniuses in the pure yang empyrean heaven would find it difficult to bear it when cultivating the Yang God Manual. Furthermore, with the Yang God Manual being extremely profound, it was nearly impossible to master it. Yun had a perfect pure yang body and he had the purple crystal origins to help him. So he naturally had an advantage over the typical geniuses when cultivating the pure yang manual. However, it could not fix the problem of his cultivation level being too low. This was like a toddler who just began to walk, trying to push a 1,000-pound boulder. Even though the toddler had great talent, he was still unable to push the boulder and he might even injure himself. This was the reason behind Lonin did not lead to birth and Solitude Yang did not allow growth. Hence, it was destined for the Great Empress Heart Sutra not to be separately cultivated by a man and a woman. They needed to unite yin and yang. When the female's yin energy reached an extreme, the male would use his abundant yang energy to neutralize it. When the male's body was burnt with yang energy, the female would rejuvenate him with clean yin energy. By helping each other, the two would work together to push through their difficulties. However, for the two to help each other, there had to be physical contact. Having their palms in contact was just the beginning. The deeper they cultivated in the Great Empress Heart Sutra, the more contact there was between them. People who practiced martial arts had 360 acupuncture points. These acupuncture points had to be matched correspondingly. When cultivating the Great Empress Heart Sutra, both the man and the woman had to allow free flow between their acupuncture points. This meant that contact between their bodies could not be avoided. If they transmitted yin and yang energy through empty space, it would still work, but there would be a lot of transmission loss. One had to know that when cultivating martial arts, especially when cultivating a top-grade cultivation technique like the Great Empress Heart Sutra, one could fail even if he tried his best. Failure could happen easily, so everything had to be done to one's best. Seeing this description, Lin Shintong had a strange feeling in her heart, however she was naturally calm and cool. Previously, when she understood the essence of the Great Empress Heart Sutra, she already had some expectations and she was mentally prepared. Besides, Lin Shintong already treated Yun as a lifelong friend. She could still accept such things. However, when she flipped over to the second volume of the Great Empress Heart Sutra, the cultivation technique went one step further. At this moment, both the man and the woman who were cultivating had to constantly purify the yin and yang energy within their bodies. What was already pure yin and yang yuan qi had to be purified once again, which was a qualitative change. According to the Great Empress Heart Sutra, when pure yin accumulated to an extreme, it could give rise to a life that would have a spirit. When energy formed a spirit, it was no longer something trivial. It meant that it had a life of its own. It was on a different level to the natural laws. Taking the purple crystal as an example, the purple crystal could freely control energy that did not have any life. But against energies with life or spirit, no matter how powerful the purple crystal was, it could not rob it from them freely. The ancient Great Empress had named this spiritual pure yin energy the jade marrow spiritual energy. Similarly, the pure yang energy which formed a spirit was named by her as the nine yang spiritual energy. The jade marrow spiritual energy and nine yang spiritual energy were the essence of the Great Empress Heart Sutra. When the male-female duo, who were cultivating the Great Empress Heart Sutra, produced these two energies, they had to transfer it to their partner before they could carry on cultivating. However, controlling these two energy with spirits was extremely tough. Although yin and yang had a mutual attraction, they were after all opposites. It needed constant guidance to merge them bit by bit. When the energy had life, it also meant they were sentient. It needed the two energies to come into contact and let them accept one another. However, this was extremely difficult. At this moment, just being in contact through palms and acupuncture points was useless. To let these two energies come into contact and cling together, it needed a further step, such as energy transference through their mouths. It even needed the two to be naked, and it might even need them to hug without any clothes separating them. Upon seeing this, no matter how calm Lin Shintong was, she was no longer able to read it calmly. Her chest began to rise and fall. A redness began to slowly appear on her jade snow-like face, spreading all the way to her ears. Yin was standing beside Lin Shintong, and he happened to see Lin Shintong's red ears. Her red exquisite ears were so beautiful that one could not help but love them. He realized that although Lin Shintong seldom spoke or laughed, she had an interesting and cute side to her. Lin Shintong actually seldom turned red from embarrassment. Even though she had previously been in close contact with Yun at the hot springs, to Lin Shintong, who had never been in a relationship, it was definitely something preposterous. However, Lin Shintong only had a faint redness on her face then. However, Lin Shintong's tiny ear was the only thing that betrayed her indifferent expression. It indicated its owner's thoughts, and it showed that she was certainly far from being as calm as her expression. As for Lin Shintong herself, it seemed like she did not notice this. For example, now, she did not turn her head to look at Yun. Facing the undisguised description in the Great Empress Heart Sutra, she still could appear calm. She was still using her white fingers to flip the pages one by one. Seeing this rare but cute side of Lin Shintong, Yun could not help but feel a strange feeling rise up within him. Especially when he thought of the explicit scenes described in the Great Empress Heart Sutra, it made Yun's heartbeat even faster. As time passed by, Lin Shintong and Yun stood there with their bodies close to each other. Together, they read what was a restricted book to Lin Shintong, but at the same time, it was a supreme sacred technique. In this serene scene and the snow-covered small building, there were simple teacups. The gentle wind that swept past the zither gave the atmosphere a very strange but warm feeling. As a normal man, Yi-Yun had to admit that although he appeared very thoughtful or did things because of objective reasons on the surface, in his heart, he felt that if such things really happened, they were definitely miraculous events that he exceedingly welcomed. Especially with Lin Shintong, Yi-Yun seemed to have an intrinsic attraction that was like pure yin and yang's natural attraction to each other. This could also be described as the extreme point of man-woman relationships. However, skin-to-skin contact was not the end to duo cultivation. The term duo cultivation originally referred to man and woman having intercourse, exchanging yuan qi to rejuvenate one another, so as to allow a breakthrough in their respective cultivations. As for the Great Empress Heart Sutra, in the third volume, there was no way of going around this problem. In fact, although the ancient Great Empress and the Azure Yang Lord were one in mind, and had already affirmed that they were each other's partner for life, both of them were dedicated to martial arts. They were people without sexual desires, so they were lukewarm towards sexual matters. What they strived for was supreme martial arts. The two found a connection because they had similar goals. When they both cultivated the Great Empress Heart Sutra, they had worked blindly together. But when the yin-yang integration reached an extreme, some things could not be avoided. At this point, the Great Empress Heart Sutra made it clear that to reach the extreme point of combining yin-yang as one needed the man and the woman to become one. Upon seeing this, Lin Shintong could no longer maintain her facial composure. Before reading the Great Empress Heart Sutra, she had conditioned herself to be calm. However, that no longer had any effect. As such, in about half the time she used to take to read a page, her white fingers had already flipped to the next page. Then, she slightly clamped up as she stood there beside Yi-Yun, unsure whether to turn her head. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 517, Extreme Yin and Yang. Chapter 517, Extreme Yin and Yang. Up to this point, they had read about 60% of the Great Empress Heart Sutra. The remaining 40% mentioned the details on the cultivation after spiritual energy was created. As for anything that had to do with yin-yang integration regarding the spiritual energy, it was inseparable from duo cultivation. What made Lin Shintong's ears become even redder was that the duo cultivation written in the Great Empress Heart Sutra also paid close attention to postures as well as energy circulation. The energy circulation was fine, but the duo cultivation postures made Lin Shintong extremely embarrassed. In fact, several martial arts manuals would include cultivation formulas along with the actions the person learning it should perform. Some manuals would even draw out human figures, indicating what a warrior needed to do. Although the Great Empress Heart Sutra did not do so, the descriptions with the yin-yang energy circulation was already explicit enough for Lin Shintong to understand the postures needed for duo cultivation. Some of the postures themselves were nothing much, but if she did them in front of Yi-Yun, then things would be different. For another worldly girl, who was usually proud and indifferent, to do these actions was a challenge of Lin Shintong's sense of shame. The more she read, the more Lin Shintong found it difficult to accept. This caused her breathing to become chaotic as she became more and more embarrassed. Finally, she could no longer bear it further and snapped close the ancient book. The simple cover was very well textured, so no matter how she looked at this classic canon, Lin Shintong found it hard to imagine that it was such a forbidden book from its cover. She took a deep breath as she tried her best to calm herself. Her back faced Yi-Yun for another 30 seconds before she was finally able to appear without that clamped up and embarrassed expression. Only then did she slowly turn towards Yi-Yun. It appeared as if she had never seen the explicit contents and nonchalantly told Yi-Yun, the content towards the end of the Great Empress Heart Sutra requires a very high standard in cultivation level. I do not think we can cultivate it, so let us not look at it for the time being. There is no point in biting off more than we can chew. Let us slowly cultivate with the beginning content first. Well, Shintong, you are right. Seeing Lin Shintong's reactions, Ian found it very interesting. Of course, with Lin Shintong already in such a predicament, Ian would definitely not laugh out and make her more embarrassed. He answered with the same calm and confident tone, "Alright, I can cultivate it any time." Yes. Lin Shintong nodded, and subconsciously touched her slightly hot ears, and picked up the Great Empress Heart Sutra. The cultivation of the Great Empress Heart Sutra was a gradual process. Before nurturing a spiritual energy, there was no need for real duo cultivation. Lin Shintong could still accept these things. Just as Lin Shintong picked up the Great Empress Heart Sutra, another door of light appeared in this elegant small building. The cold voice previously said that Yi Yun and Lin Shintong had the right to enter 3 grand halls. The second door of light clearly led to the final grand hall. The Great Empress Mystic Realm's final rewards for Lin Shintong and Yi Yun were few in variety. There were no elixirs or pills. As for weapons, there was only the sun shooting 9 death's bow. The most important thing was the Great Empress Heart Sutra, which was the core of the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Elixirs and weapons were after all foreign objects. Only one's own acquired strength was key. Now, what could the opportunities that lied in the final grand hall be? Lin Shintong and Yi Yun looked each other in the eye before they walked through the door of light, hand in hand. The moment they passed through the door of light, Yi Yun and Lin Shintong felt an intense yuan qi fluctuation. It was more appropriate to call this grand hall a stone chamber. Its interior was very simple. There was a stone table and a few stone benches. After such a long period of time, these stone furnitures were still very clean, with not a speck of dust on them. It was unknown if there was an array protecting this place, or if the item spirit cleaned it. The stone chamber had a side chamber. Upon entering this side chamber, Yi Yun and Lin Shintong were stunned upon seeing the scene within. This side chamber was much bigger than Yi Yun's imagination. In the middle of the side chamber was a large futon. The futon was about 4 to 5 meters in diameter, and was about half a meter thick. Despite a long time having passed, this futon was still spotless. This futon is made of silk from the 9 revolutions silkworm. This silk is soft and lustrous. It is invulnerable to water and fire and dust-free. It will forever appear as new. Furthermore, with the arrays protecting it, this futon will still remain the same even after 100 million years. As Lin Shintong spoke, Yi Yun could not help but touch the large futon. Upon touching it, it was smooth and cool. It was like touching spring water that flowed from the mountains. Although the futon was made from the silk of the 9 revolution silkworm, it was not the reason why Yi Yun and Lin Shintong were stunned. They were stunned because, not far from the futon, there were 2 extreme spots joined together. On one side was a lava pool that was 10 meters in radius. It was unknown how deep this lava pool was. The lava in it was quiet and calm. It gave off a golden sheen. Just approaching it made one feel an extremely hot and terrifying pure yang energy surge towards them. Even Yi Yun, who had a pure yang body, was shocked over this. Clearly this lava pool was many times hotter than the lava lake Yi Yun had seen in the 2nd level of the God Advent Tower. Jumping into such a lava pool was a huge challenge. And on the other side of the lava pool, there was an ice bed that was 10 meters in radius. This ice bed was entirely blue in color, and it was crystal clear. It was like a huge piece of blue, cold jade. What was most bizarre was that, in the blue ice, there were many things sealed within. There were flora and fauna, creatures of all kinds. There were even mountains, lakes, and rivers. It was like a miniaturized world that had suddenly been frozen in ice. This made it seem like all life and landscapes in this world maintained the same state as they had before they were frozen. Ignoring the mountains and rivers, looking at the various fauna, some of them were the size of a speck of dust, but when Ian focused with his eyes, and with careful observation, he could see wings, eyes, and even scaly textures. They were lifelike. These are not true living things, nor is it a world sealed in the icebed. It is conceived by the natural laws when purine accumulates to an extreme. Lin Shintong touched the ice and the biting chill transmitted the feeling of purine laws to her. The mighty force of nature was magical. The universe was created out of nothing. From chaos and nothingness, out came a huge world that was splendid in every way. There were astronomical bodies, water bodies, wind, rain, and lightning. There was all sorts of living things, as well as intelligent life. And these lives and forces of nature created ever-changing but magnificent wonders, creating beautiful civilizations. And all of this was controlled by the most essential laws. They evolved slowly from chaos over a long period of time. After the icebed possessed the laws, it had the power of creation. Who would dare to doubt that, after an infinite amount of time, this icebed would not give rise to a real world? This is really a spectacular place. Both pure yin and pure yang, extreme cold and heat, are intertwined with each other. After millions of years, they still have not cancelled each other out, and they are still distinct from one another. An array that can maintain all of this is really unbelievable. It seems impossible to catch up to the ancient Great Empress and the Azure Yan Lord's understanding of the Yin-Yang laws. Yi Yun sighed from the bottom of his heart. Without a doubt, this third grand hall was actually a chamber for practicing martial arts. Practicing in this stone chamber could be said to have doubled the results with half the effort. The pure yang lava pool and the extreme cold ice bed could allow their cultivation techniques to improve at a rapid pace. As for the futon in the middle, that was the place Yun and Lin Shintong could use when they had to exchange their energies, as well as when they needed to undergo duo cultivation. Lin Shintong clearly was aware of this. Looking at the large futon made by the 9 Revolutions silkworm silk, her ears turned slightly red, as her mind could not help but think of strange things. Now, Ian already had the Azure Yang token that allowed him free access into the Great Empress Mystic Realm on the God Advent Tower. With the Azure Yang token, he could enter this chamber to duo cultivate the Great Empress Heart Sutra. This chamber would become a private place that belonged to the two of them. By duo cultivating here, no one could disturb them. Upon seeing this scene, Ian suddenly had a thought. He took out the everlasting purple gold medicine box from his interspatial ring. Upon opening the medicine box, a surge of pure yang energy as well as an intoxicating fragrance emitted out. In the medicine box was the red lotus Yi Yun had plucked in the second level of the God Advent Tower. It's it. When Lin Shintong saw the red lotus, she felt a sense of familiarity. In the extreme cold icy plains, Yi Yun had already told her that it was the lotus seeds of this red lotus that had saved her life, and this was the first time Lin Shintong saw the red lotus. Shintong, this red lotus is a heavenly treasure. It was born in a lava lake in the second level of the God Advent Tower. It had grown by absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth for countless numbers of years. It was not easy for it to grow, and we are indebted to it. I plan on growing it here. The everlasting purple gold medicine box could perfectly preserve the red lotus vitality. However, as Yun constantly plucked seeds from the red lotus, the luster in its rhizome had slightly diminished. Although it was only a herbal plant, but due to all sorts of reasons in the past, Yun could not bear refining it into an elixir. Then, letting the red lotus take root here would not only purify the pure yang energy in the chamber, it could also allow for him to pluck its seeds when they matured once more. It was a treasure that could be used to supplement his pure yang energy. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Since this chamber would become a Yi Yun and Lin Shintong's private world in the future, this red lotus would be a luxurious but also practical potting plant for the two of them. All right. Yi Yun's thoughts were consistent with Lin Shintong's intentions. As such, Yi Yun took out the red lotus from the everlasting purple gold medicine box and placed it into the lava pool. Upon entering the lava pool, the red lotus seemed like a fish that had returned to water after a long period of time. It quietly stretched out its long roots deep into the lava pool. The lava pool was of a much higher quality than the lava lake in the second level of the God Advent Tower. This red lotus had lived for a long time, so it had some intelligence. Coming to this new land of growth made it overjoyed. It greedily absorbed the vast and supreme pure yang energy into the lava pool, and the flowers it bloomed after were vivid like fire. Seeing the red lotus coming back to life, and looking better than ever before, Yun was very pleased. He turned towards Lin Shintong and said, "Shintong, time is of the essence. Let us begin cultivating now. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 518, Gecko Cinnabar * on Jade Arms. Chapter 518, Gecko Cinnabar on Jade Arms. Translator, Seetulin. Editor, Seetulin. Cultivate? Lin Shintong was momentarily stunned. We are beginning right now? She subconsciously glanced at the Great Empress Heart Sutra book in her arms. At that moment, her heart was like a young, prancing deer. Although she had already made the mental preparations to cultivate this forbidden book, she still felt somewhat flustered when she was told to begin immediately. That's right, this chamber clearly is prepared for us to cultivate the Great Empress Heart Sutra. We can first master a tiny bit of the Great Empress Heart Sutra before we leave the God Advent Tower. Lin Shintong subconsciously nodded. Thinking back on the initial contents inside the Great Empress Heart Sutra, they were relatively easy to accept. They were only going to be in physical contact through their limbs, and not to the point of cultivational intercourse. She sat cross-legged on the large futon, while Yun sat across from her. "Shintong, what is your cultivation level?" Using his Heaven's Eye and purple crystal origins, Yun had an estimate of Lin Shintong's cultivation, but since he had not reached Lin Shintong's level, he was still not very clear on it, so he decided to confirm it with Lin Shintong. "I am at the initial stages of the Tao Seed Realm. Actually, if I wished, I could break into the mid-stages of the Tao Seed Realm." Many martial arts elites would suppress their cultivation level so as to consolidate their strength. This naturally had its reasons. However, there were peerless elites throughout history that left people in the dust, with their cultivation rapidly progressing, causing their contemporaries to fall far behind. "Then what about Shintunan Tian?" Yun asked again. Yun still did not know what Shintunanshan's cultivation level was. Back in the Taya Divine Kingdom, when he first met Shintunan Tian was a savior that came from a top faction of the Tian Yuan world. Even the Taya Divine Kingdom's emperor would have to be courteous to him. Compared to him, Yun's strength and status was too far away. He did not even have the right to know what Shintunanshan's cultivation realm was. However, right now, things were different. Yun's strength had intangibly increased at an unbelievable pace. And his status was that of a core disciple in the Lin family. He had won the high opinion of the Lin family's matriarch, so compared to Shintunan Tian, the only difference between them now was their age. Shintunan Tian is at the peak of the Tao Seed Realm. He is just short of entering the next realm. The peak of the Tao Seed Realm? Then compared to you, Shintong, the difference is not that great. Shintunan Tian was much older than Lin Shintong, and there was only the difference of two smaller realms, so Yun thought nothing of it. Lin Shintong said, "I guess so. Actually, this is firstly because once a warrior enters the Tao Seed Realm, one's cultivation speed slows down a lot. Secondly, my cultivation speed is indeed faster than Shintunan Tian. At the same age, my cultivation realm had exceeded his. Shintunanshan's cultivation focuses on stability. His foundation cannot be more solid. The reason why Shintunan Tian became famous in the Tian Yuan world was because of his firm and steady cultivation. He is incomparable in combat capacity amongst people of his age when talking about fighting someone beyond his level. Back when Shintunan Tian first entered the Tao Seed Realm, he defeated a rival family's peak Tao Seed Realm warrior at a martial arts competition, causing him to gain fame in just one fight. He beat a peak Tao Seed at the early stages of the Tao Seed Realm? Yun rubbed his chin. It looked like Shintanantian indeed had some ability for him to enjoy such a status amongst the younger generation of the Shinta family clan. However, this year, Shintanantian had no lack of suffering. It would already be pretty good if he recovered his strength. Shinton, I plan on accumulating Yuan Qi and break through to the Dao Seed realm here in the God Advent Tower. When Lin Shintong heard this, she was alarmed. You want to break through to the Dao Seed realm now? Yi Yun was just 16 years old. Amongst the geniuses in the Tian Yuan world, breaking through to the Dao Seed realm before 20 was already an extremely fast speed. For example, Shintanantian, who emphasized a stable cultivation, broke through to the Dao Seed realm at the age of 21. If Yi Yun successfully broke through, he would be faster than him by 5 years. That would not be something trivial. Yi Yun said, to plant a Dao seed on the Yuan Foundation, the Dao seed is actually the condensation of laws. It then depends on the nomological insight one has. I cultivate the pure yang laws and already have a perfect, pure yang body. Furthermore, cultivating the Great Empress Heart Sutra that is derived from the Yang God Manual and the 9 Nether Sacred Manual, which are top cultivation techniques of the 12 Supreme Great Tao, the pure Yang Dao seed I condense will definitely not be poorer in quality. That may be so, but... Lin Shintong frowned. In her impression, even the most famous figures that appeared in the Tian Yuan world's history did not dare to break through to the Dao seed realm at such a young age. This could cause latent danger in one's future martial arts cultivation. However, Yi Yun only shook his head at Lin Shintong's concerns. He said, when Senior Azure Yang Lord gave a broad description of the 12 Empyrean Heavens, Shintong, do you think the peerless elites in the Yang God Empyrean Heaven would wait till they are in their 20s before condensing their Dao seed? When Yi Yun replied with a question, it made Lin Shintong's heart quiver slightly. She glanced at Yi Yun in surprise. Indeed, the elites of the Yang God Empyrean Heaven would definitely far exceed the Tian Yuan world's warriors, be it in terms of cultivation speed or insight into laws. They would definitely not stay in the Yuan Foundation realm in their 20s. However, this was not the reason that caused Lin Shintong's heart to fibrillate. The reason was that, when Yi Yun said those words, he had already subconsciously placed himself on the same level as the Yang God Empyrean Heaven's elites. Yi Yun was not even considered a warrior from the Tian Yuan world. He was born in the backwater east, in a place called the Cloud Wilderness. Even in the Cloud Wilderness, he was just a poor civilian. He was arguably beginning from the world's most remote and insufferable desolate wilderness. Despite that, he still had such ambition and drive. You are right. My outlook was too narrow. I was born from the Lin family, and although I have naturally terminated meridians, I had never yielded to fate. I believed my heart was determined, but on this matter, I am not as good as you. The Azure Yang Lord's handwritten book had mentioned the Yang God Empyrean Heaven, which was something Lin Shintong greatly yearned for. She was determined to climb to the peak of martial arts, so how could she narrow her outlook to a tiny Tian Yuan world? Lin Shintong flipped to the first volume of the Great Empress Heart Sutra in front of Yi Yun. After some hesitation, she gently lifted up her arm, and her palm came into contact with Yi Yun's. The sleeves of Lin Shintong's dress were wide, so when she raised her arms, from Yi Yun's angle, he could see into her sleeves. The white jade-like arms reaching out deep into the sleeves made one reverie them. Yi Yun could even faintly see a eye-catching gecko cinnabar in the inner side of one of her jade-like arms. It was like a beautiful birthmark. Yi Yun knew that this was a chastity mark. In a large family clan like the Lin family, they would feed a special gecko some cinnabar powder, turning its body red. Later they would smash it and insert it into the young girl's body, making it a chastity mark. The chastity mark would never fade naturally. Only when she had intercourse with a man would it disappear. This little gecko cinnabar on her arm was like a red plum blooming in the snow. It was extremely beautiful. As usual, Lin Shintong's palms were as cold as water. They were soft as well, as if there were no bones. In contrast, Yi Yun's palms were like burning fires. When their palms came into contact, there was a strange feeling. yin-yang energy blended at their palms. Both of them had extremely good physiques and high perception. There was nothing obstructing them when cultivating the first volume of the Great Empress Heart Sutra, so their cultivation levels rapidly progressed. Slowly, according to the Great Empress Heart Sutra's description, Yun's hands moved up along Lin Shinton's white arms, moving into Lin Shinton's loose sleeves. Yun gently touched Lin Shinton's tender upper arms. His fingers had reached Lin Shinton's armpits and the flanks of her torso. This was a sensitive spot for women, so when Yun's hands reached this point, the inexperienced Lin Shinton could not help but become nervous. This was because, if Yun's hands moved even a tiny bit forward, he could grab the jade peaks on her chest. The feeling of his hands approaching yet not coming into contact with her made Lin Shinton's breathing speed up. Due to her slight nervousness, small goosebumps appeared on her arms. Yun, who was in meditation, could not help but open his eyes. When cultivating the Great Empress Heart Sutra, his yuan qi was blending with Lin Shinton's, so any abnormal changes in her body could be felt by him. Seeing steam being emitted from Lin Shinton's body, with her face slightly red and her clothes slightly damp, it would be a lie to say that he did not have any impulsive thoughts. However, Yun had previously received all forms of education from the internet in his previous life, whereas Lin Shinton had never even held the hands of a man other than Yun. So in terms of state of mind, she was naturally incomparable to Yun. Shinton, your breathing is a bit chaotic. If this goes on, we will not be able to master this level. Yun had pondered for a moment before using a yuan qi transmission to communicate with Lin Shinton. When cultivating the Great Empress Heart Sutra, they could not speak or they would fail. Lin Shinton was greatly embarrassed. She secretly blamed herself for being useless. It was just the first volume of the Great Empress Heart Sutra, yet Yun could calmly circulate his energies and cultivate with an innocent heart. As for herself, she was feeling unsettled at that moment, thinking of those shameful things. If Yun knew, she would have nowhere to hide her embarrassment. After these thoughts flashed in her mind, Lin Shinton forcefully calmed her heart. She endured the burning sensation on both sides of her chest as she circulated her purine energy to work with Yun. Their bodies' yuan qi circulated wave after wave, becoming more and more pure. Almost every 2 hours, Yun could feel a transformation of his yuan qi. This terrifying speed of his yuan qi being increased greatly surprised Yun. The Great Empress Heart Sutra was indeed a heritage manual that was derived from Supreme Great Tao. It was something that far exceeded the Taya sacred technique. However, since the Taya sacred technique came from the same source as the Great Empress Heart Sutra, this allowed for Yun's radiant sun qi to perfectly fit with the cultivation of the Great Empress Heart Sutra. This was a pleasant surprise for Yun. What Yun did not expect was that in his body, the frost-cold energy inside the purple crystal had a strange change as he was cultivating the Great Empress Heart Sutra. This energy was from the frost toxin that the purple crystal condensed after he was forced to eat a 7 noxious divining pill by Shintanantian. And now, this frost toxin was slowly infusing itself into the pure yang energy, as the yin energy began to blend together. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 519, Restrictions Sealed. Chapter 519, Restrictions Sealed. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. The 7 noxious divining pill itself was not poison. It was an extremely oppressive frost-based supplement. If one was cultivating an extreme frost cultivation techniques, and one's cultivation level was high enough, one could resist the frost toxins in the 7 noxious divining pill, then it would only be beneficial to consume the 7 noxious divining pill. However, for Yun, who was lacking in cultivation level, and an injured Shintanantian, eating the 7 noxious divining pill was equivalent to eating a deadly poison. Back then, Yun had used the purple crystal to control the 7 noxious divining pill's frost toxins and sealed it all within the purple crystal. It was ranked alongside the energy essence, the pure yang spirit, that he had obtained at Fallen Stargate. This frost-based energy conflicted with the laws Yi Yun practiced, so he was unable to use it all this time. However, now, it was slowly merging into Yi Yun's meridians, becoming a part of Yi Yun's energy. Actually, compared to treasures like the red lotus seeds, the 7 noxious divining pills' frost-based energy was much lower in quality, but everything was difficult in the beginning. Yi Yun was currently cultivating what was equivalent to both yin and yang at the moment, so the 7 noxious divining pills' frost toxins were equivalent to giving Yi Yun a hand. It allowed him to harmonize with the pure yin energy that came from Lin Shintong. It gave the feeling of obtaining double the results with half the effort. The more the two cultivated, the smoother it became. From her initial tense state, Lin Shintong began to slowly calm her mind and conscientiously duo-cultivate with Yi Yun. After all, having reached this point together, Lin Shintong was already committed to Yi Yun. Under the circumstances, her body no longer rejected being close to Yi Yun. While duo-cultivating with him, although it did not reach the point of them becoming one physically, there was however no gaps or barrier between the two of them on a spiritual level. Helping Yi Yun increase his strength and letting him mature step by step to the point of becoming a peerless great emperor, and then head towards the 12 empyrean heavens and becoming a lord, was something Lin Shintong looked forward to. She was willing to help Yi Yun reach that step. Upon thinking of this, Lin Shintong invested more in the dual cultivation. Actually, the Great Empress Heart Sutra highly recommended that both dual cultivation partners have similar cultivation levels. This way, there could be a perfect balance between yin and yang. However, currently, Lin Shintong's cultivation level was a realm higher than Yi Yun's. Commonly, during dual cultivation, the partner whose cultivation level was weaker would benefit more from the dual cultivation. Hence, at the beginning of the cultivation, Lin Shintong was already prepared to provide more pure yin energy to Yi Yun, allowing him to obtain more benefits. As for the pure yang energy she got from Yi Yun, she restrained herself in a relative fashion. She wanted to give priority to increasing Yi Yun's strength, and as Yi Yun wished, to break through to the Tao Seed realm as soon as possible. However, when they really began cultivating, Lin Shintong realized that she had been looking down on Yi Yun. Although Yi Yun's cultivation level was weaker, the pure yang energy in his body was like a vast ocean. Wave after wave, it surged over without a break. It was as if it was infinite. Despite continuously cultivating for so long, the pure yang energy in Yi Yun's body did not seem to weaken. This made Lin Shintong extremely alarmed. It was impossible for a Peak Yuan Foundation realm warrior to have so much energy in his body. At this speed of cultivation, his dantian should have been drained dry. But with the fact before her, Lin Shintong began to carefully observe. She soon discovered that the cultivating Yi Yun seemed to blend with the surrounding environment. In the pure yang pool not far away, there were tens of pure yang streams condensed together. It was like an invisible pure yang river that flowed in the air, as they constantly flowed into Yi Yun's body. Even the red lotus that was planted in the pure yang lava pool was also swaying its seed pod, transmitting an even higher quality of pure yang energy to Yi Yun. This red lotus had intelligence. It seemed to be grateful for Yi Yun not refining it into an elixir, and he had even planted it in a pure yang treasure land that surpassed the second level of the God Advent Tower. Hence, when Yi Yun was cultivating, it was willing to contribute the pure yang energy accumulated within its body. This situation allowed Lin Shintong to understand that although Yi Yun was at the peak of the Yuan Foundation realm, and he could not have much energy in his body, he could constantly replenish his energy from his surroundings, allowing his body's energy to reach a balance. So he could cultivate indefinitely. Under the circumstances, the help Yi Yun provided to Lin Shintong was also pretty impressive. This terrifying energy absorption speed alarmed Lin Shintong. Using this ability to cultivate the Great Empress Heart Sutra, Yi Yun was able to do so at a rapid pace, and it made her envious. Is this the effect of a perfect pure yang body? Maybe even a typical perfect pure yang body isn't as heaven-defying as this. Lin Shintong knew that Yi Yun had already attained a perfect pure yang body. Although she had never seen a perfect pure yang body before, she had a pure yin body, and that was on par or even better than a perfect pure yang body. She believed that even she could not do so when she was at the peak of the Yuan Foundation realm. Even now, her absorption speed of the extreme yin energy from the ice bed was not as fast as Yun's. To think that he is such a cultivating genius. It is no wonder he came so far, and is slowly catching up to Shintanantian. Lin Xintong felt that Yun had most likely encountered an unknown opportunity. However, she did not plan on investigating it. She was happy with the opportunity and growth that Yun enjoyed. She sincerely hoped that he would become her cultivation companion on the path to the peak of martial arts. While they were cultivating, time had passed without them realizing. Yun and Lin Xintong sat there silently for more than 10 days and night, without rest. The two of them had entered the no law, no shape, no void, no me ethereal state. They were dedicated to this amazing classic canon. The reason why Yun could endure such intensive cultivation was firstly because of his perfect pure yang body, and secondly because of the purple crystal origins. With the purple crystal origins, Yun's body was like a whirlpool that constantly absorbed the pure yang energy from the cultivation treasure land. Yun's dantian was like a reservoir. Water flowed in and it was extracted. During this process, the reservoir was constantly being dug and deepened. Unknowingly, he was getting closer and closer to condensing a nomological seed, and coming closer to the boundary of the Tao seed realm. While Yun and Lin Xintong were engaging in dual cultivation, in the other parts of the God Advent Tower, there were other changes. Some cultivators were more sharper began to sense that the restrictions in the God Advent Tower were weakening. Oh? What's the matter? My mirror virtual image isn't as strong as before? On the stairs in the God Advent Tower that led from the first level to the second level, a cultivator muttered to himself. Over the period of several months, he had challenged the second level's guardian a countless number of times. He was unable to withstand the two attacks from the guardian, causing him to be a bit dispirited. After all, Yun, who was together with them, had the qualifications to enter the second level of the God Advent Tower immediately. As for Lin Xintong, she had the qualifications to enter the third level of the God Advent Tower. Compared to those two monsters, they were far from them. Maybe it is not the mirror image becoming weaker, but me becoming stronger. The cultivator found a reason to make himself happy. Filled with fighting spirit, he continued to challenge the second level's guardian. However, not everyone felt good about themselves like him. It has weakened again. If this carries on, I will quickly enter the third level of the God Advent Tower. Shintanantian, who had encountered the same thing. He was very sure that it was not him becoming stronger, but the guardian becoming weaker. There was definitely something sinister due to the anomaly. Shintanantian did not know why there was such a change in the God Advent Tower, but no matter what, the guardian weakening was a good thing. This way, he could obtain even more opportunities. Many cultivators had a similar mentality to Shintanantian. But when the God Advent Tower's trial array stopped working, the God Advent Tower itself would begin sealing. Since the God Advent Tower's item spirit had entered her slumber, she was no longer able to preside over the God Advent Tower's trials. Then, she would naturally not let to allow people who did not meet the mark to take the God Advent Tower's opportunities and treasures freely. With the trial halted, the treasures were naturally sealed away. Hence, after a few more days, when Shintanantian, Gongsun Hong and company had passed the Guardian's test by withstanding the mirror image's attack test, to the point of even defeating the mirror image, they had finally reached the third level of the God Advent Tower. When that happened, they were dumbfounded, because all they saw was an empty grand hall. There were only bare walls and a dome roof. There was not a single thing. Shintanantian frowned seeing this. He knew that the great Empress mystic realm was strange in every aspect. Back when the ancient great Empress had set up this mystic realm, she had spent countless amounts of thought to design the traps in here. If he was deceived by the external appearances, he would get nothing. This grand hall looks empty, but maybe it is just a smokescreen. There might even be some profound mystery going on in here. It was no wonder Shinta Nantian had such thoughts. He probably would never even dream that a swarthy youth had caused the God Advent Tower's item spirit to use a sealed energy left behind by the ancient Great Empress, causing her to enter deep slumber, thus giving her no choice but to terminate the trials. To Shinta Nantian, ever since he entered the Great Empress mystic realm, there were opportunities everywhere. It all depended on his ability to find them. Especially after entering the God Advent Tower, the variety of opportunities made him envious. The God Advent Tower was a huge treasure vault. The benefits inside were uncountable. It was a pity that he had only obtained a tiny part of it. This prevented Shinta Nantian from being content. He believed that Yi Yun had received benefits that had likely exceeded his. This made his jealousy towards Yi Yun increase. The first and second level of the God Advent Tower were filled with opportunities. I have also obtained some of them. I am now on the third level of the God Advent Tower, yet it gives me a confusion array. How can I give up? I will definitely find the opportunity in the third level. The harder it is to find, the more valuable the opportunity is. Thinking of the things he had gained in the first and second level, Shinta Nantian could not help but feel slightly excited. In the past few months in the God Advent Tower, the insights and benefits he gained far exceeded that of when he was in the Shinta family clan in terms of speed. Now, the empty third level of the God Advent Tower not only did not frustrate Shinta Nantian, it ignited his fighting spirit. He foresaw that there was a stunning opportunity waiting for him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 520, Small Success in the Heart Sutra. Chapter 520, Small Success in the Heart Sutra. Time passed without them realizing. Lin Xintong and Yi Yun had now been in their reclusive retreat for 5 months. 5 months did not seem like a very long period of time. However, if two people stayed together alone in a chamber, and faced each other all day, many things would happen. These small things would change a person's state of mind in a very subtle manner. For example, sleep. The two of them would duo cultivate for 10 to 20 days. After cultivating, they would have a spiritual overdraft and be completely exhausted. Even meditating was no longer enough for them to recover, so they could only enter deep sleep. The two of them would sleep in the large futon without changing their clothes. It was also considered sharing a bed. Also, take bathing for example. Actually, warriors could choose to not eat and maintain their lives with heaven-earth yuan qi. This way, they would not be contaminated. They could really be described as otherworldly. At the same time, martial art practitioners would be dust-free. As recorded in the scriptures, fragrant skin, as wonderful as lotus, not contaminated like water. Under such circumstances, warriors did not need to bathe. However, Lin Xintong was a person who liked cleanliness. Especially after duo cultivating with Yi Yun, her body would be drenched in sweat. Her clothes would stick to her body. Even though she could evaporate the sweat using yuan qi, she disliked the feeling. Hence, she would always bathe after each session of cultivation. She had a bath bucket in her interspatial ring. As for bathing water, Lin Xintong could condense the water yuan qi present in the environment. The two of them stayed in the chamber, and every time Lin Xintong bathed, it was in the main hall, just a few steps away from Yi Yun. There was a stone wall in between them which did not even have a door. The sound of water would be clearly heard by Yi Yun. The atmosphere was one of ambiguity. Under this situation, although the two of them had no substantive contact as male and female, Lin Xintong was slowly beginning to accept Yi Yun. After all, this level of ambiguity was too much for Lin Xintong, but towards Yi Yun, she could still accept it. 3 months in, Lin Xintong and Yi Yun's cultivation in the Great Empress Heart Sutra was reaching the end of the first stage. A cultivation technique at the level of the Great Empress Heart Sutra was very impressive even at just the first stage. However, the further they went along in the Great Empress Heart Sutra, the more contact there would be between man and woman. For example, just the end of the first stage meant that both of them had to use both hands to press on each other's 108 acupuncture points. According to a demanding and complicated order, they had to transmit and blend the yin-yang yuan qi. There could not be any mistake or else they would fail. For example, there was nothing much about the Tianfu and Tianquan points that were on the arms. However, points like the Linghui, Shinson, Tianxi points, they were located at Lin Xintong's chest. That was too sensitive. If it was at the beginning of cultivating the Great Empress Heart Sutra, Lin Xintong would absolutely not be able to accept this degree of bodily contact. Now, however, after 3 months of being together, she had barely made the requisite mental preparations. Yi Yun sat on the futon and had already taken off his shirt, leaving him bare-chested. When cultivating the Great Empress Heart Sutra, it required both of them to be one in both flesh and soul. There was to be no obstruction between their acupuncture points. It was best if both man and woman took off all their clothes. However, Lin Xintong only took off her outerwear. She was still wearing a thin layer of silk. She still struggled to face Yi Yun naked. That was also something that would have made Lin Xintong overly embarrassed, which would cause chaos in her body's yuan qi circulation, thus affecting the cultivational effects. Actually, the clothing Lin Xintong wore was very thin. The barrier between the two of them was extremely minute, so there was not too big of a hindrance to completing the first stage of the Great Empress Heart Sutra. Lin Xintong sat across from Yi Yun. Previously, she had already calmed her heart and believed that she could face it with a calm mind and complete the cultivation without any mistakes. However, when she really began, she still suffered from some shortness of breath. "Shall we begin?" Yi Yun had gathered his body's yuan qi and was preparing to make his move. Lin Xintong slowly nodded her head. At the beginning of the cultivation, Yi Yun's hands would follow Lin Xintong's arms, stretching all the way to her armpits and then press on the acupuncture points at Lin Xintong's shoulder. He would then slowly transmit pure yang energy to her. As for Lin Xintong, she would embrace Yi Yun's back and press on the Ji Yang point on his spine. This was a key acupuncture point when both of them cultivated the Great Empress Heart Sutra. It was a channel for pure yang yuan qi to flow. At the same time, the Tanzhong point at their chests had to be matched. Their bodies' contact made Yi Yun clearly feel the elasticity and softness by his chest. Yin-yang yuan qi circulated in a prescribed order between Lin Xintong and Yi Yun. Lin Xintong suppressed her embarrassment and focused on the cultivation. Pure yang energy transpired as frost ice froze and melted. The melted ice gathered on Yi Yun's firm skin, forming tiny droplets of water. At the same time, they stayed on Lin Xintong's body, drenching her already thin clothes. With her clothes sticking to her body, it perfectly outlined Lin Xintong's slim but unyielding figure. Slowly, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong changed their poses. Yi Yun hugged Lin Xintong from behind. The Zhongting acupuncture point by his chest stuck close to Lin Xintong's back where the Ji Yang point was. This way of energy transference was even more direct. At the same time, Yi Yun's fingers flickered across Lin Xintong's neck, gently moving downwards. Wherever his fingers brushed across, a layer of tiny goosebumps would appear on Lin Xintong's skin. This touch made Lin Xintong speed up her breathing and at the same time, feel ripples in her heart. This feeling that came from the throbbing of her heart did not affect the Great Empress Heart Sutra cultivation. Instead, it promoted the yin-yang integration between the two of them due to the throbbing that was a result of emotions. Lin Xintong could not help but close her eyes. Her eyelashes gently trembled. She gave Yi Yun free rein in letting his chest stick close to her back. In Lin Xintong's mind, she was recalling the various encounters she had had with Yi Yun. From meeting in the Cloud Wilderness, to reuniting in the Tian Yuan world. If they were only considered friends during this period, then later on, at the Desolate Heaven Technique tea session in the Shinto family clan's relic trial, where Yi Yun solved Lin Xintong's dilemma and revealing the Shinto family clan's conspiracy, he had saved her life once. Then at the celebratory party, the promise Yi-yun made to her caused Lin Shintong to feel indescribable sincerity. In this vast universe, Lin Shintong, who had naturally terminated meridians, had faced the world alone. She did not rely on anyone, except for Yi-yun. Due to his purple crystal origins, he was the only one, and also the only person who could tug at her naturally terminated meridians as well as her lonely heart. This was also why Lin Shintong dreamed of Yi-yun joining up her naturally terminated meridians during the mental demons test in the Great Empress Mystic Realm, resulting in them keeping each other company forever. If all of this only planted a seed of emotion in Lin Shintong's heart, then at the extreme frost icy plains, when Yi-yun had appeared as Lin Shintong was at her weakest, pulling her out of despair, that was the moment that made the seed in Lin Shintong's heart sprout, filling her entire heart. Be it when they were sharing the hot springs in the endless snowy plain, or them currently being in the chamber, the intimate contact between the two of them had made Lin Shintong wholly give her heart to Yi-yun. At this moment, Lin Shintong had a heartfelt emotion towards Yi-yun. Her hands moved through Yi-yun's armpits and gently stroked his steaming hot back. With their pure yang and purine bodies, which were excellent physiques as a foundation, coupled together with the purple crystal's catalytic properties, the thick yin-yang energy in the chamber seemed to be further refined. In the room, a reddish-golden pure yang dragon appeared behind Yi-yun. And behind Lin Shintong, purine energy condensed, forming into a beautiful ice-blue phoenix. With the golden dragon and the ice phoenix appearing, it was the purest energies of the most essential laws that resulted in these phantom images, formed from Yuan Qi. They continuously entered Yi-yun and Lin Shintong's body, opening up their acupuncture points and meridians. This made their strengths increase at an astonishing speed. Previously, Lin Shintong had suppressed her cultivation level so as to consolidate her foundation, but now, she was unable to suppress it any further. The essential Yuan Qi expanded in her dantian as it condensed under Lin Shintong's Yuan foundation where the Dao seed was, causing the crystal and Dao seed to become even clearer. Pang! With a soft sound, it was as if something shattered. Lin Shintong's cultivation level had already risen to the mid-stages of the Dao seed realm at this very moment. She could have reached this step a long time ago, but now, with the catalytic push from the Great Empress Heart Sutra, it made this breakthrough of hers even more perfect. And this was not the end. The purine Grand Dao nomological seed also became more and more pure in the following seconds. Lin Shintong's cultivation level was continuously increased, all the way to the peak of the mid-stages of the Dao seed realm before it gradually slowed down. She was just a step away from the late stages of the Dao seed realm. Compared to Lin Shintong, Yi-yun had an even greater transformation. Yi-yun's face, neck, and his naked upper body had all turned fiery red in color. The blood vessels beneath his skin protruded upwards. His blood vessels were flowing with golden light, as if it was not blood that was flowing within, but sparkling, melted, divine gold. Yi-yun's meridians began to tremble as wave after wave of hot air spewed out from his acupuncture points and pores. As for the surrounding yin-yang Yuan Qi, they formed into a faint whirlpool that gathered towards Yi-yun's dantian. The pure yang energy was like a vast ocean surrounding Yi-yun. As for the purine energy, it was like a river pouring into the sea. Yi-yun's Yuan foundation in his dantian was continuously expanding outwards. The Yuan foundation was like a tiny world in a warrior's body. Although it was within the dantian, there was still space within it, with various sizes depending on the warrior. The Yuan foundation was a warrior's martial arts foundation. Practicing martial arts stressed one's solid foundation. Many geniuses willingly suppressed themselves at a realm, so as to not break through unless their Yuan Qi could no longer endure the suppression. This way, their foundation would be further reinforced. As for the degree of consolidation of their foundation, most of the time it depended on the expansiveness of the Yuan foundation. The wider the foundation, the more it could support a magnificent martial peak. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 521, Condensing the Dao Seed. Chapter 521, Condensing the Tao Seed. Yun's Yuan Foundation was already much larger than a typical warrior of the same level by several times. Even Shintu Nanshan's Yuan Foundation when he was at the peak of the Yuan Foundation realm was only about 60 to 70% the size of Yun's. And now, with pure Yang and pure Yin energies continuously being injected into Yun's Yuan Foundation, it began to expand like crazy. At this moment, Lin Shintong, who was connected with Yun on a spiritual level, sensed this change. She looked on in great alarm as Yun's Yuan Foundation was rapidly expanding. In just tens of seconds, Yun's Yuan Foundation increased by 2 times in size. And it was still growing. At the same time, beneath the Yuan Foundation, extremely unadulterated pure Yang and Yin energies were gathered. Inexplicably, a nomological seed was being formed. Tao Seed Realm. Seeing this scene, how could Lin Shintong not know what was happening? What was happening to Yun was the precursor to breaking through to the Tao Seed Realm. The Great Empress Heart Sutra was indeed a top-level cultivation technique that was extremely close to a supreme Great Tao. Despite Yun having only mastered the first stage of the Great Empress Heart Sutra, it had already given him heaven-defying benefits. Breaking through to the Tao Seed Realm required him to do it in one go. And the condensing Tao Seed required large quantities of energy. Many Yuan Foundation realm warriors would prepare for this for years by accumulating energy, but even so, they could still end up having their Yuan Qi shatter, causing them to fail in condensing their Tao Seed. The danger of failing would naturally not affect an elite like Yun. However, at the critical moment, the more supple and pure the energy there was, the higher the quality of the condensed Tao Seed would be. Lin Shintong naturally would not allow for Yun to have any lack in energy, which would cause him to have flaws in the Tao Seed that he condensed. She immediately circulated her Yuan Qi and gave him her fullest support. At the key moment in Yun's breakthrough, Lin Shintong no longer cared about the embarrassment between man and woman. She removed her sweat-drenched piece of clothes and hugged Yun with her naked body. When his manly body, which was emitting a burning Yang elemental aura, touched her body without any obstructions between them, Lin Shintong jolted. This was a kind of touch that she had never experienced. Under the catalysis of the yin-yang laws, it felt extremely marvelous. Very quickly, however, Lin Shintong suppressed the palpitations in her heart. She began to fully focus on circulating her pure Yin energy so as to constantly transmit it to Yun. At the key moment of Yun's cultivation, she wanted to guarantee that Yun would form a Tao Seed under the most perfect environment. It was not allowed for there to be room for any mistakes. As time passed, Yun entered a completely ethereal state. The two of them faced each other naked as they elevated as a result of the yin-yang interaction. In the chamber, numerous lively energy-based phantom images appeared due to the laws. In a daze, Yun also felt Lin Shintong's soft but firm body against his, as well as her body fragrance. This feeling made him feel like he was being covered in the purest of spring waters when his body was burning up. It was an extremely comfortable feeling. Yun momentarily sensed that something had happened, but he did not have a single perverted thought. He fully focused on gathering the heaven-earth Yuan Qi as well as planting the great Tao nomological seed in his Yuan Foundation. Yin-yang Yuan Qi first condensed into a liquid as it slowly became purer. The light that circulated within seemed like it was crystallizing into a gem. With the pure Yang Yuan Qi as a base, the pure Yin energy circulated around the pure Yang energy. Like an ice blue snake, it encircled the pure Yang energy. Seconds changed to minutes. As Yun's Yuan Qi was too immense, the quality of the Tao Seed he condensed was even higher, but the energy required for it was naturally even greater. Now, all it lacked was a bit more. If it did not get more, he would not succeed. Lin Shintong, who was already as one in spirit with Yun, knew of the changes in Yun's Yuan Foundation. She took a deep breath and twined her arms around his neck. Then, as she circulated her primordial Yin energy, she summoned her courage and kissed Yun's burning hot lips. This deep and emotion-filled kiss caused their lips to sentimentally lock onto one another. Lin Shintong had a perfect, purine body and natural yin meridians, causing her body to have a trace of a young girl's perfect primordial yin. This energy was different from pure yin energy. It was a form of life force energy that belonged to Lin Shintong. It would be passed on to the male the first time she had intercourse with a male. However, through her first kiss, she could also pass a tiny bit of her primordial yin energy to Yi Yun. This energy, which was a life force essence, may not be as powerful as pure yin energy, but it had the effect of giving the finishing touch. It gathered towards Yi Yun's dantian. At this moment, it was like resplendent but impenetrable lava put under extreme pressure, as Yi Yun's pure Yang Dao seed finally grew in his Yuan foundation. Lin Shintong's Dao seed was like a resplendent water crystal. Yi Yun's Dao seed, however, was completely different. It was like a fiery divine rock. It constantly emitted unadulterated energy. This energy condensed in all directions, forming a reddish-golden flame. This flame would accompany Yi Yun's flame of life, and would carry on burning without end. And around the divine rock, inside the unadulterated reddish-golden color, there was a layer of tiny, blue ice crystals. These ice crystals were adorned on the divine rock, looking like beautiful snowflakes. This was the condensation of pure yin energy. It was the essential pure yin laws that came from cultivating the Great Empress Heart Sutra. It also came from Lin Shintong's primordial yin energy. Boom! Yi Yun's energy exploded. An alarming aura spewed out and the long screech of a golden crow sounded out. A three-legged golden crow's phantom image shot out from behind Yi Yun, up to the chamber's ceiling, turning into rolling, reddish golden clouds. At this moment, the chamber seemed to expand out infinitely, becoming a world governed by pure yang laws. And Yi Yun was the center and sovereign of this world. Lin Shintong knew that this was the external projection of Yi Yun's Yuan Foundation realm. This also symbolized the end for Yi Yun in the Yuan Foundation realm. He had finally stepped into the Dao Seed realm. Dao Seed realm. Lin Shintong held Yi Yun's hands, and when Yi Yun opened his eyes, there seemed to be a pair of scorching suns burning in his eyes. And in the core of those suns, there was a faint ice blue phoenix flying. Although Yi Yun cultivated the pure yang laws, extreme yang could give birth to pure yin. This was the extreme of the yang elemental laws. By having yin-yang harmony, one could avoid the bottleneck of how solitude yang did not allow growth. This made Yi Yun's starting line in cultivation be at a distance that left many elites in the dust. Besides, he and Lin Shintong had just now perfectly mastered the first stage of the Great Empress Heart Sutra. A supreme cultivation technique of this level would give them greater benefits in the future the earlier they cultivated it. For Yi Yun and Lin Shintong to master the first stage of the Great Empress Heart Sutra at the Yuan Foundation in Dao Seed Realm, it was not only because of their talent and excellent physique, but also because of the aid they received from the Purple Crystal Origins. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 522, Bliss and Joy. Chapter 522, Bliss and Joy. Shintong, thank you. Yi Yun said softly to Lin Shintong while he looked at her. He naturally knew everything she had done for him during his breakthrough. Although he could still break through to the Dao Seed realm without Lin Shintong, the Dao Seed that he condensed would not have been as perfect then. Noticing Yi Yun's gaze, Lin Shintong jumped in panic. She knew that she was no longer wearing anything now after helping Yi Yun break through. Although she felt bashful, she was in no way distraught. She stretched out her long, jade-like fingers and tapping lightly into the air. A series of ice fragments rapidly started to condense between them. In just a few seconds, these ice fragments became a blue ice curtain, blocking Yi Yun's line of sight. Yi Yun gave a dry cough. With his perception, he could still easily bypass the ice screen, but he did not do so. Many things would be better if they followed nature's course. Lin Shintong's body was covered in sweat. She did not put her clothes back on but instead picked up her clothes, stood up and left. Looking at her back, Yi Yun could see her smooth and flawless back, as well as her long, straight legs. They were like a jade sculpture made out of fine white tallow jade. Her crystalline bare feet lightly entered the bath bucket. When her fairy-like toes submersed themselves into the clear water, they were like pearls entering a mountain spring. Lin Xintong was currently in a very good mood because Yi Yun had condensed a perfect Tao seed. His breakthrough destined him to have limitless achievements in the future. Lin Xintong knew very well that any Empyrean king in the Tian Yuan world, including figures at the level of the Shinto Patriarch, were all far inferior compared to Yi Yun back when they condensed their own Tao seed. She had never imagined that she would be this happy for another person's achievements in martial arts. In fact, these few months of duo cultivation with Yi Yun had been the happiest days of her life. In her childhood, Lin Xintong had suffered the indifference and mockery of others. Her young heart lived in a luxurious yet uncaring Lin family, where she had to fight and struggle. She had gone through all of that alone, but although she did not feel that her life was a sad one, it was absolutely nothing she would call a happy life. Later on, when her physique was more and more appreciated, especially after seeing the hope of her joining up her naturally terminated meridians, the sudden change in attitude by the Lin family was evident. A person like her grandaunt, a person who only cared about utility, was constantly attentive towards her. However, such an attitude only made Lin Xintong feel the coldness of a large family clan, as well as her own loneliness. However, this only lasted up to the point when she was with Yi Yun, a person who she could really give her heart to, who made Lin Xintong experience unprecedented warmth and happiness. Furthermore, not only had Yi Yun's strength increased, her naturally terminated meridians had also been improved. Lin Xintong could clearly feel that, with the pure yang energy entering her body, the yin-based energy that threatened her life had weakened. It was not destroyed, but the yin-based energy began fusing with the pure yang energy, becoming an energy that was beneficial to her body. This made Lin Xintong rejoice. The fate that had pressured her for her entire life had finally been unwoven bit by bit, and Yi Yun played a huge role in that. Every time she thought of this, Lin Xintong would reveal a knowing smile. She lathered up the clear water and began cleansing her white, flawless body. On the other side of the chamber, Yi Yun could hear the joyful sound of water splashing. Almost at the same time, Yi Yun gave a knowing smile. After cultivating the Great Empress Heart Sutra, although he and Lin Xintong were able to remain restrained, that perfect fusion of their spirits was intoxicating. When cultivating, his feelings for Lin Xintong also became even more unadulterated. This was not something sex could bring about, but a joy on the spiritual level. He was finally at the Tao Seed realm. If he was still in the Taya Divine Kingdom, the Tao Seed realm would give him the title of Human Lord, and he would have been made a high-ranking noble. Those who became human lords in the Taya Divine Kingdom were considered to have accomplished a great achievement if they did so at 30 to 40 years old. Once upon a time, Yi Yun felt like this was far from his reach after seeing those mighty nobles. He had previously sworn to achieve this, and now, Yi Yun had finally realized his wish. Furthermore, Yi Yun's Tao Seed realm was far from what any Taya Divine Kingdom human lord could compare with. Just using his age as a contrast, he was just 16 years old. The Tao Seed realm was just a tiny step on Yi Yun's martial path, but this had an extraordinary meaning for Yi Yun. While Yi Yun and Lin Xintong were duo cultivating in the chamber, enjoying the double joy of their strength increasing and the love between man and woman, outside the chamber, in the other levels of the God Advent Tower, a large number of cultivators were suffering through their days. At the beginning of the God Advent Tower trials, when the cultivators heard the rules of the trials, they had already guessed that the trials would take a long time, but no one had expected for it to last this long. The God Advent Tower was a treasure land, so it was a wish beyond the cultivators' wildest dreams to cultivate in here. Even if it were 5 years, they would still be happy to do so. The cultivation techniques, disc array images, the insight in cultivation techniques and even spiritual herbs they could find would allow for their strength to have a qualitative leap. However, there were abrupt changes midway. The restrictions in the trials had become weaker, to the point of them completely disappearing. Every level of the God Advent Tower became empty grand halls. When the cultivators faced these grand halls, they were still full of ambition. Many of them believed that this was a test from the God Advent Tower. After all, the God Advent Tower had all sorts of transformations, and many of those were things they found inconceivable. So it was not strange for it to suddenly have emptiness. The cultivators looked forward to finding the opportunities that would allow them to soar. For example, Shintu Nantian meditated in the middle of the Grand Hall, hoping to gain insight on the possible Tao that existed there. As for Gong Sun Hong, he knocked everywhere on the walls, hoping to activate a hidden array restriction. In the end, Shintu Nantian sat there for an unknown period of time, to the point of his body nearly growing grass, yet he did not gain insight into anything. As for Gong Sun Hong, he tinkled around, knocking everywhere for a month to the point of losing his sense of touch in his arms. Yet, he did not discover any changes in the bare walls. Gong Sun Hong was dumbfounded. He did not know what was going on in the stone room he was in. As for Shintu Nantian, he still had his fighting spirit. Since trying to gain insight failed, he tried a different method. He unsheathed his sword and slashed wantonly in the Grand Hall. He guessed that the stone room was testing his offensive strength. When his offensive strength reached a certain level, he would trigger a hidden door in the walls, allowing him to gain opportunities. However, the result was Shintu Nantian trying in vain for another month. His Yuan Qi had been depleted countless numbers of times, yet he did not manage to leave a single mark on the walls. Shintu Nantian refused to have his beliefs shaken. In the remaining time there, he tried every method he could think of. He used the swordplay he knew, Heart Sutras, the insight gained from the first level of the God Advent Tower, ancient desolate heaven techniques, knowledge in arrays and various other things. Yet, all he met was failure, followed by more failures. In this way, he spent half a year in the third level of the God Advent Tower. During this period of time, all he faced was an empty room, yet despite all of his various attempts, he found nothing. It was imaginable what sort of torture and setback a person would suffer. Shintu Nantian was going crazy. At this point, he had already sensed that something was amiss. Especially before this, he had discovered that not even the third floor of the God Advent Tower, even the original first and second floor of the God Advent Tower had become empty rooms. The Mystic Realms trial probably had a problem. However, Shintu Nantian still remained in the God Advent Tower. It was not because he was strong-willed and unwilling to give up, but because he could not get out. From the moment the power of the restrictions weakened, the God Advent Tower was sealed, preventing anyone from exiting. This was also the period of time originally set for the trial by the white-dressed female. Back then, the white-dressed female had already paid a lot of attention to Lin Shintong. She was testing if Lin Shintong had the qualifications to inherit the great empress heritage. With the incident happening later, causing the white-dressed female to go into deep slumber, she could only set the time for when the God Advent Tower would open. As for anything else, it all depended on Lin Shintong and Yi Yun themselves. Actually, to warriors, half a year was not a long period of time. A simple reclusive retreat was similar in length. However, the crux of the issue was that they were in the God Advent Tower. They were now worried if the Great Empress Mystic Realms array had turned faulty, or if it had even run out of energy. If so, would they be stuck in the God Advent Tower forever? However, their worries were unfounded. This day, the time that the white-dressed female set for the God Advent Tower to open arrived. The cultivators in the God Advent Tower felt the huge God Advent Tower tremble, and following that, a door of light appeared in front of each one of them. They were surprised and immediately had hope ignite in their hearts. When they attempted to pass through the door of light, they realized they had returned to the Black Stone Square. This made them overjoyed. They were finally out. After being trapped for half a year, not only had the restrictions stopped running, even the Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi in the God Advent Tower was not as rich as in the outside world. This situation caused their cultivation speed to greatly slow down. We are finally out. What the hell happened? Shintu Nantian was extremely flustered. He had originally thought of this as a large opportunity. However, in hindsight, although his strength had increased by leaps and bounds in the first and second level of the God Advent Tower, after being trapped in the third level of the God Advent Tower for half a year, he had nearly not done a thing during that long period of time. Averaging the 2 periods of time, his cultivation progress was in no way faster than it would have been in the outside world. Many cultivators were discussing their experiences. Their experiences were similar to Shintu Nantian. This made Shintu Nantian firmly believe that something had gone wrong with the great Empress mystic realm. Is there not enough energy, or could the arrays have turned faulty? Indeed, the ancient great Empress had created this mystic realm so long ago, so it is not weird if something crops up. She is after all a human and not a god. It is already pretty impressive for her to do this. As Shintu Nantian said this, many people agreed. As people discussed, Shintu Nantian suddenly thought of something. He glanced around and did not see Yi Yun nor Lin Shintong. This little bastard still hasn't come out? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 523, The Disappearance of the Rules. Chapter 523, The Disappearance of the Rules. Have the trials ended? Then how are we to enter the vault to receive the inheritance and treasures of the great Empress mystic realm? After being released, many of the cultivators did not rejoice about no longer being imprisoned until their deaths. Instead, they talked about not being able to receive the treasures. They selectively chose to ignore the point that, even if the great Empress mystic realm's trials did not end, they would not have the ability to receive the recognition of the great Empress mystic realm. The treasures and inheritance no longer had anything to do with them. Such a pity. A person shook his head with an indignant, sighing expression. It was as if he thought would become the successor of the great Empress if the trials had carried on. These elites of the Tian Yuan world were arrogant all along. They would never admit to their failures, so the end of the trials ended up becoming their excuse. No fate with the treasures. Shintu Nantian sighed deeply. He had already waited for 30 minutes, yet Yi Yun and Lin Shintong had not yet appeared. Where are they? Shintu Nantian slightly frowned. Not only had Yi Yun and Lin Shintong not appeared, the other two mysterious people, who had strange auras and were dressed in grey robes, had also disappeared. As well as that swarthy youth. Quite a number of people had disappeared. Shintu Nantian's surrounding lackeys also noticed this. One of them laughed out heartily, ha ha ha. For them to climb so high, who knows if the higher levels of the God Advent Tower trials were too tough? That idiot, Yi Yun, might have been eliminated during the trials, or might even have died. Before the lackey finished speaking, Shintu Nantian had already given him a stern stare. The lackey's voice immediately got stuck in his throat. Shut up! Shintu Nantian said in an irritated manner. He pushed the hindering lackey away and walked straight to the middle of the black stone square. The black stone pillar that had been used to evaluate their talent was there. Shintu Nantian gave it a glance. His name was still engraved on the stone pillar, and behind his name was the word Knight. As for Yi Yun and Lin Shintong, the words Grandmaster and Sol were respectively behind their names. Despite entering the God Advent Tower for such a long period of time, the cultivators' ranks had not undergone a single change. Furthermore, the black stone pillar's glow had clearly darkened. It seemed like it had lost its energy. According to Shintu Nantian's original guesses, after they came out, the black stone pillar would evaluate them again, giving them a new title rank. Through the new evaluation, everyone's trial results would be decided. However, there was nothing now. The test of their cultivation speed had lost its meaning. The great Empress trials had apparently really ended. What a waste! My strength has increased so much in the second level of the God Advent Tower. If the trials did not stop midway, I would have obtained even more opportunities entering by the third level of the God Advent Tower. If re-evaluated, my results would have been very good. Shintu Nantian muttered to himself. Although he was confident in himself, compared to Lin Xintong and Yi Yun, he was lacking in confidence. At this moment, he had an ominous premonition. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong's disappearance made Shintu Nantian suspect that the two of them had entered the Great Empress Vault. Had they obtained the benefits before the trials ended, resulting in them not coming out? Or, could it even be possible that the reason behind the Great Empress trial stopping was because Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had obtained the recognition of the Great Empress mystic realm? And since the successor had been chosen, there was no longer a reason in carrying on with the trials? Although Shintu Nantian had to admit that Yi Yun and Lin Xintong's talent exceeded his, he refused to believe that had they reached the point of obtaining the recognition of the ancient Great Empress. However, there was no way to distinguish the facts. There had to be a reason why Lin Xintong and Yi Yun had not come out. He was not naive enough to believe that the two of them had died. It was most likely because they had entered a treasure land. Upon having such thoughts, Shintu Nantian's eyes went red with envy. They had all been trapped in a stone chambers and had been waited in them, doing nothing for half a year, yet that adulterous pair had obtained heavenly benefits? I must find the two of them and think of a way to take their things away. Shintu Nantian was furious as he heavily punched the black stone pillar. Pang! With an explosive sound, Yuan Qi exploded. The stone pillar had a dark glow. There was no reaction, and looked like a common rock. At this moment, in the chamber at the 5th level of the God Advent Tower, Yi Yun could see this scene. Ever since he refined the Azure Yang token, Yi Yun obtained a portion of control over the God Advent Tower. He could freely enter the 5th level of the God Advent Tower and could control a small number of the restrictions. However, these restrictions had already been made ineffective due to the energy depletion. Shintu Nantian and company have come out. A few months had passed since Yi Yun and Lin Xintong perfectly mastered the first stage of the Great Empress Heart Sutra. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had used this period of time to cultivate in the second stage of the Great Empress Heart Sutra. Yi Yun had also constantly consolidated the nomological seed in his Yuan foundation. Now, he could be considered as having firmly entered the early stages of the Dao seed realm. Be it Yi Yun or Lin Xintong, the both of them had experienced a quantum leap in their strengths. Oh! Lin Xintong, who was meditating, opened her eyes. The trial is ending? Maybe there is another month or two. Now, it is just the end of the God Advent Tower trials. If I am not wrong, after the end of the God Advent Tower's trials, Senior Item Spirit would have prepared other trials to continue testing us. However, with Senior Item Spirit in deep slumber, there is no way to carry on with the trials. These people can only idly wait until the time for the Great Empress Mystic Realms trial to run out, before they will be automatically sent out. Then what about us? Lin Xintong wiped the sweat from her forehead and asked softly. With the Azure Yang token, we can leave this place freely, so we are not in a rush. We still have room to improve in the Great Empress Heart Sutra. We can temporarily stay in the chamber cultivating. With our strength increased, we would have the confidence to face any situation. Besides, I actually also want to know what is on the 6th floor of the God Advent Tower. The Great Empress Mystic Realm gave out 6th titles as evaluations. They were Knight, Grandmaster, Soul, Sage, Shura, and Canonized God. The 6 titles corresponded to the 6 levels of the God Advent Tower. Now, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had already entered the 5th level. Here, they had already received the Great Empress Heart Sutra, which was clearly the core inheritance left behind by the Great Empress and the Azure Yang Lord. The sun-shooting 9 Death's Bow was also likely an item from the Great Empress Vault. Even the cultivation chamber for the Great Empress Heart Sutra and the residence of the ancient Great Empress was situated in the 5th level of the God Advent Tower. This made Yi Yun curious. If all the core items were here on the 5th level, then what was there in the 6th level of the God Advent Tower? It could not be empty, right? The 6th floor. Can we go in? I do not know. Ian shook his head as he looked at the Azure Young token in his hand. He had just inserted his perception into the Azure Young token, and from that tiny token, he had sensed a large region of the God Advent Tower. Ian felt that he could control the restrictions in a portion of these regions, but he was unsure if he could enter them, or what would be there after entry. He planned on investigating all of these places before leaving the Great Empress Mystic Realm. As Ian was thinking, his expression suddenly changed. Oh! Lin Xintong saw Ian's reaction, and subconsciously touched her interspatial ring. What is the matter? Ian's expression sank. It looks like we will not be able to carry on cultivating, but that is good too. Outside the God Advent Tower, Shintu Nantian looked up. He stared at the black stone pillar and sighed gently. No one knew what he was thinking about. The few lackeys of Shintu Nantian had been rebuffed previously by him, so none of them dared to probe him. They could tell that their boss was in a very bad mood. As for the people from the other factions, they were also standing idly around. With the Great Empress trial ending, they could only idly wait. As for what Shintu Nantian wanted to do, or his thoughts, none of them dared to ask. This was because none of them was Shintu Nantian's match. Time passed as Shintu Nantian stood in front of the stone pillar motionless. He was sensing the changes in the Great Empress Mystic Realm. The Great Empress Mystic Realm's trial had already ended. The arrays, which were supported by energy, had already stopped working. Then, were the rules of the Great Empress Mystic Realm also impossible to maintain? Then did that mean that many of the rules were no longer valid? As Shintu Nantian carefully probed with his perception, he discovered that his body was now lacking a certain pressure. In the Great Empress Mystic Realm, what suppressed Shintu Nantian the most was the rule of not being able to attack one another. And now, that rule no longer seemed to exist with the Great Empress Mystic Realm's energy depleted. Upon realizing this, Shintu Nantian's heart beat wildly. If that irritating rule was void, didn't that mean that he could do as he pleased with his strength? His back was facing all the cultivators, but a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his lips. This was something testable. His perception darted backwards and swept across all the cultivators. These cultivators were still idly chatting or meditating. None of them knew of Shintu Nantian's intentions. Without any warning, Shintu Nantian suddenly turned around and sent out a palm strike. Boom! With an explosive sound, Yuan Qi exploded. A strong force wind from Shintu Nantian's palm came surging forward. And his target was the Lin family's Lin Lang. What? Lin Lang, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, the palm wind howled and was already before him. There was no way of dodging it. The sudden turn of events prevented Lin Lang from thinking carefully. However, as an elite of the Lin family, he quickly reacted. He pushed his palms forward fiercely and retreated at the same time. Pang! The Yuan Qi exploded 3 feet in front of Lin Lang. Lin Lang felt his arm tremble. A few bones fractured. With a dull grunt, he flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lin Lang! Not far from Lin family, the other disciples of the Lin family instantly charged forward to support him. Disregarding the Lin family's disciples, the sudden turn of events even surprised all of the other cultivators. What was going on? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 524, Meeting of the Enemies. Chapter 524, Meeting of the Enemies. Shintu Nantian. You! Lin Xiaodai looked angrily at Shintu Nantian. At this moment, Shintu Nantian nonchalantly lowered his head and looked at his palm that had made the attack. A grin appearing on his face. My guess was not wrong. The rules of the Mystic Realm have disappeared along with the ceasing of the erase functionality. What a pity. I wonder when that little bastard Yun and Lin Shintong will come out. If they entered the treasure vault, I cannot do anything about them. But if they do come out, I can take that opportunity to seek revenge. I can maim them of their martial arts and grab the opportunities they obtained in the treasure vault. Shintu Nantian slowly turned his palm into a fist, causing his knuckles to crack. Ever since he entered the Great Empress Mystic Realm, he had been suppressed by the rules. Now, he could finally use his strength. He sneered as he lifted his head and looked towards the cultivators from the Lin family. Before this, quite a few of the Lin family's cultivators had been eliminated. Other than Yun and Lin Shintong, there were only 4 others left. These people included Lin Xiaodai and Lin Fengyue, who entered the Great Empress Mystic Realm together with Yun. The 2 others were Li Daoxian and Lin Lang. I say, the few of you. What opportunities did you obtain in the God Advent Tower? Shintu Nantian grinned as he walked towards them. Lin Xiaodai, Li Daoxian, and Lin Fengyue were touching their interspatial rings. The injured Lin Lang was also gathering his Yuan Qi to stand up and was on high alert. Originally, with the protection from the Mystic Realm's rules, they were not afraid of Shintu Nantian, but his attack just now showed that the protections from the Mystic Realm had already become ineffective. These few Lin family disciples were all sharp people. They immediately understood the meaning behind this. Momentarily, all of them were highly tensed up. The protective rules of the Great Empress had very likely disappeared along with the array's energies. This was disastrous news. None of them were Shintu Nantian's match. Give me all the opportunities you obtained. I'll validate them for you to see if they are good or bad. Even just a tiny bit of opportunities obtained in the Great Empress Mystic Realm was not trivial. Shintu Nantian had already made it clear that he was going to openly steal it from them. Not only was he stealing, he was also planning on killing them. Since the Shintu family clan had already lost all decorum with the Lin family, so what if they were murdered? Since he could not kill Yun or Lin Shintong, attacking the other Lin family disciples could also ease his hatred. Besides, he could only attack the Lin family. As for the other factions, Shintu Nantian was worried that they would join forces against him. The 4 disciples of the Lin family formed a battle formation, but the eldest amongst them was only 23 years old. Even his cultivation level was below Shintu Nantian's, so he was in no way Shintu Nantian's match. Shintu Nantian was one of the most astounding figures amongst the younger generation of the Tian Yuan world. He focused on slowly cultivating, causing his foundation to be extremely stable. This gave him a battle power that allowed for him to surpass others, who were at a higher level than him. No one his own age could compare with him. Under these circumstances, even if any one of them were at the peak of the Dao Seed realm, they would still not have any confidence in resisting Shintu Nantian. Humph. You overestimate yourselves. Shintu Nantian sneered and unsheathed his sword. Ever since Yun took away his companion's sword, he would recall the humiliation he received at the Lin family whenever he drew his sword. He felt extreme hatred. And now, it was time for him to relieve that hatred. Ah, big brother Nantian, why don't you let us take care of these small fries? The other disciples of the Shintu family clan joined in. However, Shintu Nantian waved his hand, saying, I alone will be enough. Are you handing over the opportunities now? Or should I kill you first, then wipe the mental marks from your interspatial rings and search them one by one? Shintu Nantian enjoyed this feeling of being able to do as he pleased due to his strength. His strength was practically the highest amongst everyone present. He himself was awing to others. And before entering the God Advent Tower, the Shintu family clan had sold their information, as well as come to an agreement with the other factions to attack the Lin family. What do we do? We are probably not his match. Amongst the 4, Lin Lang transmitted his voice using Yuan Qi. There is no other way except to fight to the death. Lin Xiaodai coldly said. Even if we hand over the items in our interspatial ring, he will definitely not let us off. He probably has already decided on killing us. Lin Xiaodai had already sensed the killing intent in Shintu Nanshan's eyes. Shintu Nantian laughed out loud. Little beauty, you sure are clever. You are quite strong, and you are pretty. What a pity if I were to kill you. Actually, I can spare your life. I have a duo cultivation technique which requires a talented young lady to be my S*X slave. It seems you are still a virgin. Why don't I offer you a way out? Yield before me and swear under the punishment of a mental demon to be my S*X slave, then I may consider sparing you. Pooey. Lin Xiaodai spat. Go find a B*TCH to duo cultivate with. How could a proud girl like Lin Xiaodai become a S*X slave of someone else? It would have been worse than death. And how could Shintu Nantian not realize this? The frivolous words he had said were just to tease Lin Xiaodai, as well as trample on the Lin family's dignity. It was because Yi Yun and matriarch Lin had caused Shintu Nantian to hate the Lin family too deeply. Refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Killing intent appeared in Shintu Nanshan's eyes. He circulated his yuan qi and was about to slash out with his sword, but at this very moment, he froze. Ha! Shintu Nantian abruptly turned around and looked at the void not far from him. More than 10 golden dots of light had appeared out of nowhere as they circled, becoming bigger instantly. In the middle of the light dots, a door of light appeared. A young man and woman slowly stepped out from the door of light. The young lady was wearing a white dress. Her disposition was extraordinary and her looks were as pretty as the moon hanging in the night sky. As for the young man, his eyebrows were like swords and his eyes like stars. His face seemed to have been chiseled by an axe and he was dressed in an azure long robe. He looked like a scholar, but he was holding a bow in his hand. The long bow was golden in color, with several blood-red patterns that circled around it. On the bow's tips, there were 2 carved dragons, and on the back of each dragon, there was a sharp blade. One look and one could tell that the bow, with its extraordinary aura, was a divine bow. It gave the scholarly youth a more terrifying air to him. Yi Yun. Lin Xintong. Seeing the pair of youths appear, Shintu Nantian was surprised for a moment before he became overjoyed. These two had appeared at just the right moment. He was still upset that he could not find them, but now, they had come knocking on his door. Ha 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 ha. Shintu Nantian laughed wildly. He was extremely excited. His hatred for Yi Yun had already turned into a mental demon that could no longer be vanquished. He thought of revenge day and night. However, he was unable to seek revenge as Yi Yun was being protected by the Lin family. What made Shintu Nantian feel even worse was that he realized that the talent of a poor commoner like Yi Yun had surpassed his own. Shintu Nantian was extremely proud, so he could not believe it. However, with the facts before him, he was afraid that once Yi Yun matured, in a few decades, he would no longer be Yi Yun's match. He never expected for the chance of a reversal to be here. As for Lin Xintong, she was a pain in Shintu Nanshan's heart. He had already treated her as his woman, yet she had slipped through his grasps. Yi Yun. Sis Xintong. Why did you appear now? When Lin Xiaodai and company saw Yi Yun and Lin Xintong, they were worried. They believed that Yi Yun and Lin Xintong's trial had just ended, resulting in them coming out at this coincidental moment. Them appearing now was like sending sheep into a tiger's mouth. The Great Empress Mystic Realm's protective rules are no longer effective. Lin Fengyue transmitted his voice to Lin Xintong as a warning. Shintu Nantian had already guessed what their exchange was. At this moment, warning them was useless. Instead of going to heaven, you choose to barge into hell. Shintu Nantian no longer cared about Lin Xiaodai and company. He turned around and walked towards Lin Xintong and Yi Yun. He still faintly looked up to Lin Xintong, but as for Yi Yun, he was someone trivial. Yi Yun was just a poor commoner who was half his age. The cultivators from the other factions felt jealous upon seeing this scene. Lin Xintong and Yi Yun had originally been evaluated to have the best talents. They had not come out after such a long time, which could mean that they had receiving additional benefits. However, from the looks of it, these things would clearly be swallowed up by Shintu Nantian alone. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 525, Purple Lightning, Swimming Dragon. Chapter 525, Purple Lightning, Swimming Dragon. Yi Yun faced the approaching Shintu Nantian on high alert. He had discovered that the rules had become ineffective, so with the lives of Lin Xiaodai, Lin Fengyue and company in danger, he had no choice but to prematurely exit the chamber. In fact, now was not the best time for Yi Yun and Lin Xintong to exit. There was still a lot of room for their strengths to increase, and once they came out, they would face a very complicated situation. Besides the life and death enemy like Shintu Nantian, they also had to deal with the other cultivators. About 90% of them were enemies. After Yi Yun and Lin Xintong appeared, many people guessed that they had treasures on them. No one knew what would happen if this carried on. The only thing they could rely on was the shock and awe of their strength. Yi Yun grasped the sun-shooting Nine Deaths bow tightly. With a tiny step back, a wind-chasing arrow appeared in his hand. Upon seeing this scene, Shintu Nantian laughed. Clearly, he was mocking Yi Yun for overestimating himself. However, at this moment, he suddenly made an end sound. His cultivation level was higher than Yi Yun, so he could clearly read Yi Yun's cultivation level. He was surprised to discover that Yi Yun had condensed a Dao seed. Dao seed realm. Slightly less than a year ago, he was at the peak of the mid-stages of the Yuan Foundation realm, but now he has already condensed the Dao seed. It was an incredible leap to go from the peak of the mid-stages of the Yuan Foundation realm to the Dao seed in just 10 months. No one present could do so. Immediately, everyone looked at Yi Yun in shock. The sharp increase in strength in this short period of time usually had only one possibility, that was, he had to have eaten some divine medicine. As for obtaining an incredible cultivation technique to be the reason for the leap in strength, this possibility did not occur to the cultivators present as it was too abnormal. No matter how incredible a cultivation technique was, it was unlikely to have such heaven-defying effects. And the more heaven-defying the cultivation technique was, the harder it would be to master. Within such a short period of time, and with Yi Yun's cultivation level being so low, even if he obtained an incredible cultivation technique, as a Yuan Foundation realm warrior, it would be impossible for him to master it in less than a year. This made people even more assured of their belief that Yi Yun had eaten some heavenly treasure that allowed his cultivation level to make such a quantum leap. However, such an increase had its advantages and disadvantages. When one's cultivation level increased too fast, there would be other aspects that could not keep up. Their foundation would not be stable, leading to adverse consequences in the future. Such a warrior would not only meet a bottleneck in his future cultivation, his strength would also be inferior to a warrior on the same level as himself. The most effective way of using a heavenly treasure was to work hard at suppressing one's cultivation level after consuming it. There was no rush to level up, instead one should ponder over the laws. Only after engaging in practical combat over time, allowing one's body to slowly absorb the energy, would one naturally increase one's strength. What a waste! Many of them were jealous, but also felt a sense of pity. Such a heavenly treasure had been destroyed by an retard like Yi Yun. It was really like the destruction of heaven's property. No matter how much help you get, you won't have any achievements. Shintu Nantian's eyes sank. To think that the great Empress Mystic Realm let an idiot like you obtain opportunities. I wonder what the ancient Great Empress was thinking. Although the divine medicine has been eaten by you, if I were to use your blood to refine into elixirs, I can still extract the medicinal essence. As for you, Lin Xintong. Shintu Nantian turned towards Lin Xintong and a deviant sparkle appeared in his eyes. The remaining words were said using a Yuan Qi transmission into Yi Yun and Lin Xintong's ears. I will make you regret ever betraying me. I will wipe away your martial arts, and make you become a ex-slave cultivating companion and then suck you dry of your primordial yin. Shintu Nanshan's words made Yi Yun's face sink, using blood to refine into elixirs. How could Yi Yun forget the first time he met Shintu Nantian? When Shintu Nantian discovered Jiang Shiro's identity as being one of the desolate race, the first thing he wanted to do was to use Jiang Shiro's blood to refine into a desolate race blood pill. And now, he wanted to refine him too, and was even coveting Lin Xintong. He and Shintu Nantian had already reached an irreconcilable point. Accept your death. Shintu Nantian suddenly leaped up and his muscles bulged. Powerful Yuan Qi surged through his meridians, causing his body to emit the sound of thunder. To have thunder, which vibrated the eardrums of others, emit from the circulation of his Yuan Qi, made people again understand how powerful Shintu Nantian was. Ignoring his insight into the laws, just the terrifying amount of Yuan Qi he had was several times that of a warrior at the peak of the Dao Seed realm. How was one to block this? This kid is finished. What a pity that the treasures on him and that delicate, pretty babe will belong to Shintu Nantian. People were envious of the benefits Shintu Nantian would obtain. No matter how high one's talent was, it was impossible to compensate for the absolute gap in cultivation levels. No matter how much of a genius one was, without the time for him to mature, it was also useless. In a split second, Shintu Nantian, who was in the air, seemed like a hawk eyeing its food. He slammed down with his palm towards Yi Yun. This attack had a powerful aura. Shintu Nantian did not need to use such powerful strength to defeat Yi Yun, but he was afraid that the others would snatch the food from his jaws, so he wanted to suppress Yi Yun at an incredible speed, and then shackle Lin Xintong up and ravage her slowly, so as to prevent any external variables. Crackle! Purple lightning flashed. Shintu Nanshan's right hand was enclosed by purple lightning. It became a shimmering lightning blade as he slashed it down at Yi Yun. Shintu Nantian focused on the lightning laws. Wind, snow, thunder and lightning were each one of the power of the Creator's laws. Lightning was close to pure yang. This was also why Shintu Nantian tried all he could to gain Lin Xintong so that he could duo-cultivate with her. Once his lightning was nourished by Lin Xintong's purine bloodline, his strength would have had a sharp increase. In that split second, Yi Yun was surrounded by a sea of lightning. The lightning intertwined and trapped Yi Yun and Lin Xintong within. There was no way for them to dodge at all. At the moment when Shintu Nanshan's right hand, which was in the form of a blade of lightning, was about to hit Yi Yun's head, Yi Yun made his move. He did not draw his saber or sword, but with the sun-shooting 9 death's bow in hand, he used it as a weapon and slashed it at Shintu Nantian. On the ends of the sun-shooting 9 death's bow, there were sharp blades. The sun-shooting 9 death's bow was a divine weapon that had been a part of the Azure Yang Lord's collection. The quality of the blades on the bow were far better than any weapons the cultivators present possessed. Seeing Yi Yun use his bow as a weapon, Shintu Nantian laughed maniacally. A bow was used to shoot arrows, but to use it as a pole to beat others, wasn't this just courting death? Die! Shintu Nantian growled loudly. The terrifying lightning surged downwards in an indomitable fashion, clashing straight with the sun-shooting 9 death's bow. At that moment, Yi Yun's pure yang laws exploded. Vast amounts of pure yang energy, which were following the circulation patterns of the first stage of the Great Empress Heart Sutra, were injected into the sun-shooting 9 death's bow. The bow seemed to suddenly come alive. In the vast sea of lightning, it looked like there was a divine dragon shuttling through its lightning domain. On! What seemed like a dragon's roar sounded. The purple lightning bolts that filled the sky were swept up by the sun-shooting 9 death's bow. It was like an invisible energy whirlpool that sucked up all the lightning. This was a nomological suppression, as the pure yang laws Yi Yun cultivated was one level higher than the laws cultivated by Shintu Nantian. You are the one dying. Yi Yun roared, and an irresistible sharp aura around him became like a divine sword. His stance shot to unprecedented heights. With the sun shooting 9 death's bow in hand, the purple lightning and pure yang energy that were swept up were slashed towards Shintu Nantian. What? Shintu Nantian felt his body slow down. Seeing the purple sea surging towards him, the energy that once belonged to him had been driven away by the sun shooting 9 death's bow, now being sent right back at him. Shintu Nantian's pupils constricted. He had never encountered such a situation, nor could he believe that such a situation could appear because of Yi Yun. He had no time to consider. With his hand on his sword's hilt, he slashed out with his sword. Sword chi roared and lightning spread in all directions. In the sky, the purple sword and the golden bow clashed without any fancy developments. Energy exploded. Boom! A terrifying energy wave was sent out in all directions. Cultivators who were not strong enough were sent flying by the immense force. Their blood were in turmoil from the tremor. Even Shintu Nantian himself felt his arms go numb due to the impact. He had nearly dropped his sword. Raging pure yang energy rushed into Shintu Nantian's body. All of his meridians were in pain, as he was sent flying by the powerful impact. Pang! Shintu Nantian slammed heavily into the crystal stone pillar. He felt a sharp pain in his back, but with Yuan Qi protecting his body, it was not that serious. At this moment, he could not waste time checking on his injuries. He looked on in disbelief at Yi Yun. He saw that, although Yi Yun had retreated a few steps and had used the sun shooting 9 death's bow to stabilize his body, he did not seem to be in overdraft. How could this be? Shintu Nantian yelled in his heart. The scene before him nearly made him wonder if he had once again entered the mental demon realm, meeting the mental demon form of Yi Yun in his nightmares. How could Yi Yun, who was just 16 years old, be able to send him retreating? His cultivation was higher than Yi Yun's. Although Shintu Nantian had not used all his strength, that should definitely not have been the outcome. He could not believe that this was true. Shintu Nantian was not alone. The other cultivators present looked at his scene in inexplicable horror. Their faces were frozen and their mouths were slightly agape. They were like Eastern zombies who had been frozen by a talisman. They were motionless. Other than the purple lightning rolling in the sky, the entire black stone square had become like a silent graveyard. A few cultivators, who were standing close by, had been sent flying. They crawled up in pain as they revealed terror-stricken eyes. Is that really Yi Yun? Lin Xiaodai, who was previously extremely worried, muttered to herself. She had entered the great Empress mystic realm together with Yi Yun and came all this way together with him. Beside Lin Xiaodai was Lin Fengyue, who did not know whether to nod or shake his head. He had also become speechless from the shock. A 16-year-old had suppressed Shintu Nantian despite the huge difference in cultivation level. Furthermore, Shintu Nantian was one of the most illustrious elites in the Tian Yuan world. His combat ability, compared to people at the same level, left them in the dust. However, with this scene happening before them, it was hard to believe that this was real. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 526, An Indomitable Arrow. Chapter 526, An Indomitable Arrow. Shintu Nantian had been sent flying by Yi Yun's single strike. He was alarmed, but he did not feel fear as he had previously not been using all of his strength. Yi Yun's progress was terrifying. It made Shintu Nantian increasingly determined that Yi Yun must have obtained a great benefit in the great Empress mystic realm. This benefit might even be the real heritage of the ancient great Empress. Upon thinking of this, Shintu Nantian's heart palpitated. If he could obtain this heritage, then it was extremely likely that he would become a peerless great emperor. When that happened, the entire Tian Yuan world would be his. This was very likely the largest, and most important, chance in his life. If by killing Yi Yun, he could obtain the ancient great empress inheritance, then he could soar rapidly. After understanding this, murderous intent started to emit from Shintu Nantian. At this moment, where his fate was to be determined, the battle power the mad Shintu Nantian used far exceeded anything he had shown in the past. Yi Yun, be careful. Shintu Nantian was careless in that strike just now. He is becoming serious now. Lin Shinton's voice transmission rang in Yi Yun's ears. Yi Yun nodded. He too could tell that Shintu Nantian's aura had transformed. Killing intent could be seen in his eyes. When Shintu Nantian stared at him, it was like the stare a desolate beast, which had been starving for months, gave to a prey. Yi Yun, today is the day of your death. Do you think that just because you have become stronger, it means you can do whatever you want? You are really stupid. To expose your treasure in front of everyone, you will definitely not be able to leave this place alive. Shintu Nantian stabilized his body and took another step forward. His sword trembled, and lightning flashed instantly. Above the square, there were snakes of electricity winding around with rumbling thunder. Many cultivators felt a painful tingle in their skin. They quickly retreated. Those who were weaker even had to use their yuan qi to protect their bodies in order to carry on standing in this lightning domain. Behind Shintu Nantian, the phantom image of a small world appeared. In this small world, an azure-clothed man that looked similar to Shintu Nantian appeared. He was holding his sword and purple lightning was crackling around him. At the top of the phantom image's head, there was a blue bead that was the size of a fist. There were thousands of lightning bolts emitting from the bead, covering Shintu Nantian in layers. Oh? What's that? Upon seeing the lightning bead, people were astonished. This phantom image of a small world and azure-clothed man was Shintu Nantian's aspect totem, transcendent immortal paradise. Back at the Lin family's desolate heaven technique tea session, Shintu Nantian had previously showcased his transcendent immortal paradise. However, after Shintu Nantian obtained some opportunities in the Great Empress mystic realm, he had further deepened his insight into the lightning laws. It made his transcendent immortal paradise aspect totem to look even more terrifying. Especially that lightning bead, it was something new even to those who knew Shintu Nantian well. That is a lightning spirit. Someone amongst the cultivators said. A lightning spirit was an essence condensed out of lightning energy. Previously in Fallen Stargate, Yi Yun had obtained a pure yang spirit by chance. That pure yang spirit was extremely effective. It made Yi Yun's most ordinary body into a pure yang body. At this moment, Shintu Nantian's lightning spirit's quality was not poorer than Yi Yun's pure yang spirit. Typical Dao seed warriors would find it difficult to refine it, but Shintu Nantian had managed to perfectly merge the lightning spirit into his aspect totem. This meant that Shintu Nantian's body was no longer ordinary. His affinity with lightning was extremely high. Although it could not reach a standard like Yi Yun's pure yang body, it could still be said to be rare. Many powerful warriors had hidden cards. Shintu Nantian naturally had his own. However, now against Yi Yun, it was time for him to reveal all of his hidden cards. The lightning spirit became more and more powerful. With a violent explosion of yuan qi, it was as if a bright purplish-blue sun had appeared out of thin air. One would feel pain in their eyes if they looked at the radiating light with one's naked eyes. Seeing such the alarming aura coming from Shintu Nantian, many cultivators could not help but retreat. They had a hunch that this battle would be extremely intense and might even cause harm to innocents. Yi Yun was powerful, but Shintu Nantian had been famous for a long period of time. He was an influential person amongst the younger generation of the Tian Yuan world. His extreme power had taken root in the hearts of many. To these people, once Shintu Nantian became serious, it would be hard to tell what the outcome of the fight would be with Yi Yun, who had only increased his strength because of an opportunity. Yi Yun, I will make sure you lead a living death. In Shintu Nantian's eyes, it was as if a lightning bolt flashed. His entire person was like an embodiment of lightning. His aura greatly expanded and, as he spoke, he approached Yi Yun step after step. Yi Yun sneered and did not say a word. At this point, the both of them were already sworn enemies. Even if Shintu Nantian did not want to kill him, he would still want to kill Shintu Nantian. Swish! The sun-shooting 9 deaths bow appeared. Yi Yun held the bow in his left hand and with his right hand, he yanked the bowstring open. As a divine weapon left behind by the Azure Yang Lord, even though Yi Yun had condensed the Tao seed and had mastered the first stage of the Great Empress Heart Sutra, he could only pull the sun-shooting 9 deaths bow open by a tiny bit. With the wind-chasing arrow in hand, although it was an ordinary arrow from the Taya Divine Kingdom, with golden pure yang energy gathered onto it, the arrow emitted chaotic golden beams. Even if one stood far from it, the hot aura from it would make one feel a sweltering heat wave. At the end of the arrow, the dancing pure yang energy formed a long arrow feather. It was jumping by Yi Yun's side while burning. Yi Yun's entire person seemed to become one with the bow and arrow. Lightning and flames clashed in the square. The surging yuan qi caused the surroundings to howl. Die! Shintu Nantian roared. Lifting his sword, he mercilessly slashed down at Yi Yun. The aspect totem phantom image behind him also raised its sword and did the same actions as Shintu Nantian. Instantaneously, all of the lightning was gathered together. The sword in Shintu Nantian's hand seemed to be the center of a whirlpool as it gathered all the lightning, forming into a purplish-red sword of lightning that resembled blood. This lightning sword was thin, but the vast amounts of yuan qi it had made it difficult for people to breathe. The cultivators once again retreated in horror, but Yi Yun took a giant step forward. His eyes were like a saber. Behind him, the phantom image of a giant golden crow totem appeared. With half a year gone by, the golden crow totem behind him had increased by more than 10 times in size after Yi Yun mastered the first stage of the Great Empress Heart Sutra. The moment the golden crow totem appeared, it shrieked and shot up into the sky. The golden crow spread out its wings. Its wingspan was now 30 to 40 meters wide. It covered the whole square. The spewing red flames was like waves of blood as they wantonly rolled around. Seeing this scene, many of the cultivators were dumbfounded. This was an aspect totem? This was too much. How is it so big? Someone exclaimed. A golden crow totem that had a wingspan of 30 to 40 meters already enshrouded the small world phantom image behind Shintu Nantian. This oppressive feeling was too powerful. A few amongst them were also warriors at the early stages of the Tao Seed realm. Their aspect totems were at best 7 to 8 meters. This gap between them was like an eagle against a sparrow. People had no time to speak for at this moment. Yi Yun's fingers had released. Pang! With an explosion sound, the bowstring trembled violently. The wind-chasing arrow had been shot out. See? Like a fire dragon's long cry, the sun-shooting 9 deaths bow emitted a wide beam of light. The moment the arrow left the bowstring, it was accompanied by a long golden tail as it screamed forward. Even though the people around the wind-chasing arrow were not Yi Yun's target, they felt their heart palpitate. It was as if the arrow was pointed at their eyebrows. Some of the weaker cultivators was burned by the pure yang energy. They felt their bloodstream go into chaos. Their hair even started emitting a burnt smell. Their skin was also cracked from the dryness. With hot waves rushing about, it met without an opposition. The arrow shot out by Yi Yun clashed without any gaudy display with the lightning-encrusted sword of Shintu Nantian. Boom! After a tremendous explosion, it was as if the world momentarily went silent. From this intense energy collision, the wind-chasing arrow shattered into countless numbers of fragments. The wind-chasing arrow was, after all, an ordinary arrow. It could not withstand such a powerful impact. However, even though it was shattered, the fragments still carried the sun-shooting 9 deaths bow's energy. This energy remained without any dissipation. With indomitable momentum, they shot straight forward. The force shot out as it expanded out in all directions. Everyone's eyes were flooded with a golden color. Their ears were filled with the roaring of thunder. Those who were weaker had the energy enter their bodies, causing injuries to their meridians. Dang! 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 Yi-Yun retreated with more than 10 steps. His blood was surging and turbulent. A strand of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Shintu Nanshan's cultivation level was, after all, deeper than his own. The lightning sword chi that erupted after he used the lightning spirit came with a sovereign aura. It was unstoppable. After using all his strength to pull the sun-shooting 9 Death's Bow open, Yi-Yun no longer had much yuan chi left to withstand the force with. This was a result in the gap between their cultivation levels. As for Shintu Nantian, he similarly retreated greatly from the clash. He knew the power from that strike would definitely injure Yi-Yun heavily. That was an attack not any Dao Seed Realm warrior could withstand, what more Yi-Yun who was at the early stages of the Dao Seed Realm. However, after retreating by more than 100 feet, the confidence in his smile froze suddenly. He watched helplessly as the golden fragments were shooting out from the explosive storm like flaming meteors. Despite the explosive storm being so violent, it did not change the trajectories of the fragments in any way. They shot at him at an incredulous speed. In a split second, Shintu Nantian bit the tip of his tongue and forcefully twisted his body. However, the speed of the fragments was too terrifying. They were so fast that they were silent. Cha! His protective yuan chi was torn apart like paper. Although Shintu Nantian had forcefully avoided having his vitals hit, the golden beam still pierced straight through his left arm and shoulder. Hundreds to thousands of fine fragments brought along with them blood mixed with minced meat out of Shintu Nanshan's back. Abruptly, Shintu Nanshan's face turned as pale as paper. What Bao was this? Even with the arrow shattering, it could still have such terrifying power. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 527, Sword Chi Breaks the Void. Chapter 527, Sword Chi Breaks the Void. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. Shintu Nanshan's left shoulder had already turned into a bloody mess. The numerous minute fragments had extremely destructive powers with the support of the pure yang energy. Even though Shintu Nanshan's body was tempered, it had become riddled with holes like a bee's hive. At the instant Shintu Nantian landed on the ground, he ate a medicinal pill. At the same time, purple lightning was circling around his left shoulder. The lightning streams was stimulating Shintu Nanshan's flesh and blood, letting it regenerate continuously. Using lightning to heal? Upon seeing this scene, Yi-Yun was quite surprised, but he immediately understood. Although lightning was the master of destruction, it too had the ability to give life. In primordial periods, when the world was just formed, there was no life in the world. There were only erupting volcanoes with high temperatures and endless lightning. The lightning struck the ancient seas, forming the most primeval tiny organisms. By using lightning to heal, it meant that Shintu Nanshan's understanding of lightning laws had reached the point of both life and death. This attainment far exceeded people his own age. To think that he can use lightning to heal. No wonder Shintu Nantian can become famous in the Tian Yuan world, with no rival in the same cultivation realm as him. The elites present were all able to discern it. Seeing the way Shintu Nantian healed himself, they also understood the profoundness in it. However, it was the same Shintu Nantian who had profound insight into the laws as well as being unrivaled amongst people at his own cultivation realm, that had been pierced by Yi-Yun with an arrow, giving him such a severe injury. Was this something a 16 or 17-year-old could do? Was this something a warrior at the early stages of the Dao Seed realm could do? Just thinking of Yi-Yun's age and cultivation level made many of the elites here want to commit suicide. It was too frustrating. Maybe, Yi-Yun has already reached an abstruse realm. All of you know that back when the Stone Pillar evaluated us, there were 6 rankings. If we include failed to meet the mark as one of the rankings, there were 7. For us to be able to stand here, including Shintu Nantian, we just managed to obtain the rank of knight that barely made the mark. There are still 5 other rankings above that. The top sage, Shura, and canonized god, which no one obtained. It is hard to imagine what sort of realm they are. If a sage-level person were to fight Shintanantian, what would the fight be like? What if it was a Shura or canonized god? Maybe Shintanantian would be killed instantly? In the crowd, a cultivator suddenly said this. When everyone heard this, they were shocked, and no one spoke again. They were all elites, and they had grown up in an environment where they were shrouded in countless amounts of halos. They believed that they were the most outstanding group of people from the Tian Yuan world, and they could become an imperial king, or maybe a person at the level of a patriarch. Previously, in the Great Empress mystic realm, they had also seen the ranking titles of sage, Shura, and canonized god. They subconsciously believed that the people who could obtain such titles only existed in legends or imaginations. But now, the truth was placed before them. Yi Yun was probably one. This was like giving them a sudden notice that they were at the bottom of the ladder of all the young elites. Above them were realms that were unattainable or incomprehensible to them. It was easy to understand what a blow this was to them. Do you think that Yi Yun has already obtained the ranking of sage or Shura? Someone asked in a disbelieving manner. Who knows, that realm has already exceeded our comprehension. Although it is quite frustrating, it has to be said that we are frogs in a well, and have always been. Hi! An elite sighed. Many of them could not accept this. They were already youths that stood at the peak of a generation. However, they were still far from a genius as decided by the ancient Great Empress. Was this a limitation of the times? It was quite counterintuitive that the ancient times were more developed in martial arts than present times. However, there were people who focused their eyes on Yi Yun after realizing this. Greed and killing intent hid deep in their eyes. Although Yi Yun's genius level was high, due to his cultivation level and age, he was not invincible. In his fight with Shintanantian, although Yi Yun had severely injured Shintanantian, he too had been injured. For Yi Yun to have his present strength, it was very obvious that it was due to the ancient Great Empress heritage. And as a lone tiger was inferior to a pack of wolves, as long as they killed Yi Yun, this heritage would be theirs. When that happened, they could get rid of the limitations of their generation. This was a huge temptation for many of the cultivators present. They were waiting for an opportunity to kill Yi Yun. There were more and more people with such thoughts. They contacted each other through Yuan Qi transmissions, developing plans to kill Yi Yun. Hence, the killing intent on the Black Stone Square increased. Lin Xiaodai, Lin Lang and company also felt the killing intent. They held their breaths and they were highly tensed. The situation had reached an extremely tense moment. Once Yi Yun was defeated, they would be devoured by this bunch of people, without a single bone left. When that happened, the younger generation of the Lin family would be completely wiped out. This would be a blow that the Lin family could hardly withstand. Under this murderous veil, Shintanantian grinned. When he and Yi Yun revealed their strengths, he had already expected such an outcome. To reveal a treasure in public was extremely stupid. Shintanantian looked at Yi Yun as if he was looking at a dead man. As for Yi Yun, who was enveloped by the killing intent, he was only looking at Shintanantian in an indifferent manner. After the intense battle between the two of them, there was a short silence. Shintanantian was healing, while Yi Yun was regulating his blood flow. With a single pull of the sun-shooting 9 death's bow, it had expended Yi Yun's energy greatly. If he had not mastered the first stage of the Great Empress Heart Sutra, just shooting that single arrow would have sucked all of his Yuan Qi. That bow! Shintanantian stared at the sun-shooting 9 death's bow. This was without a doubt a top-grade treasure that Yi Yun had obtained from the Great Empress Vault. He noticed that Yi Yun had only pulled a tenth of the sun-shooting 9 death's bow. Just a tenth was already so terrifying. One had to know that when a bow was pulled open, the further back it was, the harder it was to pull open. It was hard to imagine what sort of power would arise from fully pulling open the bow. If the bow was in his hands, the effects would not be so limited. Upon thinking this, Shintonanshin's eyes turned red. So many treasures and inheritance had fallen into Yun's hands. This was really an unfair world. With the sword in his hand tremble, Shintonantian roared. Instantaneously, lightning flashed and thunder cracked. A blinding electric snake illuminated the entire square. It opened its huge jaws, spat out bluish-purple lightning and bit at Yun. Shintonantian could tell that although the bow was powerful, Yun was unable to pull the bow open many times with his cultivation level. As long as Yun did not pull that bow, he was not that afraid of Yun. The purple snake roared as more power erupted from Shintonantian. He wanted to take advantage of the period where Yun could not pull the bow open a second time, and finish Yun in one go. The lightning power throughput and the illuminated black stone square made the entire atmosphere feel monstrous. Shintonantian was covered in swimming electric snakes as if he was an embodiment of lightning. His sword made the hair of many people present stand. Their eyes could not directly look at the horrifying electric snake. It was as if a second look would burn their eyes. Seeing the electric snake coming towards him, Yun had a cold expression. With a flip of his right hand, the sun-shooting nine deaths bow disappeared and an azure sword appeared. Yun recalled the disc array's image of the scene where the Azure Yan Lord slashed at the black-armored warrior in his mind. Somehow, the sword in Yun's hand had already formed a spiritual compatibility with him. After mastering the first stage of the Great Empress Heart Sutra, Yun's insight into that sword attack had deepened, and he could use it even more adeptly. He slashed out with his sword, which was surging with pure yang energy. A golden pure yang flame shot out from his sword. It was like a flying dragon that broke through the horizon. The flames crackled as a heat wave surged. Behind Yun, a golden crow with a wingspan of tens of meters roared. Like a vast ocean, pure yang energy flooded the entire black stone square. The cultivators present around Yun felt their chi activities locked on. They could not help it as their hair stood up. They instantly felt a strong sense of endangerment to their lives. Some of the cultivators, who were only at the Yuan Foundation realm, even felt their heartbeat stagnate. They could not breathe, and they could not help but feel like kneeling on the ground. They were inexplicably horrified as this scene looked familiar. Back on the first level of the God Advent Tower, while they were browsing through the disc arrays, they had seen one of the disc arrays. In the disc array, there was an azure-clothed swordsman with a wine gourd. He had slashed a similar attack at a black-armored warrior. A sword attack that could split the seas was something that none of them could face. As it was so powerful, it was deeply engraved in their memories. Hence, when Yun used this attack, they immediately realized that it was very similar to the sword attack that the azure-clothed swordsman had used. Although it was far less powerful, it had the charm of that attack. It was similarly difficult for them to face it. They suddenly recalled that back when everyone chose two disc arrays, Yun had chosen the disc array with the azure-clothed swordsman. People believed that Yun was biting more than he could chew, but now, with the appearance of this sword attack, they were made aware that Yun had really mastered that attack. What was going on? A kid that came to the Tian Yuan world from the backwater east had such terrifying talent? In a split moment, Yun's sword attack had already clashed with Shintonanshin's lightning Yuan Qi. Shi La. It was as if the sky was forcefully split apart. Yun's sword attack was like an irresistible crushing force. It split the purple electric snake open from head to tail. The sword Qi's momentum was overwhelming as it carried vast amounts of pure yang energy with it. It swirled the countless amounts of purple lightning and cleaved at Shintonanshin's head. What? Shintonantian was greatly alarmed. He immediately bit his tongue tip. As he was rapidly retreating, he spat blood essence onto his sword. At the critical moment, he had burned his body's essential blood and qi. He swiped his sword out to block, but he only felt an irresistible force surging over. Ding! With a clear snapping sound, the sword in Shin Tunanshan's hand broke. Although he had managed to withstand the main blow of the sword attack, with the remnant sword chi, Shin Tunanshan's protective yuan chi could no longer withstand it. His body violently trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood and his body flew. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 528, A Hiding Venomous Serpent. Chapter 528, A Hiding Venomous Serpent. Boom! Shin Tunanshan slammed heavily into the black stone pillar. Like the sword chi, his meridians were shattering and he felt great pain in his back. His mouth was covered in blood as his body slipped down the black stone pillar. Ding! With a clear sound, the sword blade that was snapped by Ian crashed onto the ground at a fast rotating speed. However, the tiles of the black stone square were extremely strong, so when the blade hit the ground, it bounced up again. It spun on the ground at an extremely fast speed, causing many cultivators to retreat in shock. They were afraid that they would be injured by this broken blade that still had sword chi within. Terrifying. Seeing this scene, many of the cultivators present felt their backs go cold. Yi-Yun was too terrifying. The azure-clothed swordsman's power was at least at the level of a peerless great emperor. Yi-Yun had managed to master a peerless great emperor's sword move from just using a disc array. The more profound a sword move was, the harder it was to learn. Many top swordsmen in the Tian Yuan world would be stuck on gaining insight into a particular sword intent, eventually dying of regret. However, only about half a year had passed since Yi-Yun had obtained the disc array. Yi-Yun still had to train in the God Advent Tower as well as cultivate the Great Empress inheritance. How much time could he have to gain insight on the sword move in the disc array video? He could even master it under such circumstances? Genius, freak. These terms were no longer sufficient in describing Yi-Yun. Some people even suspected that Yi-Yun was a peerless great emperor reincarnated. People focused their gazes on Yi-Yun, and they noticed that his face had gone a lot paler. His breathing had also weakened. Be it the arrow shot using the sun shooting 9 death's bow, or reproducing the sword intent from the Azure Yan Lord, it had greatly exhausted Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun's current situation was that his cultivation level was unable to match his cultivation techniques and insights. With a cultivation level at the early stages of the Dao Seed realm, and even if his Yuan foundation was 10 times larger than typical warriors, he was still unable to support shooting an arrow using a divine weapon like the sun shooting 9 death's bow. Similarly, he could not completely demonstrate the Azure Yan Lord's sword intent. Although he has been having the upper hand all this while, it seems, he can't carry on anymore. Many elites present naturally had great discernment. They noticed the change in Yi-Yun's breathing. He is after all limited by his cultivation level. He cannot sustain such a powerful move. Although Shin Tunanshan cannot beat Yi-Yun, he is after all a top warrior at the peak of the Dao Seed realm. Even a camel dying of hunger is bigger than a horse. If he can drag this out, Yi-Yun will also be left half dead. But we probably cannot wait any longer. In the crowd, a thin youth coldly stared at Yi-Yun. His skin was sallow and he looked sickly. His drooping eyes were cold and deep, and he looked like a venomous serpent hiding in the corner. His name was Shintuya, and he was one of Shin Tunanshan's most powerful competitors in every aspect in the family clan. Shintuya had previously met Yi-Yun several times. His fame in the Shintu family clan was just second to Shin Tunanshan. However, a lot of his fame came from his sinister character. He was bloodthirsty and he tended to kill people and their entire families. He did not leave anything or anyone alive. Originally, Shintuya was hoping that Shin Tunanshan and Yi-Yun would both end up injured, allowing him to run away with the benefits. But from the current situation, once Shin Tunanshan lost his ability to fight, they would be lacking the best shield. He did not have any confidence facing Yi-Yun alone. Young master, your intentions are? Shintuya also had a follower who asked him through a Yuan Chi voice transmission. Let's make our move first. Let's kill Yi Yun just like we killed that Lin family disciple from before. A cold beam flashed and disappeared in Shintuya's eyes. Previously, he had killed a Lin family disciple, named Lin Ping. His corpse had been ejected out of the Great Empress mystic realm. It made the elders of the Lin family extremely sad and angry. However, they never expected that Lin Ping was not killed by Shintu Nantian, but by Shintuya. Shintuya very quickly informed a few cultivators through secret Yuan Chi voice transmissions. These cultivators had already shown intent on killing Yi Yun the moment they entered the Great Empress mystic realm. They had vowed to fight the Lin family along with the Shintu family clan on penalty of a mental demon. Furthermore, Shintu Nantian had offered a reward before entering the mystic realm that whoever killed Yi Yun would obtain a reward. These cultivators, who were tempted by the reward, had already made it clear that once Yi Yun was eliminated, they would make their moves on Yi Yun after he lost the protection from the Great Empress Mystic Realm's rules. They would not spare any effort in leaving him without a body. However, with the way the situation developed, what they had said originally became a massive joke. These people, who had previously coveted the reward by killing Yi Yun, were extremely worried. They were now the weaklings. With the Great Empress Mystic Realm's rules disappearing, the next thing that would happen was Yi Yun killing them. If they asked themselves, in the event of them being in Yi Yun's position, would they let themselves off? Revenge and treasures from killing them would be obtained, so who would let this chance go? They were already out of choices. Not only that, the ancient Great Empress inheritance that Yi Yun had obtained was an item of their dreams. That inheritance far exceeded this era. Once they obtained it, they would very likely become the sovereign of the Tian Yuan world. They would lead their family clans to become the #1 family clan in the Tian Yuan world. Who wouldn't want such a great advantage? As the saying goes, human beings die in pursuit of wealth and birds die in pursuit of food. With a peerless opportunity in front of them, even if they knew blood would spill as a result of them fighting for it, there was still no way for them to curb their greediness. These people had already subconsciously touched their interspatial rings. They were waiting for a chance to make a sudden joint attack. Amongst these cultivators, there were many who were at the Dao Seed Realm. As Tian Yuan world elites, these Dao Seed Realm warriors may be inferior to Shintu Nantian, but their power was still extraordinary. The power they had was very terrifying if they attacked together. If possible, Shintuya greatly wished that he could kill both Shintu Nantian and Yi Yun together. As many people were waiting for the opportunity to kill Yi Yun, the eyes of Shintu Nantian, who had burned his blood in qi, had already gone red from bloodlust. His body was encircled by lightning. It went from bluish-purple to a pale blood-red color. Blood-red lightning contained the power of qi and blood. It was mainly used to kill. Yi Yun, I want you to die. Shintu Nantian and Yi Yun were already mortal enemies. After being beaten up by Yi Yun, whose cultivation level and age was lower than him, it caused the pangs of jealousy in him to burn. His self-esteem had been severely damaged. Shintu Nantian was already going crazy from the numerous setbacks. Shintu Nantian's entire Yuan Qi was accompanied by the power of blood, and the Qi shot up into the sky. It formed a rolling red cloud. Sacrificing my blood, refined into evil lightning, the sword of heavenly punishment. Kill. Shintu Nantian lifted his sword high up. All his blood was burning as the power of lightning of the world gathered on his sword. Seeing this scene, Yi Yun flipped his right hand. The azure-colored sword disappeared, and it was replaced by a rusty broken sword. At this moment, Yi Yun no longer cared about revealing the broken sword. Compared to the Great Empress inheritance, this broken sword was unable to attract anyone's attention. The hatred he had amassed was more than enough. It wasn't lacking a broken sword. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 529, Starlight Befalls. Chapter 529, Starlight Befalls. Translator, Seetulin. Editor, Seetulin. Crackle. Thunder roared as Shintonanshan's sword came slashing down. This was the ultimate sword move that he had gained insight on, sort of heavenly punishment. When the sword was swiped downwards, an endless sea of lightning appeared in front of Iyun. The blood-red divine lightning was like a blood pool from hell. It devoured everything. Iyun remained calm. All sorts of images flashed past in his mind. The scene of the Pure Yang Sword Palace's owner slashing that world-shocking attack, and the figure of Azure Yang Lord slashing that uninhibited and free sword attack. Everything gathered onto Iyun's sword. The ancient broken sword seemed to open a gulf through spacetime, with a blinding sword beam appearing out of the void from ancient times. Swish! Iyun's sword beam slashed through the lightning sea. At that moment, Iyun's Yuan Qi was completely drained. This battle with Shintonantian had already used Iyun's essential life force power in order to continuously attack 3 consecutive times at full power. The lightning was overwhelming, but the sword Qi was indomitable. A broken sword had been stabbed straight at Shintonanshan's navel. At that instant, Shintuya, who was like a hiding venomous serpent, roared out suddenly from the crowd. He drew out a white bone saber from his interspatial ring and leaped forward. Attack! 6 Dao Seed Realm warriors, including Shintuya, attacked. They put all they had in them, and they had chosen to strike after Iyun attacked with all his strength. Being covered by violent sword Qi, once Iyun succumbed to the sneak attack, he might receive a backlash from his own sword Qi. He could even be carved into pieces by the sword Qi. The moment that Shintuya chose was extremely opportune and sinister. Yuan Qi of all colors covered the horizon as complex laws came down on him like a torrent of rain. Not far away, Lin Xiaodai, Lin Fengyue and company could not help but shout out in alarm. Who could withstand the combined attack of so many Dao Seed Realm warriors? Ignoring the fact that Iyun was fighting Shintonantian, and that he no longer had any strength left, even if he was prepared for the attack, he might not have been able to withstand it. His life was on the line. And at the same moment, Lin Xintong, who had been forbearing while standing beside Iyun, made her move. Ever since Iyun and Shintonantian began fighting, no matter how intense the battle was, Lin Xintong had remained motionless and speechless. Now, she had finally made her move. Lin Xintong flew up. With her white dress and sprawling dark hair, she looked like a fairy coming down to the mortal world from heaven. She brandished her sword and star-filled galactic arms fell from the heavens. All the starlight was gathered on Lin Xintong's sword. With frost Qi bursting forth, infinite snow and ice spread out in all directions with Lin Xintong as the center. The black stone square was frozen. A frozen lotus quickly bloomed on the black stone. Those cultivators, who did not make a move, retreated in fear as they were attacked by the frost Qi. Just the afterwind of the sword Qi had so much power. Not only was it extremely powerful, the sword Qi contained the nomological insights of Lin Xintong. The snow that covered the ground were interspersed with worldly laws. With Lin Xintong attacking, that sword attack seemed to be the only thing that existed in the world. It stabbed straight at Shintuya. Ha! Seeing Lin Xintong move, a cruel glimmer flashed in Shintuya's eyes. This woman is courting death. He had not forgotten Lin Xintong, but he believed that with 6 Dao Seed Realm warriors attacking together, they could destroy anyone. I'll grant you your wish to die. Shintuya roared loudly. Behind him, a phantom image of a 3-headed hellhound appeared. This was Shintuya's aspect totem. Legends said of a 3-headed hellhound that guarded the gates to hell. Besides being evil and bloodthirsty, it was extremely strong. With the 3-headed hellhound supporting him, a vast sea of blood suffused out of Shintuya's saber beam. This saber beam and aspect totem seemed invincible. However, the moment the blood-red saber beam appeared, another infinite ice-blue galactic arm fell from the sky. It enshrouded it like a waterfall. Extreme frost, annihilation, emptiness, silence. The three-headed hellhound was covered by the ice-blue galactic arm. Its body abruptly froze as it let out a forlorn cry. As for Shintuya's saber beam, it slashed into the frost ice sea and was immediately frozen by the endless frost chi. Blood froze, turning into red ice crystals. His vitality was quickly depleting as ice began covering his skin. The expression on Shintuya's face changed. What? What was devouring him was not just simple frost chi. This frost chi was not only cold, it also devoured one's life force. His flame of life was quickly weakening and extinguished. His vitality was also quickly depleting. It was as if time had sped up hundreds of times. He could see himself aging rapidly with the naked eye. What sort of sword attack is this? Shintuya wanted to shout, but his voice had already been devoured by the silent power. The moment the sound waves appeared, it disappeared in the power of silenceness, turning into nothingness. With this, in a silent world with an ice-blue sea, it not only shrouded Shintuya, it also shrouded the 5 cultivators behind him. Ice crystals had already formed on all of their bodies. As for their moves, they had been annihilated the moment they were immersed into that star-filled sword beam. Ka ka ka. Shintuya's expression was frozen. A layer of ice completely covered him. His body was completely frozen. His sallow and twisted face and his thin and slightly short body were forever sealed in ice. The three-headed hellhound also disappeared with a pathetic cry. Lin Shintong appeared in front of the frozen Shintuya like a divine goddess. Cha! With a flash of a sword beam, no one saw where the sword had been stabbed. No blood was spilled, but Shintuya's eyes turned dim quickly after the attack. His life had been removed and his dantian destroyed. He's dead. After many of the cultivators surrounding the black stone square saw this scene, their pupils constricted. They were appalled. 2 attacks. She had only used 2 attacks. One to seal them in ice, and one to annihilate. Shintuya, whose cultivation level was at the mid-stages of the Dao Seed realm, only ended up being instantly killed by Lin Shintong, whose cultivation level was the same as his. This impact was too great on their hearts. Lin Shintong's power was so terrifying that it led them into despair. Not only Shintuya, the other 5 Dao Seed realm warriors behind him had been trapped by the 9 nether frost chi, with no way of escaping. Their sword beams and laws vanished in front of the Purine laws that far exceeded theirs. They did not manage to do a thing. Lin Shintong's expression was cold. She brandished her sword as she flew towards the 5 Dao Seed realm warriors. Wait! Wait! The 5 Dao Seed realm warriors were scared ashened. At the moment of their deaths, no matter how bright their futures and lives would be, they would all turn to dust. The fear in their hearts were obvious. Don't attack, I have something to say. Someone shouted, but Lin Shintong's sword heartlessly fell. Lin Shintong's hands were seldom stained with blood, but she was never benevolent. At that moment, there was only one word that needed to be used when facing these people, who had attempted to sneak up on a Yun, hoping to gain benefits: kill. I'll fight it out with you. Noticing that Lin Shintong was not going to spare them, a cultivator roared as he brandished his saber at Lin Shintong. However, his saber slashed into nothingness, as Lin Shintong's figure seemed to pass through him like smoke. His body suddenly froze. A sword had slashed through his body, but it did not leave a single wound. Not a single drop of blood flowed out. It was like a dove shuttling through smoke. A strike without a mark had caused the cultivator's eyes to lose its glimmer. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 530, Ending the Feud. Chapter 530, Ending the Feud. Pang. With a crisp sound, the dead Dao Seed realm warrior slammed to the ground. His corpse was quickly covered by ice, while Lin Shintong floated past him with her sword in hand. The present scene made one's heart palpitate. The large black stone square was covered in blue ice crystals. There was snow fluttering in the sky as well as the star-filled galactic arm that fell from the heavens. Lin Shintong, who wore white from top to bottom, was like a fairy from heaven. Her body surged with blue heaven-earth yuan qi. Her clothes fluttered while she brandished her sword. Her sword beams were like water, each one killed a person. What seemed like decisive killing instead gave one the feeling of an ethereal fairy. She stood there without any worldly cares, while her clear eyes were like an autumn lake. Killing seemed like an indescribable beauty in her hands. Such a Lin Shintong made no one have the courage to oppose her. At this very moment, on the other side of the battlefield, a deafening boom was heard. It was as if a sun had risen from the black stone square. The radiant sun beamed and it was surrounded by blood-red lightning. It stood in contrast with the frost ice on the other side of the square. One side was pure yang flames, while the other side was pure yin frost ice. The entire black stone square was split into two regions with yin and yang. It was a shocking scene. Many cultivators were alarmed beyond words. The flames and lightning on the other side of the square naturally came from Yun and Shintu Nanshan's battle. In such a grand battle scene, having yin and yang stand completely opposite and close to each other was something never heard of before. What was most frightening was that when the two contrasting laws interweaved with one another, it did not result in a strong conflict amongst the heaven-earth yuan qi. It was a perfect coexistence. This was simply unbelievable. Yun against Shintu Nantian was a battle of an early-stage Dao Seed Realm warrior against a peak Dao Seed Realm warrior. Despite the nearly one huge realm difference, it did not seem to bring any advantage to Shintu Nantian. Sha! 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 The blood-colored lightning was slashed apart in large tracts. The broken sword didn't meet any resistance as it cut through the divine lightning. Shintu Nanshan's eyes were blood-red. The blood vessels on his face and neck protruded like earthworms. Yun, you took too many things from me. I want you in pieces. At this moment, Shintu Nantian seemed to have fallen and it was like he was driven into a corner. From his hate, he was willing to sacrifice himself to kill Yun. With his blood essence burning, Shintu Nanshan's power of qi and blood intensified. It was as if he was going to explode in the next moment. Yun's gaze was awe-inspiring. He was also giving it his all. This battle was to end the feud between him and Shintu Nantian. Shintu Nantian had not only harmed Zhang Xiao previously, he had also pushed Yun to the brink of a life-and-death crisis. He had seriously injured Yun and caused Yun to descend into despair a few times. Furthermore, Shintu Nantian made Yun feel a deep sense of powerlessness. That was a feeling of not being able to hold his fate in his hands due to his powerlessness. He could only helplessly watch as people, who were most important in his life, died for him. It was a tragedy that he experienced despite putting down his dignity to plead. For a warrior, strength was everything. The weak were bound to suffer. Although Yun knew this long ago, Shintu Nantian had made him understand it more deeply. For today's battle, Yun did not want to rely on Lin Shintong in his fight against Shintu Nantian. He wanted to independently find his destiny through his own hands. There had to be a beginning and an end. From the beginning in the Cloud Wilderness to him soaring in the Taya Divine City, everything that Shintu Nantian made him experience. All of that was cast into that broken sword by Yun. Tao of the sword, following one's heart, following one's character. The death blow came from his heart. In that sword, not only did it contain the insights that swordsmen had in martial arts and swords, it also included their nature in life. When Yun slashed out, what he presented was not only the insight of the sword Dao charm he had gained from the disc array, it also included releasing all the thoughts in his heart. Pure yang energy that exploded like a flood merged with Yun's conscience, causing Yun's attack to reach an extreme point. Resplendence spread to the horizons. Crackle! More and more of the blood-colored lightning was slashed apart. The broken sword was unstoppable. Eventually, the entire lightning domain was completely split apart. Shintu Nanshan's lightning laws could no longer resist against Yi Yun. Ah! Shintu Nantian let out a loud cry. Behind him, his aspect totem phantom image appeared. That azure-clothed phantom image looked no different from Shintu Nantian himself. It conjured the lightning energy within the blood cloud and attacked Yi Yun. However, Yi Yun was unmoved by this. His sword beam carried on without a single pause. Shi La. The broken sword had torn Shintu Nanshan's aspect totem phantom image apart. The azure-clothed Shintu Nanshan's body was twisting as it began to crack. However, the broken sword's momentum did not decrease as it stabbed directly towards Shintu Nanshan's heart. Shintu Nanshan's lightning domain had been split apart, and even his aspect totem had been destroyed. He could only watch helplessly as Yi Yun's sword came stabbing towards him. He was powerless to block it. Pure Yang energy sealed space as Shintu Nanshan's chi activities was locked onto. Without anywhere to hide, he stared widely as the broken sword was magnified infinitely in his eyes. At that moment, time seemed to slow down. What was an extremely fast sword looked like it was still in Shintu Nanshan's eyes. He could even feel that the rust on the broken sword was left behind after blood dried. Will my blood also become a part of the rust when it drips onto the sword? Will my body be pierced through? Will my life also end with this sword? Shintu Nantian found it incredulous. This scene looked surreal. It was like he was trapped in a mystic realm with his mental demons. He was experiencing everything like when he faced a mental demon like Yi Yun. How could this be? Shintu Nanshan's soul screamed. He learned martial arts from a young age. His talent was heaven-defying. He had used up all the best resources the Shintu family clan had, and he was labeled as the #1 genius of the Shintu family clan in a millennial. Ever since he perfected his cultivation technique and reached the large success stage in his lightning laws, he had been nearly invincible against people in the same realm as him. He was famous throughout the Tian Yuan world. He was hallowed in many aspects, and he was extremely promising. How could such a brilliant and mighty him be killed by a young and unknown kid like Yi Yun? Years ago, Yi Yun was just an ant in his eyes, someone who he could crush to death easily. An ant could also kill him? How was this possible? Yes. This was just a mental demon. It was an illusion from the beginning. Maybe it was another mental demon trial set by the great Empress Mystic Realm. Mental demon. They must all be mental demons. I must not be disturbed by them. I must destroy the source of the mental demons by hacking the little bastard into thousands of pieces so as to completely destroy this mental demon. Just as Shintu Nanshan's soul screamed, his soul's voice stalled right there and then. Pwah! The sound of a weapon piercing flesh could be heard. Shintu Nanshan's body became motionless. He felt his chest burning, as if a flame had surged within it. It was a burning pain. He looked down and saw a rusty broken sword completely embedded in his chest. Terrifying energy mixed with sharp sword beams pierced through Shintu Nanshan's chest and gushed out from his back. Pure Yang Yuan she spewed out wantonly, bringing a faint blood mist along with it that spread out tens of meters. It was like a faint but transparent red waterfall. Shintu Nantian grabbed the broken sword as Yi Yun's figure was completely reflected in his pupils. Blood began to slowly flow out of the corner of his mouth. He laughed bitterly. His eyes were filled with despair, unwillingness, hatred, and disbelief. His hands slowly increased in strength. Shintu Nantian firmly seized Yi Yun's sword. Blood spurted out of Shintu Nanshan's palm, but he did not seem to notice it. He was using all of his strength to grab the broken sword, to the point of the bones in his hands being sliced apart by the broken sword. The bitter smile on his face became more intense, as it gradually turned into madness. My era, the era that belonged to me, was ending just like that? My throne, the throne of being the sovereign of the Tian Yuan world, was being destroyed just like that? Shintu Nantian looked at Yi Yun. His eyes were completely filled with blood. In the last moments of his life, Shintu Nanchan's state of mind had been completely twisted and it went into madness. No! Shintu Nantian screamed out loudly. He was unwilling to accept the fact. He had extreme ambition. He had desires that exceeded more people. He had the dedication to achieve it. He had reached the peak of his life through unscrupulous means, but now, all of it was being destroyed as blood gushed out. Blood flowed out of the corners of Shintu Nanchan's eyes. His fingers, which had used to much strength, had been cut off by the broken sword. He felt everything in his surroundings gradually fade away. Only the sound of his heart beating was extremely clear in his ears. Pang! 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 Again and again, his heart thumped with great difficulty. Every beat made him experience the pain of a penetrated heart on the sword's blade. Yun's sword had already completely pierced through Shintu Nanchan's heart. Yun looked at Shintu Nantian with an indifferent look. He coldly said, "This is not your era. It has never been." Shintu Nantian looked at Yun viciously. His gaze looked like he wanted to eat Yun's flesh and drink Yun's blood. Little bastard. Back then, I should have dismembered your heart, then for your sister. I would have. Shintu Nantian was already having difficulties talking. His voice was trembling in staccato. Just as he was halfway in his speech. Boom! With an explosive sound, Yun's pure Yang Yuan Qi exploded. It moved along the broken sword and surged into Shintu Nanchan's body. It caused all his meridians to be destroyed. Even his dantian exploded. The martial Dao seed that was buried deep in his dantian had cracked from the vibrations. This meant that Shintu Nanchan's cultivation had been completely crippled. With Yun's strength, crippling a dying person's cultivation was nothing difficult. Yun suddenly pulled the broken sword out. With another bout of blood spewing out, nearly all of the blood in Shintu Nanchan's body had run dry. Shintu Nantian violently shook and fell. Pang! Shintu Nantian crashed onto the black stone square like a dead dog. Behind him, blood drew a faint red line that spread on the warm black stone and onto the blue ice surface. Shintu Nanchan's eyes were enraged. His breathing had not completely ceased. He was still resisting death with intense hatred and unwillingness. This was really what it meant to not be able to close his eyes at the hour of his death. Yun put his broken sword away and lightly landed in front of Shintu Nantian. Shintu Nanchan's enraged eyes could only see Yun's feet. The enmity between us has ended today. Yun said this sentence lightly and no longer cared about the dying but undead Shintu Nantian. He turned around and left. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 531, Shock and Awe. Chapter 531, Shock and Awe. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. With his heart penetrated and blood running dry, and because Shintu Nantian had burned his blood essence desperately, now his flame of life was gradually extinguishing. His life had come to an end. Shintu Nantian stared widely and deadly at the black stone ground. And those black stone tiles were the last thing in the world he saw. As an unscrupulous man, who resolved to be the formidable ruler of the Tian Yuan world, he died with his ambition and immense hatred, unable to accept his death. Despite how brilliant they were in life or how much destructive power they held, as long as martial arts practitioners died in a mystic realm, they would usually die horribly like a wild dog. This was probably the woe of being a warrior. In Shintu Nanchan's surroundings, many cultivators witnessed Shintu Nanchan's death and fell into silence. Shintu Nantian, a figure who had upstaged so many people in the Tian Yuan world, had died in the great Empress mystic realm. He had died at the hands of Yun. A person at the early stages of the Dao Seed realm killing a genius at the peak of the Dao Seed realm. Yun was now immensely terrifying. If he was given another 1,000 years, it was unimaginable what he would achieve. Many people who had feuds with Iyun became nervous. Iyun would very likely take advantage of the situation to kill them. After all, Iyun killing Shintanantian and obtaining the Great Empress inheritance was something not to be flaunted. Just killing Shintanantian was not that much. The Lin family was not afraid of the Shinta family clan. It was at most a war. However, regarding the Great Empress inheritance, that was an extremely sensitive matter. Once the news of Iyun and Lin Xintong obtaining the Great Empress inheritance was made known, the various family clans in the Tian Yuan world might attack Iyun and the Lin family. If that happened, Iyun was bound to die an ignominious death. In this situation, would Iyun choose to kill them in order to silence them? At that moment, there were only about 5 disciples left from the Shinta family clan. Their hands were clammy as they were nervous to an extreme. One of the Shinta family clan's disciples had undertaken the trials together with Iyun. He was most afraid, for he had previously repeatedly ridiculed Iyun. He had indicated that once Iyun was eliminated, Iyun would be horribly killed by him. He had even threatened to use a disc array to record the process of killing Iyun, so Shintanantian could enjoy it. Just thinking of what he had done back then made his legs tremble. Iyun looked at Shintanantian's corpse. His perception deeply probed his dantian and soul. After confirming his death, he took out a red lotus seed from his interspatial ring and ate it. Ever since he planted the red lotus in the 5th level of the God Advent Tower's cultivation chamber, there would be no lack of red lotus seeds. However, the red lotus was a treasure after all. It took an extremely long time to produce the lotus seeds. It required it to condense a large amount of heaven-earth yuan qi, so the red lotus seeds were still very precious to Iyun. However, the situation was now critical. In his battle with Shintanantian, Iyun had expended a lot of his energy. Under this situation, with him and Lin Xintong having the Great Empress inheritance, there were many cultivators present with unknown schemes. It was even possible that people would be gang up on them. Other than that, there were 2 people with the blood moon symbol. It was unknown where they were as they had not appeared yet. Iyun was very afraid of those 2 mysterious people. Hence, Iyun made the decisive choice to eat a red lotus seed. After he consumed it, a surge of pure yang energy arose from his dantian. The energy he expended was quickly replenished. Using such a pure yang-based treasure to supplement Iyun's stamina, the effects under the additional of the purple crystal's help could be described by heaven-defying. Iyun scanned his surroundings. After breaking through to the Tao Seed realm, he could generally judge the strength of all the people present. These cultivators were the top figures from the various factions. A few of them may be inferior to Shintanantian, but they were not that far off. Iyun's gaze stopped for a short moment on a few people. If they joined forces, it would not be easy even if he and Lin Xintong fought together. If the 2 of them killed all of them, Iyun and Lin Xintong would definitely have to expend a great deal of effort. At that moment, once the 2 mysterious people who had disappeared appeared, the consequences would be disastrous. The atmosphere froze momentarily. After Lin Xintong killed the sneak attackers, she had returned beside Iyun. The 2 of them stood together, facing the crowd. Not only Iyun and Lin Xintong felt the pressure, the other cultivators also felt an immense pressure. Many people were considering if Iyun and Lin Xintong would silence them so as to protect the secret of them obtaining the Great Empress inheritance. However, to the crowd, as long as Iyun and Lin Xintong were not mad, they would not do that. If they really killed everyone, how were they to explain it when they exited? The forces behind them were all waiting outside the Great Empress Mystic Realm's entrance. If all of them died in there, and only the disciples from the Lin family came out, then anyone could tell that something was amiss. The Lin family was bound to be attacked en masse. The situation became more and more complicated. And at that moment, a few Shinta family clan disciples began to secretly transmit their voices. "Everyone, what are you hesitating for? That Yi-Yun does not have much stamina left. There's only Lin Shintong left. If all of us attack, is there any grounds to fear a woman? There are so many treasures. They have received them all. As long as we kill them, we can leave all the treasures for you. And that chick, Lin Shintong. She has a purine body. If you had obtained her primordialine, it would have greatly benefited your cultivation. Now with her improved powers, she would be the best cultivation slave. With her beautiful looks and body, are you not tempted by such a supreme entity? There's no need to mention the feeling of enjoying her, right? A few disciples of the Shinto family clan constantly tried bewitching the crowd. However, none of the cultivators present acted rashly. Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong's opportunities may be tempting, but one had to have the bravery to obtain it. The powers Yi-Yun displayed was already extremely terrifying, while Lin Shintong was even more unfathomable. If it really came to blows, they had no confidence. Optimistic calculations would say that half of them would die. There was no way of knowing if they would win. Furthermore, even after a Pyrrhic victory against Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong, another bout of cruel killing would happen, and blood would flow like rivers after the great Empress' inheritance was obtained. It was unknown if the final winner would survive after all the factions attack upon exiting the great Empress' mystic realm. With so many people hesitating, the Shinto family clan's disciples were increasingly worried. Indecision invariably leads to trouble. With such an amazing opportunity in front of you, if you do not grasp it, you will definitely regret it in the future. That Yi-Yun is no longer a threat after his battle with our young master. The amount of energy he has left is negligible, but if you give him enough time to recover, he might recover his peak combat power in a few hours. It would be too late if we decide to attack then. A few disciples of the Shinto family clan spared no effort to tempt the masses. As they transmitted their voices, they also paid attention to Yi-Yun. They tried their best not to appear abnormal, however, at that moment, a sharp sound abruptly echoed. Shoo! 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 Red golden light beams pierced through the air and they moved at an inconceivable speed. People retreated in terror, and the first to be hit were the disciples from the Shinto family clan. They only saw the golden light coming over, and they had no time to react. In an instant, their minds went blank. The power and speed of the golden light far exceeded their realms. Pang! 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 After a few consecutive explosive echoes, a few people was hit by the golden beams like immovable targets. They did not even have the time to issue a scream. Their bodies were sent flying backward by the immense power. The reddish gold light beams penetrated their bodies. On their backs, near the location of their hearts, a burst of blood rained out. The blood rain was carried forth by the golden beams and they flew tens of meters away. It formed a red mist in the sky and it was immediately evaporated by the pure young flames. Ding ding ding! For arrows had been shot as they were mercilessly nailed to the black stone pillar before exploding into pieces. And a few people flew up high like broken sacks, before crashing heavily to the ground. Blood filled the black stone square. Their bodies twitched and their faces were pale. They stared widely at Yi-Yun. Yi-Yun was standing more than 100 feet away. He was dressed in azure-colored clothes. He held a bow in his left hand, with his hands by his side. He was expressionless, as if he had never moved. The lives of the Shinto family clan disciples were rapidly dissipating. Before they died, their eyes were that of confusion. Were those arrows shot out by Yi-Yun? He had just had a huge battle with Shinto Nantian. Did he not expend a great deal of stamina? Why? Why did he still have such terrifying power? Until their deaths, these few Shinto family clan disciples still did not see the motions of Yi-Yun shooting the arrows. Deep fear filled their hearts. The azure-clothed youth before them was like a god of killing. The disciples of the Shinto family clan breathed their last one after another. Yi-Yun held the sun-shooting 9 death's bow. The sharp blades on the two ends of the bow reflected a cold beam of light. These Shinta family clan disciples were all Yuan Foundation realm warriors. The difference in strength between them and Yi Yun was great. Yi Yun just needed to use an extremely tiny amount of Yuan Qi to kill them instantly when shooting with the sun shooting 9 death's bow. Murder at a speed that was like a sudden clap of thunder and which left no time for one to cover one's ears made many cultivators' faces turn ashen from fright. Just now, not only did all the disciples of the Shinta family clan that were killed not see Yi Yun shooting the arrows, the other cultivators who were below the Dao Seed realm also only saw golden beams. Then they saw the few people who were hit fly backward, and what followed was a blood mist and Yuan Qi explosion. This method of killing made many quiver in their minds. This meant that Yi Yun could kill them in an instant. As long as they were below the Dao Seed realm, it did not matter how many of them there were. Only those cultivators at the peak of the Dao Seed realm could maintain their calm under such circumstances. They looked at each other as their faces went livid. Yi Yun had probably guessed what the Shinta family clan disciples were up to, or he might have never planned on leaving anyone from the Shinta family clan alive. They were not surprised that the Shinta family clan's people were killed. However, for him to do it so cleanly made their hearts go cold. Did he hold back during his intense battle with Shinta Nantian, or did he have a frightening rate of recovery? He used less than 5 minutes to recover a considerable amount of stamina after killing Shinta Nantian? No matter which one of them it was, they were equally terrifying. He was decisive in his killing and his strength was astonishing. Such an opponent was daunting. By doing this, Yi Yun not only killed the evil-doing characters who were secretly scheming, he also created an absolute deterrent. Many warriors, who were at the peak of the Dao Seed realm, had also abandoned their intentions. None of them dared to make a move against Yi Yun anymore. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 532, Compromise. Chapter 532, Compromise. The atmosphere over the Black Stone Square was tense. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong stood facing the crowd of cultivators. A few Dao Seed realm cultivators were standing at the forefront of the crowd. Xiaodai, Lin Lang, come over here. Lin Xintong said to Lin Xiaodai and company. The few of them walked over to behind Lin Xiaodai and waited in a prepared stance. From the numbers, it was completely out of proportion, comparing the both sides. However, just Yi Yun and Lin Xintong were enough to make everyone dread them. At this moment, a tall, thin and tanned cultivator in his 30s walked forth from the crowd. Everyone, let us put down our weapons first. Let us negotiate. The lanky male's cultivation level was also at the peak of the Dao Seed realm. His strength was not much worse than Shintu Nanshan's. What he said was somewhat convincing to the cultivators. After all, to those cultivators, who were weaker, a mighty figure like the lanky male was a protective charm against Yi Yun. Yi Yun faltered slightly, but he did not put down the sun-shooting 9 death's bow in his hand. He lightly said, "Just say whatever you want to say." The lanky man flashed a smile, as if he was using this method to lighten the atmosphere. "Young Master Yi, I almost never submit to others. I did not even submit to Shintu Nantian, but against you and Fairy Lin, I can only say that I am fully in awe and submission. I have lived for 30 years and respect heroes the most, and I admire outstanding people, especially the peerless figures written about in the ancient records. I have always yearned to be like them. As for you and Fairy Lin, it is insufficient to describe the two of you as a phoenix and dragon pair. In time to come, the both of you are very likely to become like those written about in ancient records. Although I have to admit that I am very envious of the inheritance that you have obtained, and really wish to seize it through murder, but I need to have my life to actually obtain it, right? I also know that the both of you do not want the news of this to be spread. Once the Tian Yuan world knows that the great Empress inheritance has been obtained by the two of you, it will be a disaster to both you and the Lin family. However, if you were to silence us, that would not be an easy task either. Let's ignore our strength, For even if you managed to kill all of us, when you exit the mystic realm, it would not be an easy task to account to the factions we belong to. The lanky male slowly said. This person was well versed in the art of speaking. His words had complimented Yun and Lin Shintong in a subtle manner, so as to show a sign of good faith. At the same time, his words were frank and did not conceal any of his inner thoughts. Then? Yun asked in a deadpan manner. The lanky man said, what I want to say is that I do not plan on fighting for this opportunity. The great empress inheritance may be good, but it is not something that I am blessed to enjoy. It is a hot potato. Once bloodlust blinds us all, a bloody brawl would be set off in just this mystic realm. There will be few survivors left. And once we leave, it will result in a greater massacre. It might result in rivers formed of blood. If my Shui family is unlucky, it might even be destroyed at that point. What I said would be things you and Fairy Lin will face. I can only wish you good luck. In the pugilistic world, warriors would encounter numerous enemies, however no one likes to constantly face enemies everywhere. To bury the hatchet and become friends would be the best outcome. Unfortunately, there are many times when friends will backstab each other, catching people off guard. Young Master Yi has expended a great deal of Yuan Qi, so I believe that if a few of us at the peak of the Dao Seed Realm were to join forces, we would be able to handle you. However, when Young Master Yi completely recovers, if you were to fight together with Fairy Lin and sneak up on us, it is very likely that the few of us would die there and then. The lanky man's words were reasonable. Yun nodded slightly. So, you mean? What I want to say is that since we are having a truce, I suggest we sign a soul contract. Before leaving the Great Empress Mystic Realm, Young Master Yi and Fairy Lin are not allowed to attack us. At the same time, after we leave the Great Empress Mystic Realm, we would keep the fact of Young Master Yi obtaining the inheritance an absolute secret. How about it? This made Yun think. This proposal could not be any better. Yun also did not want to begin a mass slaughter. As for keeping the Great Empress Mystic Realm's news a secret, Yun knew very well that this matter was not something that could be concealed. The soul contract was not omnipotent. There were many methods the elders of the large factions could use to crack a soul contract signed by juniors like them. The news of them obtaining the Great Empress inheritance would be leaked out sooner or later. However, Yun also did not count on staying alive by getting these people to keep the secret. After refining the Azure Young token and being able to freely enter the Great Empress Mystic Realm, Yun already knew of another entrance to the Great Empress Mystic Realm. He and Lin Shintong could exit smoothly without any trouble. Of course, the lanky man knew that there was no way of concealing the truth. The reason why he suggested this proposal was also to befriend Yun and Lin Shintong. Just as he said, to befriend someone after burying the hatchet was the best outcome. As long as the two did not die in the future, they would become peerless great emperors. If it was impossible to murder them to seize the treasures, then befriending them would be the second best outcome. It was also a consolatory result. All right. Yun agreed. As for the other cultivators, they had no rights to oppose. Without the lanky man's support, they would very likely be killed if they refused. Let us sign the contract. As Yun spoke, a faint beam fell from the sky towards the black stone square. It shrouded Shintu Nantian as well as the corpses of the other Shintu family clan disciples. After these corpses were illuminated by the beam, they slowly turned transparent and then quickly disappeared. Upon seeing this scene, everyone was momentarily stunned. They quickly understood that these corpses had been sent out. In the Great Empress Mystic Realm, as long as one died, then one's corpse would be sent out of the Mystic Realm. This was one of the Great Empress Mystic Realm's rules. With many of the Mystic Realm arrays failing, many of the rules were no longer in effect, but unexpectedly, this rule was still preserved. However, Yun was not surprised by this. This was the rule that ensured the exit of the Mystic Realm, so naturally it could not disappear. Before the God Advent Tower's item spirit entered her slumber, she had likely, especially, left enough energy to support the mystic realm's exiting rules. Without this rule, these cultivators would have been trapped in the mystic realm their entire lives. If Yun and Lin Xintong did not choose to finish traversing the extreme frost icy plains, then they would be trapped to death like the rest. Of course, the God Advent Tower's item spirit would not let that happen. Many of them, not only Yun, realized this. This made them heave a sigh of relief. It seemed like as long as they waited, they would still be able to leave the Great Empress mystic realm. This was good news. They had suffered from being trapped in the God Advent Tower for half a year. We will probably be able to leave shortly. Many people had such thoughts. At this moment, Yun waved to Lin Xiaodai and company as he transmitted his voice, "Follow me. Xintong and I have words to exhort you." At this moment, outside the Great Empress mystic realm, many of the elders from the various large factions were still guarding the entrance of the mystic realm and the God Burial Abyss underwater turmoil. Since their respective juniors entered the Great Empress mystic realm, they had been waiting here for more than 10 months. To these elders who had lifespans of thousands to tens of thousands of years, 10 months were like the time it took to snap one's finger. They could pass through this time in one meditation sitting. However, they had gone through tribulations in what was a short period of time. They had withstood a tremendous test. About half a year ago, the God Burial Abyss had a sudden, abnormal change. Tens of thousands of miles away, deep in the whirlpool, a huge eye had appeared. The eye was frightening. It made anyone who saw it feel like their soul was being sucked in. With the eye's appearance, the eternal whirlpool's suction power also crazily increased. It conjured a terrifying black storm on the seabed. The elders of the various large factions, who were high-ranking figures in the Tian Yuan world, also struggled to withstand the storm. They were nearly sucked into the whirlpool. Once they were sucked into the eternal whirlpool, then they were bound to die without a proper burial ground. Ever since ancient times, even peerless great emperors could not come out after entering the eternal whirlpool. At the moment when the elders of the large factions could no longer cope, out flew a phantom image of a pagoda from the Great Empress mystic realm. This gigantic pagoda pulled all the turbulent power in the surroundings and crashed down onto the eternal whirlpool. It had forcefully halted the eye. Despite the clash at this level happening tens of thousands of miles away, it still gave off immense pressure and created shockwaves that reached the high-ranking figures of the Tian Yuan world. Many of them even received internal injuries. Thankfully, from then on, the eternal whirlpool eased up. The eye disappeared and the pagoda phantom image was also no longer seen. The power of the underwater storm had weakened, so it was no longer as difficult to endure as before. However, these elders never expected that they would end up waiting for half a year after this. And yet, not a single cultivator had been sent out from the Great Empress mystic realm. Such a long period of time far exceeded their initial expectations. It caused many of them to worry. Could some accident have happened after the mysterious eye appeared and the clash between the eye with the pagoda phantom image that stemmed from the Great Empress mystic realm? Could the juniors, still in the Great Empress mystic realm, have suffered unexpected consequences? These young elites were geniuses that the various large factions had spent great amounts of resources to develop. They were the future hopes of these factions. If they met with an accident, then it would be an incalculable loss. Many of the elders of the large factions could not help but feel worried. Now, they were not hoping that their juniors would obtain anything amazing from the Great Empress mystic realm. All they wished for was for them to return safe and sound. During this half-year period, not a single elder from these factions dared to leave. Without them to receive the juniors would not be able to resist the terrible underwater storm. As their waiting time increased, more and more people suspected that these juniors had been killed by that heaven-shaking clash. However, no one expected that on this day, the entrance of the Great Empress mystic realm suddenly had a disturbance. It was as if something was going to be sent out. The sudden change made everyone light up after such a long period of inactivity. The Mystic Realm's entrance has been activated. It looks like someone is coming out. An elder stroked his beard and said joyfully. Finally. They had waited for so long, and finally someone were coming out. Apparently, these juniors were still able to survive despite that terrible collision. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 533, A Blow. Chapter 533, A Blow. It has been more than half a year. I wonder, with them coming out this time, will it be the end of the trials? All of the elders could not help but look forward to it. After undertaking such a great risk and waiting this close to the god burial abyss, it was time for them to reap the harvest. The opportunities in the great Empress Mystic Realm were no trifling matter. They did not expect for their own juniors to really gain the recognition of the great Empress, but if their juniors could obtain just a tiny bit of the final inheritance, it would greatly benefit their family clans. Under these circumstances, everyone held their hopes up. After all, their juniors had stayed so long in the Mystic Realm. Even if they did not obtain the best opportunities, it could not be that bad. I wonder if Tian'er will come out this time. On the Shintu family clan side, a broad-framed elderly person opened his resting eyes as he looked towards the entrance into the great Empress Mystic Realm. He was the Shintu family clan's grand elder, Shintu Ju. For the trials, the Shintu family clan had sent the most outstanding elites from their family. Shintu Nantian was the family's best genius in 1,000 years, so the most attention and expectations were given to him. The returns the Shintu family clan would obtain in the great Empress Mystic Realm depended on Shintu Nantian. Beside the Shintu family clan's grand elder, the thousand-hand granny's old face was brimming with a complacent smile. Shintu Nantian was the thousand-hand granny's direct descendant. In this world, quite a number of people will always think that their children were the best in the world. The thousand-hand granny was such a person. Besides, Shintu Nantian was indeed very outstanding. In the thousand-hand granny's opinion, no one in the younger generation of the Tian Yuan world could surpass Shintu Nantian. The thousand-hand granny said, if the juniors coming out this time is the last batch, then Tian'er will definitely come out. However, if it is not the last batch, then Tian'er will definitely carry on remaining in the great Empress Mystic Realm for the trials, until the final moment. With Tian'er's abilities, although he might not obtain the final inheritance of the great Empress, amongst all the cultivators who enter, Tian'er's opportunities would likely be one of the best. Once Tian'er comes out, the future of our Shintu family clan will become even more secure in the Tian Yuan world. The others will not even be able to envy us. As the thousand-hand granny spoke, she glanced at the surrounding elders from the various factions. She could not hide the superiority complex in her eyes. Especially for the Lin family. She hated the Lin family to the bone. For this entry into the great Empress Mystic Realm, she knew that Shintu Nantian had secretly arranged for all the Lin family disciples to be killed. Lin Ping, who had previously been killed, was just the appetizer. Sensing the thousand-hand granny's glance, Matriarch Lin's expression turned sullen. Their gazes clash as if Yuan Qi had collided. Prepare to take in the corpses of your family's disciples, as well as the corpse of that little bastard Yun. The thousand-hand granny sneered. With the conflict reaching such a point, she couldn't even be bothered to use a Yuan Qi transmission. The words spoken by the thousand-hand granny was met with a cold beam from Matriarch Lin's eyes. Do not think that my Lin family does not dare to do anything to your Shintu family clan. If you really cross my bottom line, I will make your Shintu family clan's blood flow like a river. Matriarch Lin's words were sharp. She was already fully prepared. In the past 10 months, she was constantly worried for Lin Xintong, as well as Yun. Shintu Nantian would definitely target Yun in the Mystic Realm. Yun, whose cultivation level was only at the Yuan Foundation realm, was easily threatened by the other juniors from the Shintu family clan. What more Shintu Nantian? Watch out. Be wary that they sneak up on us at the final moment. Elder Howen and Elder Tianju transmitted their voices. The Lin family had occupied a corner far in the distance outside the god burial abyss. They maintained a distance from the Shintu family clan. Both sides were constantly wary against each other. At this moment, the energy fluctuations of the Great Empress Mystic Realm's entrance became more intense. Suddenly, with a beam, a figure was ejected. He wore an azure-colored shirt. There was a symbol embroidered on his back. It was the Shintu family clan's emblem. It was a Shintu family clan disciple. He is out. The eyes of a green-shirt elder from the Shintu family clan lit up. He had already circulated his yuan qi and isolated the eternal whirlpool's dreadful stormy currents. He was prepared to catch the Shintu family clan disciple, however as he was moving, he stopped abruptly. His expression completely froze up. Other than the green-shirt elder, many important figures from the surrounding large factions were greatly shocked. Their eyesights were extraordinary, so the moment the figure appeared, everyone could see clearly the figure's looks. He was like a broken sack that was thrown out. Although the Shintu family clan's elder had inhibited the storm, the seawater was still turbulent. However, the figure did not have the slightest struggle or motions in the sea. He is dead. People immediately realized this. The person who was ejected was a corpse. Tianyue. The green-shirt elder held onto a body with no signs of life. He was completely stunned. The deceased was named Shintu Tianyue. His talent amongst the younger generation of the Shintu family clan was extremely high. Although he was inferior to Shintu Nantian, he was still a favorite amongst a few of the family clan's grand elders. During this Great Empress Mystic Realm expedition, Shintu Tianyue was expected to achieve great things. Even if he did not receive anything, he should not have died in the Mystic Realm. A promising junior was dead. How could that be? The green-clothed elder was momentarily in denial. The thousand-hand granny's expression had already turned extremely ugly. Her smile had been wiped off. She used a cold voice and said, "Do not worry. The mystic realm is fraught with dangers. To err is human. Tianyue's death should be an accident. Our Shintu family clan have sent so many elites on this expedition. The others should have a pretty good harvest. If Tianyue knows of this in the netherworld, he would die in peace." The thousand-hand granny shook her head. She indicated for a law enforcer of the Shintu family clan to use a coffin to keep Shintu Tianyue's corpse. And at this moment, the entrance to the Great Empress Mystic Realm flicked once again. A second figure was ejected. This person was also dressed in the Shintu family clan's uniform. The moment he appeared, the people from the Shintu family clan tensed up. They immediately used their perception to check his breathing. This check made their expressions have a greater change. The second Shintu family clan disciple that was ejected was also a corpse. What is going on? Amongst the crowd, flames seemed to burn in Shintuju's eyes. With the two people consecutively ejected being from the Shintu family clan, and them being corpses, made it unusual. Let me see. With a flash of Shintuju's body, he appeared beside the two corpses. With a simple probe, his face sunk. Arrow wounds. The two of them were killed by a bow and arrow. There were still lingering yuan qi and nomological fluctuations in their wounds. This was definitely not deaths caused by the Mystic Realm's machinery, but seemed like they were killed by a cultivator. A cultivator who used a bow and arrow. Shintuju began recalling who was the most likely person who could have killed their Shintu family clan's disciples. Before he could come to a conclusion, another two figures were ejected from the Mystic Realm's entrance. These two bodies were also corpses. Up to now, not a single ejected person was alive. This time, one of them was from the Shintu family clan, while the other was from the Li Fire sect. It was a Dao Seed Realm elite from the Li Fire sect. The expressions on the elders from the Li Fire sect turned ugly. It cost a great deal to nurture a Tao Seed Realm genius. Losing one was a great loss for the Li Fire sect. No wounds. How did he die? The elders from the Li Fire sect were also people with great knowledge. However, they could not instantly figure out how their disciple had died. This Li Fire sect Tao Seed Realm genius had died under the hands of Lin Xintong. The move Lin Xintong used was derivative of the Great Empress Heart Sutra. Such a profound cultivation technique far exceeded the knowledge of the Li Fire sect elders. Lin Xintong had killed them with a sword, but did not leave a sword wound. She had used purine laws to extinguish their flames of life. 4 corpses had come out consecutively. As for the next person to be ejected by the mystic realm completely put the Shintu family clan's elders into a frenzy. This corpse was thin and from the sallow skin face, he was Shintuya, just second to Shintu Nantian amongst all the Shintu family clan's younger generation. Even Ya has died? Shintu Ju's protruding bony old face turned even more ferocious. Shintuya's abilities were undisputed. Besides, he was decisive in his killing and was cruel in his methods. Anyone would die first before Shintuya. At this point, it was already very clear that someone had specifically targeted their Shintu family clan. All of the Shintu family clan disciples had been killed in one blow. Other than Shintuya, they all had arrow wounds. Amongst all the cultivators who entered the Great Empress Mystic Realm, there were not many people who used a bow and arrow. Shintu Ju could only think of a few people. As for the nomological fluctuations lingering in the corpses, Shintu Ju carefully examined them as his wrinkles on his face became even more pronounced. When warriors were killed, there would be residual nomological energy surrounding the wounds. It could remain for a short period of time. People with great attainments in the laws could even infer what the laws the murderer cultivated in. They could even deduce the level of insight the murderer had in the laws. As such, they could eventually find the real murderer. However, Shintu Ju was unable to figure it out instantly while facing these corpses. The person who left these wounds had a terrifying insight into the laws. Just one strike caused the nomological energy to invade their dantian and organs. It caused their meridians and acupuncture points to be destroyed. Shintu Ju did not even understand what methods could do this. So powerful. The elders from the other factions were also probing the corpses from afar. Since the deceased were not from their factions, they were just watching on with bemusement. Some even nonchalantly passed sarcastic remarks. This murderer sure is powerful. In my opinion, the murderer's strength far exceeds the level of a junior. It is very likely that these people were killed at the same moment. Zay. There was no way to resist the one-hit death blow. The difference in strength was too great. Many people discussed with a mocking attitude. When Shintu Ju heard this, he was like a brewing volcano that would erupt violently at any moment. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 534. Completely wiped out. Chapter 534, Completely wiped out. Before entering the Great Empress Mystic Realm, the Shintu family clan had already formed an alliance with the other factions by signing a soul contract. Now however, with the Shintu family clan's juniors murdered, the elders from the other factions felt a sense of schadenfreude. Firstly, this was because all the large factions in the Tian Yuan world were at odds against each other, be it openly or secretly. No one wanted the other to succeed. Secondly, back when the Shintu family clan sold the information to the Great Empress Mystic Realm, they had ripped off all of the other family clans, so there was some resentment in many of the family clans. Up to now, it was still unknown if the value of the Great Empress Mystic Realm was worth what they paid. Hence, with the Shintu family clan now in such a dire state, the other factions began to mock them as well as make sarcastic remarks. No one stood forward to show any empathy. This made many elders from the Shintu family clan become even angrier. They were on the brink of exploding. At this moment, amongst the Shinto elders, Thousand-Hand Granny suddenly screamed. She pointed at the Lin family and viciously said, "It is them. It must be the little bastards from the Lin family who killed our people." There was no need to mention the vendetta between the Lin family and the Shinto family clan. In the Great Empress Mystic Realm, the faction that was most likely to target the Shinto family clan was the Lin family. Although the other family clans did not have good relations with the Shinto family clan, they were still bound by the contract between them and the Shinto family clan. If they violated the contract, they would be punished by the soul contract. As such, it was unlikely that any one of them would risk it to massacre the Shinto family clan's disciples. The most likely people to have done such a thing was the Lin family. The 4 consecutive corpses, especially Shintoya's death, were completely unacceptable for the Shinto family clan. Upon hearing the Thousand-Hand Granny's words, the green-clothed elder, who had caught the corpse, looked coldly at the Lin family and said in a deep voice, "Lin Fengxian, my great-grandson died in the mystic realm today. I want you to answer for it." Immediately, the atmosphere became tense. The Shinto family clan and the Lin family had been guarding against each other for the 10 months they were near to the eternal whirlpool. The hostility accrued between them was too much. At this moment, it had reached an extremum and was about to break out at any moment. When that happened, the clash between the 2 family clans in the Tian Yuan world was something the other factions would greatly desire. On the Lin family side, Elder Tianzhu had already silently placed his hand on his sword's hilt. Matriarch Lin slowly scanned the faces of the Shinto family clan, and sneered, "Answer for it? You are speaking without any proof. To accuse my Lin family's disciples of killing your disciples, yet you want me to answer for it? Accuse? Humph." The Thousand-Hand Granny's shrill voice was ear-piercing. Her thin and old body was trembling from anger. Other than the Lin family, who else could it be? Thousand-Hand Granny pointed to the arrow wound on one of the corpses. The corpse previously had a cultivation level at the peak of the Yuan Foundation realm, and was about to break into the Tao Seed realm. The Thousand-Hand Granny had previously favored this junior, and wanted to nurture him to age Shinto Nantian, but now, with him shot dead with an arrow, this hope had crumbled. Matriarch Lin roared with laughter. "Why? Just because of a fatal arrow wound, you are suspecting us? Who knows if that underachieving disciple's strength was so lacking that he could not withstand the difficulty in the Great Empress Mystic Realm, so he was killed by bow and arrow puppets. Furthermore, even if he was killed by someone with a bow and arrow, how can you be sure that it was done by my Lin family?" When Matriarch Lin said these words, Thousand-Hand Granny's old face twitched. Her features were all twisted together. What Matriarch Lin said were the same words she had previously said. More than half a year ago, when a Lin family junior, named Lin Ping was killed, the Thousand-Hand Granny had used those words to mock the Lin family. Now, Matriarch only changed a few words, and returned them intact. How could the Thousand-Hand Granny not be incensed? The Thousand-Hand Granny's face sank. She stretched out her right hand. On her dry hands that resembled chicken feet, a faint black glow suffused. Even her nails turned black. It was as if she was about to attack at the very next moment. Other than your Lin family, all the other family clans have signed a soul contract with the Shinto family clan. This arrow wound still has remnants of pure yang laws. That is all positive proof. I know that the little bastard, Yun, uses a bow and arrow. He also cultivates in the pure yang laws. Oh? From what you say, that indeed sounds reasonable. Matriarch said in an agreeable fashion. She then said, "I will do a proper investigation. If that was really what happened, I will punish those aggressive juniors from the family clan. I will punish them by getting them to reflect on it for 100 days as a way to answer to the Shinto family clan." But when Matriarch said this, she suddenly switched gears and frowned. "I do not really understand. How can Yun, a 16-year-old youth with a cultivation level at the mid-stages of the Yuan Foundation realm, kill 3 of your juniors with a bow and arrow, whose cultivation levels have reached as high as the Tao Seed realm?" Matriarch Lin's words were full of sarcasm, However, she remained frowning, as if she was being extremely serious. For a moment, many of the elders from the surrounding family clans could not help but laugh aloud. Thousand Hand Granny's face turned deep red. She was dying to tear Lin Fengxian's body apart. However, she also knew that once they made their move, it would reach an irremediable state. They and the Lin family would end up suffering serious losses, allowing others to benefit from it. If that happened, then no one would be able to receive the remaining few juniors of the Shintu family clan, including Shintu Nantian, when they came out of the mystic realm. Be it the God Burial Abyss Storm or the elders from the other family clans, who were eyeing their treasures, any of them could cause Shintu Nantian to die on the spot. Lin Fengxian, do not be in a hurry. The corpses that come out might just be a small portion. Do you think that your Lin family will have no casualties? Do you think that little bastard, Yi Yun, will be able to survive? What a joke! So, you do know that the little bastard is only at the mid-stages of the Yuan Foundation realm? Do you think he was able to kill 3 of our Shintu family clan disciples? Stop dreaming! For him to be able to leave those arrow wounds on our disciples, it must have been because he sneak attacked them when both sides were warring against each other. Other than that little bitch, Lin Xintong, who else can you talk about in the Lin family? Even that little bitch, Lin Xintong, is far from a match against Tian'er. Wait and see. Wait till Tian'er sends out corpse after corpse of your Lin family disciples. The Thousand Hand Granny said these words with a deluge of killing intent. And as if answering the Thousand Hand Granny, the great Empress Mystic Realm's entrance began to flash. Someone was going to be sent out again. The Thousand Hand Granny jerked her head and looked towards the entrance. At this moment, she was dying to see the miserable outcomes of the Lin family disciples. She wanted to see Yi Yun torn apart. She wanted to see the scene of Lin Xintong being forcefully robbed of her primordial yin by Shintu Nantian before being killed. At this moment, other than the Thousand Hand Granny, Matriarch Lin also turned nervous. She may have said those previous words with confidence, but deep in her heart, she was worried about the Lin family juniors. They were, after all, too young. It was a fact that they were no match for Shintu Nantian. The beams of light around the entrance grew more intense. Finally, with a flash of white light, a bloody corpse with tattered clothes and a pierced chest was ejected. Compared to the previous 4 corpses, this corpse was clearly in a worse state. The corpse's hair was disheveled, concealing his looks. It prevented others from seeing who it was clearly. However, when it appeared, a rush of seawater pulled away the disheveled hair, finally revealing a face that was as pale as wax paper. The expression on the face was ferocious and brought with it an intense, indignant look. His facial features were all twisted together. He looked grim and terrible. It could be imagined that he died with a great deal of pain and resentment. Upon seeing this face, the elders from all factions felt their hearts miss a beat. Their faces were completely stunned. Thousand Hand Granny was the one closest to the corpse. It was as if she had been struck by lightning. Her bent body seemed to turn rigid. She stared wide-eyed at the corpse. In her dirty yellow eyes, her pupils dilated. The blood vessels around her eyes appeared at a rapid pace. It caused both of her eyes to turn completely red. Time seemed to stop as the corpse slowly drifted in the sea. The Thousand Hand Granny's body was completely rigid. Her heart was pounding crazily. The blood vessels under her dried skin began to protrude up greatly. It made her thin body seem like there were worms crawling all under her skin. No! The Thousand Hand Granny let out a shrill scream as her body violently trembled. Pwah! A mouthful of blood sprayed out. A red blood arrow shot through the seawater under her infinite hatred. Shintu Nantian, her most outstanding offspring, a once-in-a-millennium genius, a son of heaven who could become the head of the Shintu family clan in the future, had died in the great Empress Mystic Realm. The Thousand Hand Granny screamed out loudly as she carried Shintu Nantian's corpse in her arms. On the Shinto family clan's side, Shinto-ju narrowed his eyes. Cruel beams of light shone out from his eyes. Shinto-ya's death was already unacceptable. Shinto Nanchan's death made the Shinto family clan go even crazier. With a flash, Shinto-ju appeared beside Shinto Nanchan's body. With his hand stretched out, he said after a probe, "Sword wounds." He looked up and stared at the surrounding family clan elders. He was like a wounded beast that was about to flare up at any moment. Who killed Shinto Nantian? No one knew. At this moment, even the Lin family elders were looking at each other, let alone the Shinto family clan. Matriarch Lin's face looked puzzled. With Shinto Nantian dead, it couldn't really have been Yun who killed him, right? It is unlikely that it was done by our Lin family. However, this matter is very strange. These corpses were clearly killed by someone and not due to the Mystic Realm's trials. If it was not done by our Lin family disciples, who could it be? Elder Tianju muttered to himself. He did not have time to think, for at this moment, a few more corpses floated out from the Great Empress Mystic Realm. These corpses all belonged to the Shinto family clan as well. Upon seeing this scene, Shinto-ju's body trembled. Dead. They were all dead. Other than those weaker disciples, who were eliminated more than half a year ago, the remaining strongest and most talented disciples of the Shinto family clan had now all died. Completely wiped out. Why was there such an outcome? Note, check out chapter 447 for the scene when the Lin family received Lin Ping's corpse. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 535, Resolution. Chapter 535, Resolution. With all their disciples completely dead and the murderer nowhere to be found, Shinto-ju's anger was understandable. There were no proof that showed that it was done by the Lin family either. There was no way Shinto-ju would believe that Yun and Lin Shintong had the ability to do so. However, Shinto-ju's intuition told him that even if it was not done by the Lin family, it was largely related to the Lin family. Or it could be said that with such a huge matter happening, the Shinto family clan had to find an outlet to vent. The elders of the Shinto family clan stared at the Lin family. The atmosphere was suddenly tense as if a battle would break out soon. Other than the Shinto family clan, there were 3 other large factions who had lost disciples. The people who had died were Dao Seed Realm geniuses. These factions could still accept the situation with just 1 or 2 disciples dead. As for the matter of pushing the blame onto the Lin family, they refused to believe that so many Dao Seed Realm geniuses had been defeated by a few Lin family disciples. The situation was impossible to resolve. At this moment, no one was speaking as they were wary against each other. A bloodbath could erupt at any moment. Elder Tianju's face turned sullen. Suddenly, he felt something like a voice transmission entered into his ears. It was the voice transmission used by the Lin family in the event of an emergency. Oh? What was this voice transmission? While the elders of the large factions were about to fight because of the appearance of a few corpses, the scene in the Great Empress Mystic Realm was completely different. Yun, Lin Shintong, and the other cultivators may have already talked it out, but Yun knew that if he did not settle the matter of the Great Empress inheritance properly, it would result in a future bloodbath. Yun scanned all the cultivators present and said, "I know that all of you are concerned about the Great Empress inheritance I have. Unfortunately, the matter is different from your expectations. I did not obtain the complete inheritance of the Great Empress. I only obtained a cultivation technique named the Great Empress Heart Sutra. The Great Empress Heart Sutra is a core cultivation technique created by the ancient Great Empress. However, this cultivation technique is not something that anyone can cultivate. The Great Empress Heart Sutra is a cultivation technique dealing with both yin and yang. It requires a man and woman to enter duo cultivation. The man has to have a perfect pure yang body, while the woman has to have a perfect pure yin body, even to the point of having natural yin meridians. In this world, to find two people with these physiques, who will be suitable to cultivating the Great Empress Heart Sutra, is probably not that easy. The cultivators present all cultivated different laws. As for those who focused on pure yang laws and had a perfect pure yang body, there was not a single one, what more finding a woman suitable for them to duo cultivate with. Many of them had already heard of the Great Empress Heart Sutra from Shinto Nantian. From the fragmentary records in the ancient texts, their intuition told them that Yi Yun was speaking the truth. This kid is saying this to make the malicious people, who are coveting the Great Empress inheritance, give it up. The cultivators present could understand the secondary meaning behind Yi Yun's words. Even if we cannot cultivate the Great Empress Heart Sutra, he probably has other things on him, as evidenced from that bow. The cultivators discussed amongst themselves with Yuan Qi transmissions. They did not believe that Yi Yun had only obtained a single Great Empress Heart Sutra. Although Yi Yun could not hear these discussions, he could roughly guess what they were saying. He said in a solemn but slow tone, "The Great Empress Heart Sutra is extremely profound and intricate, so Lin Xintong and I have already decided to enter reclusive training in the Great Empress mystic realm for 100 years in order to grasp it. In addition, Lin Xintong and I have decided to sever our relationship with the Lin family." When Yi Yun said these words, all the cultivators present were suddenly taken aback. Reclusive training for 100 years? Sever their ties with the Lin family? People looked at each other. Quite a number of people looked at Lin Xintong, but she remained silent. By doing so, she was silently agreeing with Yi Yun's words. This decision was a result of Yi Yun's discussion with her through a Yuan Qi transmission. Be it the so-called 100 years of reclusive training or the severance of their relations with the Lin family, it was all a form of protecting the Lin family. Now, Lin Xintong and Yi Yun had killed more than 10 elites. Furthermore, with them obtaining the Great Empress inheritance, their identities were extremely sensitive. It was inappropriate for them to return to the Lin family. The Lin family was already a first-class faction in the Tian Yuan world, but there were too many first-class factions in the Tian Yuan world. It was nothing much to offend the Shinto family clan alone, but once several factions targeted them and jointly attacked the Lin family was very likely to end up being destroyed. By severing their ties with the Lin family and entering reclusive training in the Great Empress mystic realm for 100 years, this would make it meaningless for these family clans to attack the Lin family. Of course, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong would not really remain in the Great Empress mystic realm for 100 years of reclusive training. A warrior's growth was not simply a result of reclusive training. It required lots of experiences that toughened them, as well as battles. Only through these did one's outlook develop and expand. These things could not be obtained in a safe, reclusive environment. Lin Xintong and Yi Yun were only using this method to tell people that they would not be returning to the Lin family for a few hundred years. When people heard of Yi Yun's decision, they also understand what he meant. Momentarily, everyone had different thoughts and intentions. If Lin Xintong and Yi Yun really went into hiding forever, they really could not do a thing. And if their family clans really attacked the Lin family, it would be extremely unwise. Not only would they not gain any benefits, but once Yi Yun and Lin Xintong matured and became peerless great emperors, they would return and pay them back. When that happened, their factions would collapse as a result. This Yi Yun actually managed to think of such a method. He resolved what would have been a bloodbath against him without even batting an eyelid. However, since he is able to do so, does that mean that he can control the Great Empress mystic realm and is free to enter and leave whenever he wants? The man surnamed Xue figured this out from Yi Yun's words. If that was the case, then wouldn't the Great Empress mystic realm become like Yi Yun and Lin Xintong's garden? With the Great Empress mystic realm backing them, who could go against them? They originally thought that once Lin Xintong and Yi Yun came out, there would be a battle for the inheritance, causing their deaths, but from the looks of it, it was unlikely that would happen. The man surnamed Xue was jealous but helpless about it. For a 16-year-old person to kill Shinto Nantian and a daughter of heaven, who had unfathomable powers and was likely to become the second ancient great empress, as long as they had time, it was inconceivable to what extent they would mature into. From the looks of it, it was better to befriend them now. Many people had similar thoughts. And at this moment, Yi-Yun waved at Lin Xiaodai and company, and said, "Follow me." After saying that, Yi-Yun walked towards the God Advent Tower. Lin Xiaodai and company looked at each other and naturally followed. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, they stepped into the God Advent Tower's entrance, and following that, the entrance slowly closed. Seeing this scene, the crowd were increasingly convinced that Yi-Yun and Lin Xintong had obtained the ability to control a portion of the arrays in the Great Empress Mystic Realm, allowing them free access. This made many of them turn red with envy. Even though Yi-Yun and Lin Xintong really had not obtained all the opportunities within the Great Empress Mystic Realm, with the passage of time, all of these things would likely end up in their hands anyways. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 536, Family Clan Voice Transmission. Chapter 536, Family Clan Voice Transmission. Lin Xiaodai, Lin Lang, Li Daoxian, Lin Fengyue. In the God Advent Tower, Lin Xintong looked at the four Lin family elites. The four of them could tell that Lin Xintong was planning on leaving a message with them. With Lin Xintong and Yi-Yun temporarily leaving the Lin family, while it was out of having no other choice, they would lose the protection of the family clan and would have to roam the Tian Yuan world independently. Their cultivation resources and their own safety would depend on themselves. To Lin Xiaodai and company, this was quite a depressing matter. Lin Xintong said, "Tomorrow, Yi-Yun will send all of you out. In a while, pass the words I say about the trials to the family's elders in its entirety." Lin Xintong began telling Lin Xiaodai everything that she and Yi-Yun knew about the Blood Moon. The God Advent Tower, Blood Moon, as well as the Azure Yang Lord and the ancient Great Empress from ancient times, and the battles they had with the mysterious enemy were matters that were exceedingly complicated. Lin Xintong and Yi-Yun could hardly make any headway out of it. However, from projections, it was very likely that the Tian Yuan world would face an upheaval in the future. Like the rising wind that forebodes the coming storm, every time there was an upheaval in the Tian Yuan world, it would cause the collapse and shuffling of the existing factions, giving rise to new factions. If this upheaval was drastic enough, it was unknown if the Lin family could survive it. There would be a higher chance of victory if they made preparations early. When Lin Lang and company heard what Lin Xintong had to say, they were aghast. There was a mysterious organization that was plotting against the Great Empress Mystic Realm in this world? Previously, they had never heard of such an organization in the Tian Yuan world. For a long time, although the large factions like the Lin family and the Shintu family clan could not be considered the best in the Tian Yuan world, they were at least top-class factions. However, from the looks of it, the Lin family was far from close to such a faction. How could such a faction exist with such obscurity in the Tian Yuan world for such a long period of time without their knowledge? But, how are we to send out the information? In the Great Empress Mystic Realm, with Lin Xintong and Yi-Yun's strength, they were naturally safe. However, things would be completely different once they left the Mystic Realm. The sole contract that bound the juniors was not something they could rely on with the elders from the various factions coming into play. Yi-Yun will naturally send you out. The Great Empress Mystic Realm's exit is not only limited to the one by the Eternal Whirlpool. However, you have to swear that you are not going to tell the location to anyone. While saying that, Lin Xintong glanced at Yi-Yun, who gave an approving nod. Lin Fengyue and company may be on their side, but Yi-Yun could not completely trust them. The Great Empress Mystic Realm had a lot of exits. The exit location, which Yi-Yun was sending them to, was the least concealed one. As for the other exits, Yi-Yun and Lin Xintong would keep them close to their hearts. That will be the path they would use to leave the Great Empress Mystic Realm. If other factions set up an ambush at the aforementioned exit in the future, the consequences would be disastrous. In the next couple of hours, Yi-Yun, Lin Xintong, Lin Fengyue and company separately entered their meditation. Later on, Yi-Yun activated the Azure Yen token, causing a door of light to open in the God Advent Tower. This door of light directly led out of the great Empress mystic realm. Go and diligently cultivate. In the future, take care of the Lin family and matriarch Lin. Lin Xintong exhorted them as Lin Xiaodai and company nodded. They then took a large stride through the door of light. With a flash of white light, they felt like the space around them was tearing. The next moment, they had arrived above a vast sea. This sea had seawater that was light red in color. It was the color of blood mixed with water. The water surface was calm like red jade. There was not even an inkling of a wave. The surroundings were lacking in heaven-earth yuan qi. Looking around, there was endless red sea that extended thousands of miles out. There was not a single piece of land. It is the untraversable sea. Lin Fengyue said. The Tian Yuan world was surrounded by the untraversable sea that even great emperors could not cross. They had been sent to a spot above the untraversable sea. There was no way to get their bearings. If they were too far from land, their situation would be extremely horrible. Thankfully, they had their family clan's emergency voice transmission tokens. This token was a magic item that was refined by spending a sizable amount of resources. It was never used unless the situation was critical. For this great Empress Mystic Realm expedition, all the core disciples of the Lin family were given such emergency tokens. All they needed to transmit their voices across a distance of the Tian Yuan world was to crush the token. It would also allow for the Lin family elders to locate them. The plan after Lin Xintong sent them out was to use the emergency voice transmission token to inform the Lin family. With important issues at stake, Lin Xiaodai and the three others crushed a voice transmission token and used their thoughts to send a message out, along with a Lin family passphrase. Lin Xintong and Yi Yun had already obtained a portion of the Great Empress inheritance. They are safe, so do not be worried. The other cultivators will be sent out of the Great Empress Mystic Realm shortly. As the matter is sensitive, which could result in disputes, we beseech all elders to leave the God Burial Abyss so as to avoid any bloodshed. After sending us back to the family clan, we have something important to report. Near the God Burial Abyss, Elder Tianzhu, Elder Huowen and Matriarch Lin received the emergency message simultaneously. All three were momentarily stunned. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had obtained a portion of the Great Empress inheritance. Instantly, all three of them exchanged glances. They could see shock and pleasant surprise glistening in each other's eyes. None of them expected for Yi Yun and Lin Xintong to succeed. Didn't this also mean that there was a possibility of Lin Xintong being cured of her naturally terminated meridians? Once females with naturally terminated meridians had their meridians join up, they were bound to skyrocket, becoming a peerless great empress. Furthermore, with Lin Xintong obtaining the Great Empress inheritance, it would be impossible to imagine what sorts of achievements she would attain in the future. However, great danger accompanied great opportunities. The question now was if the Lin family had requisite fated luck and heritage to nurture a peerless great empress. The slightest mistake could cause the Great Empress maturation process to fail, leading to her death. And if that happened, the entire Lin family would accompany her in death. We are returning to our family clan. Elder Tianzhu transmitted his voice. Several Lin family elders were still puzzled. Why were they leaving without receiving Lin Xintong in company? Let us go. While speaking, elders Tianzhu and Huowen had already begun to retreat. The other elders could only follow with their heads filled with questions. Previously, the Shintu family clan was confronting the Lin family. When they saw the Lin family retreating, they were also momentarily stunned. What was the Lin family doing? Are they afraid to fight? So they are escaping? A Shintu family clan elder said in astonishment. However, it was obvious after some thought. Were they abandoning their younger generation? While the Shintu family clan were confused over the situation, they watched on as the Lin family withdrew tens of miles away. With that, the upper echelons of the Lin family began moving extremely quickly, and once the eternal whirlpool's pressure lessened, they boarded a spirit airship, leaving the area at full speed. Even up to the point of everyone in the Lin family disappearing beyond their perception, the upper echelons of the Shintu family clan were still in a dazed state. What are they really doing? The Shintu family clan's elders looked at each other. Shintu Ju's expression was extremely sullen. He did not believe the upper echelons of the Lin family were cowards. They would not abandon their juniors because of the fear of a fight. However, no matter how he pondered over the matter, he could not understand the reason behind the Lin family's actions. As for chasing after the Lin family, that would be a joke. They did not have the ability to beat the Lin family to begin with. If they chased after the Lin family hastily without being aware of the situation, they might enter an ambush. Furthermore, with so many family clans and factions eyeing them, chasing after the Lin family could result in irreparable consequences. What do we do now? An elder asked. The other factions were still waiting in order to receive their faction's juniors. With the Shintu family clan's juniors all dead, were they going to wait here foolishly? The elder's question pricked Shintu Ju where it hurt. He did not even know how he was to explain their family clan's utter failure. Was he to say that their family clan's elites had entered the mystic realm to search for treasures, yet returned dead without a single treasure? Lin family. Shintu Ju clenched his thin and wide palm into a fist. His nails lodged deep into his palm. He had to investigate to the bottom of this matter. We will stay guard here. When the cultivators from the other factions exit, I will ask them how Tian'er died. Shintu Ju did not believe that the reason behind the complete wipeout of their juniors was solely attributed to the Lin family. The Lin family juniors definitely did not have such strength, but even so, this matter definitely involved the Lin family. Maybe it was a sneak attack, or maybe they had taken advantage of the situation when the Shintu family clan disciples were in peril. It could even be some evil scheme. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 537, The Blood Moon Duo. Chapter 537, The Blood Moon Duo. The large whirlpool at the God Burial Abyss was timeless. More than half a year ago, the God Burial Abyss had returned to a calm state after the appearance of the gigantic eye. In it, one could see eternity and a darkness that made one despair. It gave off the feeling that it would devour everything in existence. Another month had passed since the Lin family left the God Burial Abyss. During this past month, the elders from the various large factions waited anxiously. They feared that their wait would be met with the same outcome as the Shintu family clan, where piles of corpses would appear. Only on this day did the great Empress Mystic Realm's entrance sparkle once again, as if the entrance was opening once again. Finally, it is ending. The elders from the various large family clans looked up. They had finally arrived at the moment of their harvest after waiting for nearly a year. The strobing light beams increased in intensity, and finally a red beam flashed. Two figures were ejected out of the great Empress Mystic Realm. The legendary figures of the Tian Yuan world that were lying in wait looked carefully at the figures, but their expressions had a drastic change. The two people who came out looked extremely hideous. They were dressed in tattered gray robes and their hair, which resembled weeds, had thinned to the point of having slightly more than 10 strands of hair. The flesh on their faces were already in a state of decay. Their skin was failing as they emitted the same smell as rotting corpses. The two looked like they had crawled out of coffins. Who are you? Facing these two living zombies who suddenly appeared, all the legendary figures of the Tian Yuan world were on high alert. From their looks, they did not look like cultivators who had entered the great Empress Mystic Realm. However, since they came out from the Mystic Realm, could they be monsters from within it? Their bodies seem to have died, but their spirits are still alive. It is unimaginable that they can still power these two bodies that have nearly lost all life. If a normal person had such a body, they would have been long dead. a legendary figure from a faction said. He noticed that on each of the people's tattered gray robes, a red crescent was embroidered. Although their robes were tattered, the two crescents remained as red as fresh blood. It was quite a stunning sight. It is the laws of time, said an elderly person whose hair and eyebrows were already snow white. This person had a high cultivation level, and also had a good understanding of the nomological properties of time. The laws of time were extremely profound. Amongst the martial heritage in the Tian Yuan world, there were few who focused their analysis on the laws of time. Those who could gain insight into the mysteries of time were always extremely gifted geniuses. Laws of time? Many people looked at the white-browed elder puzzledly. These two people have traces of the laws of time on them. If I am not wrong, they have previously been trapped inside a time seal. In the seal, time moves at a rapid pace. It may be a few short months outside, but inside, they would have experienced tens of thousands of years. This made their bodies rapidly age and their bodies rot. This is a cruel way of killing someone after mastering the laws of time. As the people who succumb to the laws of time will experience tens of thousands of years of solitude, with them eventually dying of age, this entire experience is enough to make a person collapse and lose their sanity. For them to still survive without dying from a mental breakdown is fascinating. If they had become like that due to the laws of time, then it was possible that they were once young trial takers. A trial taker in this state was equivalent to being crippled, but many elders were worried that they belonged to their own family clan. Hence, they began to focus on their clothes, so as to infer their origin. However, the gray robe with blood-red crescents embroidered on it clearly did not belong to any of the factions among them. Where did they come from? Did the Shintu family clan invite others to the great Empress Mystic Realm's trials? Many people paid attention to the expressions of the Shintu family clan elders, but from their lost looks, clearly they did not know a thing about these two unknown figures. Can you understand what I say? Who are you? Shintu Ju asked. His voice was infused with Yuan Qi, which made it very powerful. Any typical junior would feel their blood circulation speed up as they were unable to withstand the power from Shintu Ju's voice. Shintu Ju was using such a method to exert pressure on the two living zombies. However, the two remained oblivious to his voice. Their dark eyes, which lacked any life, seemed to cause the hearts of people to palpitate. Do you know this person? Tell me how he died. Shintu Ju pointed to Shintu Nanshan's corpse. Although a month had passed, Shintu Nantian had a powerful cultivation level, and with the protection of relics and drugs, his body showed no signs of decay. In fact, it looked like it was bustling with life. In Shintu Ju's point of view, just the Lin family alone did not have the ability to kill Shintu Nantian. As for the other factions, as they had signed a soul contract with the Shintu family clan, they would not have harmed Shintu Nantian. So, these two living zombies that suddenly appeared were the most suspicious ones. After the two gray-robed people looked at Shintu Nanshan's corpse, their eyeballs suddenly moved. In their sunken and dried eye sockets, their bloodshot eyeballs moved in a strange way. It felt like they were incapacitated zombies who had suddenly come to life. Although the people present were legends of the Tian Yuan world, they were also horrified when they saw the two living zombies. Without a word, the two gray-robed people suddenly walked toward Shintu Ju. To be precise, they drifted over. The surging waterflow in God Burial Abyss whirlpool did not seem to affect them. The two gray-robed people did not seem to make any other unnecessary movement, but drift forward in an upright manner. They moved completely like ghosts. Shintu Ju was after all a grand elder of the Shintu family clan. He had seen all sorts of bizarre scenes, so with a sullen face, he remained silent as his perception locked onto the two gray-robed men. Only when the two gray-robed men closed the distance with Shintu Ju did people realize that they were not charging towards Shintu Ju, but Shintu Nantian. The two of them had already appeared before the dead Shintu Nantian. Corpse. I want. One of the gray-robed men spoke. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant to the ears. It sounded like a dying nightbird. What? Upon hearing that they wanted Shintu Nanshan's corpse, Thousand Hand Granny jumped to stand before Shintu Nanshan's corpse like a reflex. Both of you are courting death. The two gray-robed men remained silent. One of them suddenly shot out a black beam of light. Shintu Ju used his Yuan Qi to wrap the black beam and stopped it. Focusing on it, it was a black jade slip. On the jade slip was a complex alliance word. By sinking his perception into it, Shintu Ju immediately knew what it was. Martial Alliance's relic jade slip? In the Tian Yuan world, there were many top-class factions. These factions would risk bloodshed to vie for wonderlands and resources. To obtain an advantage in these wars, some factions would ally amongst themselves, forming an alliance. And amongst them, the largest and most important alliance was the Martial Alliance in the center of the Tian Yuan world. To dare name themselves the Martial Alliance without any euphemistic words proved the strength of the alliance. The Martial Alliance usually only accepted sects, seldom family clans. In the alliance, they had a standardized currency of desolate bone relics and elixirs. As for the relic jade slip, it recorded the number of relics one possessed. With the relic jade slip in hand, one could exchange for a corresponding number of relics according to the relic jade slip at the Martial Alliance headquarters. This black relic jade slip was enough to exchange for 10 8th grade relics or 1 9th grade relic. The value of a 9th grade relic was extremely large. In the Martial Alliance relic vault, one could even find 9th grade relics that could extend the lifespan of a warrior by a tiny bit. This was a great temptation for Shintu Ju. To extend a great emperor's lifespan by a few decades was an impressive feat. Shintu Ju was immediately tempted. He valued Shintu Nantian mostly as a result of his own interest and not because of emotions. Shintu Nantian was already dead, so his corpse was of no value to Shintu Ju. It was definitely a good deal to use his corpse to exchange for a 9th grade relic from the Martial Alliance. The two mysterious people were too generous to exchange a 9th grade relic for a Dao Seed Realm Junior's corpse. This made them appear even more mysterious. What do you want the corpse for? Are you planning on possessing it? The bodies of the two great-robed men were already dead. Only their minds were alive, so for them to cure themselves, the only method available for them was possession. A perfectly preserved genius corpse that still maintained a hint of vitality was most suitable. Hearing that Shintu Ju was already moved, the expression on Thousand Hand Granny's face changed. Her status was far lower than Shintu Ju's, so she was completely powerless to prevent him from doing so. One of the gray-robed men nodded in a wooden fashion. With a flick of his finger, the black jade slip entered Shintu Ju's hand. After scanning it with his perception to ensure the authenticity of the black jade slip, Shintu Ju was in a good mood. He handed Shintu Nanshan's corpse over to the two living zombies. The two people grabbed Shintu Nantian with their nearly rotten hands. One of them pinched Shintu Nanshan's chin and opened his mouth. The two living zombies looked grim. Even if a coward had died, just being grabbed by them could cause him to come back to life from fright. The living zombie, who pinched open Shintu Nanshan's jaw, began to emit a plume of black gas from his body. This black gas was accompanied by the stench of a rotting corpse. The expansive seawater was not enough to insulate people from that disgusting smell. This black gas slowly seeped into Shintu Nanshan's skin as Shintu Nanshan's body was slowly being possessed. It's an inspector. Most of the legendary people of the Tian Yuan world present were knowledgeable. They recognized that the two living zombies' souls had been refined into inspectors. Inspectors were no longer human. They carried on surviving in a half-human and half-ghost form. A benefit of this was that it allowed for them to live even longer, and to the point of existing without a body. The swarthy youth that had his body destroyed by the God Advent Tower's item spirit was also an inspector. He had previously tried to sneak up on Yilin and Lin Shintong. So they are inspectors. No wonder they can remain alive even with their bodies rotting. Shintu Nanshan's corpse will become the new vessel for these inspectors. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 538, The Evil Transformation. Chapter 538, The Evil Transformation. As they watched these two living zombies grab Shintu Nantian, they began to feel pity for him. What was once a proud son of heaven had succumbed to such a state where even his corpse could not rest in peace. His body had been exchanged by Shintu Ju for his own interests. It was quite sorrowful. However, the world of warriors was cruel. To survive in the pugilistic world, it was necessary for them to abide to the rules. As Shintu Nanshan's corpse had more and more influx of the black gas, his skin began to turn into a strange, blood-red color. The redness increased in saturation until it covered all of his body. The living zombie, which was emitting the black gas, knew that the time had come when he saw this. He began the final steps of the possession. The two mysterious people had entered the Great Empress Mystic Realm to help the swarthy youth plot against the God Advent Tower. However, the God Advent Tower's item spirit had activated the ancient Great Empress power, repelling the gigantic eye hidden within God Burial Abyss. Only then did she regain control of the God Advent Tower. As a result, the two mysterious men and the swarthy youth had lost their protection. The final outcome had the swarthy youth's body destroyed by the God Advent Tower's item spirit. His soul was also severely damaged before he was eventually killed by Yi Yun. As for the two of them, their situation had been even worse. Before the item spirit entered her slumber, she had used the God Advent Tower's restrictions to trap the two of them in a time seal so as to destroy them. However, it was unexpected that they would last to the point of the God Advent Tower losing all of its energy without dying. Now, the bodies of the two of them was in a state of decay and on the verge of collapse. They were in an urgent need to change bodies, or else their inspector would slowly be drained of their spiritual energy, leading to their deaths. After the black gas was fully emitted, the rotting body lost its final support and began to disintegrate. Its eyebrows had completely decayed, leaving only two dark eye sockets behind. At the same time, Shintu Nantian, who had been possessed, slowly opened his eyes. There was a glimmer of light in his eyes. However, the glimmer in these eyes was completely different from Shintu Nanshan's. It was one that was evil and sinister. It also meant that Shintu Nanshan's body had a new owner. The revived Shintu Nantian clenched his fists as he tried to adapt to the new body. There was a gaping hole in Shintu Nanshan's chest as his heart had been pierced through. However, he looked at it with a grim expression as if he did not mind at all. The surrounding legendary figures of the Tian Yuan world could not help but gulp. What sort of figures were these zombie-like people? They could use such a heavily injured body after possession? However, considering that they survived with bodies that were previously in an extremely rotten state, which were no different from a buried corpse, Shintu Nanshan's body with a pierced heart was much better. That woman! Shintu Nantian grit his teeth as he looked at the Great Empress Mystic Realm's entrance. Intense killing intent burned in his eyes. He had been trapped by the item spirit for tens of thousands of years, so his hatred for the item spirit was imaginable. Alright, it is over. We need to return and report this. The Great Empress inheritance has been inherited by that boy and girl. This matter is of great importance, so we need to let the Divine Master know as soon as possible. The other living zombie used his Yuan Qi to transmit his voice. After he finished speaking, he chose another young elite's corpse that had previously been killed by Yi Yun and Lin Xintong. The deceased was at the Dao Seed realm. Although his talent was inferior to Shintu Nantian, the mysterious person could only make do with it due to extenuating circumstances. He paid a sufficient price to buy the corpse and began the second round of possession. The crowd present looked at each other. No one stopped them, including Shintu Ju. Although he originally suspected that Shintu Nanshan's death had something to do with these two living zombies, he did not plan to pursue the matter, for these two people were too strange. They gave him an ominous feeling. The appearance of the two people and the gigantic eye that had appeared in the middle of God Burial Abyss had cast a dark cloud over their hearts. While the second mysterious person was finishing his possession process, no one knew that within the body of Shintu Nantian, a wisp of black-colored energy was silently rising from within Shintu Nantian Estantian, and followed his broken meridians upwards. This black-colored energy was like a winding small snake. It silently swam towards the soul sea of Shintu Nantian. The soul sea was where the inspector resided. This silent black energy remained undetectable. It had already been lurking in Shintu Nantian's body for a while. Previously, none of the imperial king elders of the Shintu family clan were able to discover its presence. However, if Yi Yun was here, he would be able to discover this black energy immediately. It was the evil energy which Yi Yun had planted in Shintu Nantian's body a year and a half ago. This energy was extremely strange. Back at the relic trial, if not for Yi Yun's purple crystal energy vision, he would not have been able to extract it from the Great Empress relic. The evil energy back then had not matured. With the purple crystal, Yi Yun could easily control it. Yi Yun had planted this evil energy in Shintu Nantian's body purely out of evil intent. He wanted Shintu Nantian to suffer as well as shorten his lifespan. Later on, in the Great Empress mystic realm, when Yi Yun met Shintu Nantian, he once again tried controlling the evil energy with the purple crystal. It still remained viable. Later on, when Shintu Nantian was killed by Yi Yun no longer focused on the evil energy within Shintu Nantian's body. Yi Yun did not realize anything special about that energy. After all, it had only survived in the Great Empress relic. And the Great Empress relic was refined by the Shintu family clan according to the Great Empress recipe. It was unlikely that the evil energy would be extremely powerful, no matter how highly ranked the recipe was. However, the fact was that one of the bones, amongst the materials used by the Shintu family clan to refine the Great Empress relic, came from the Great Empress mystic realm. The Shintu family clan did not know that this black-looking and half-decayed bone, which was placed beside the Great Empress recipe, was a mysterious, ancient evil bone. At this moment, Shintu Nantian was watching his companion taking possession of the corpse. He was standing guard. All of a sudden, he felt a faint chill. This chill made his heart skip a beat. He focused and tried to probe for the origin of the chill with his perception. However, he failed to detect anything. The chill had already disappeared, as if it had never existed. Shintu Nantian frowned. His probe was to no avail, so he could only explain it away as him not adapting well to the new body. After all, he was extremely weak due to the severe injuries caused by the time seal and him possessing a new body. He lacked the ability to detect the attack of the evil energy. This evil energy silently entered where his soul resided. Its body began to split up into numerous thin filaments as it took root inside the soul sea, as it began to slowly grow. It was like a sprouting seed. It was still very weak, but before long, it would be able to devour everything within the soul sea. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 539, Cinnabar Dots. Chapter 539, Cinnabar Dots. The Great Empress Mystic Realm trial lasted for a full year before it finally came to an end. However, all of that no longer had anything to do with Yi Yun and Lin Shintong. They did not intend on exiting to begin with. At this moment, Yi Yun and Lin Shintong were standing on a white jade staircase. In front of them, there was a heavy ancient door. The door was made of some unknown cast metal. The surface was covered with elaborate patterns and engravings. The left side of the door had a carving of a radiant sun, and on the right, there was a frost moon carving. This door was the entrance to the 6th level of the God Advent Tower. It was also the last level. As for what was inside, Yi Yun had no idea. I can't open it. In front of the door, Yi Yun shook his head. Despite having the Azure Young token in hand, he couldn't open the door. Standing beside him, Lin Shintong looked at the two engravings on the door carefully. She gently reached out her fingers and swiped her fingertips across the carvings. After a while, Lin Shintong said, "The surface of the door has an array embedded on it. This array is also the door's lock. Maybe it requires for us to cooperate in order to open it." Lin Shintong's words caught Yi Yun's attention. He focused and touched the radiant sun on the left side of the door with his palm. The radiant sun engraving was quite similar to the radiant sun picture of the Taya sacred technique. Of course, the profoundness was on a much deeper level. When he sank his perception into the radiant sun engraving, Yi Yun slowly came into contact with the array's core. He too began to understand the principles behind it. The radiant sun and frost moon array needed to be injected with pure yang and pure yin energy to power it. Only then would the array activate, opening the door to the 6th level of the God Advent Tower. From the looks of it, access to the first 5 levels of the God Advent Tower could be obtained through tests. Only the 6th level was different. It probably required one to cultivate the Great Empress Heart Sutra up to a certain realm before entry was allowed. With a slight hesitation, Yi Yun tried injecting his energy into the radiant sun engraving. As for Lin Shintong, she took the hint and also placed her hand on the frost moon engraving. They placed one hand on the array, while they used the other to hold hands. Their minds were one, with yin and yang complementing each other. Pure yang and pure yin energies surged into the door. The ancient patterns were lit up one by one. Momentarily, the ancient bronzed-colored door began to vibrate with flowing light. The two engravings, the radiant sun and the frost moon, seemed to come to life. In the world of the engravings, it seemed like shadows were cast, as if it became a real world. As the radiant sun appeared, plumes of cloud began to fill the sky. When the frost moon rose, it brought a vast star-filled sky with it. Alternating scenes of yin and yang appeared one after another until 70 to 80% of Yi Yun and Lin Shintong's yuan qi was drained. Sweat began to appear on their foreheads. However, the door remained tightly sealed. It did not look like it had any intentions of opening. Finally, when the two ran out of energy, with their yuan qi depleted, the splendid light figures that had surrounded them disappeared. The shiny array patterns also began to darken. The white jade staircase returned to darkness, as if nothing had happened. Yi Yun and Lin Shintong looked each other in the eye. They were helpless. Lin Shintong sighed and shook her head. "We are still far from the mark. Our strength is far from enough to open the door." Indeed. Yi Yun stopped the outflow of pure yang energy and he was somewhat indignant. What was in the 6th level of the God Advent Tower? If he could really open it, he might obtain a few means to protect himself against the upcoming upheaval of the Tian Yuan world. While Yi Yun was dejectedly looking at the door to the 6th level of the God Advent Tower, hundreds of millions of miles away, another similar scene was happening. There was a long staircase, and a figure was slowly moving up the staircase. It was a vast piece of land. In the middle of it, there was a large and magnificent altar. This altar was completely black and it was thousands of feet high. The altar's stone pillars were not smooth, they were completely covered in bumps of various sizes. The bigger ones looked like winding dragons, while the small ones were like the fingers of a baby. These bumps were not just for decoration, they were bones that were casted into the altar. From the countless numbers of bones, there was the aura of nomological energy. They were not ordinary bones, they were bones of powerful desolate beasts, or even bones of mighty figures from ancient times. This was an altar built from divine bones. In the middle of the altar, there was a long and straight staircase. The staircase emitted a red glow, as if it had been washed by blood. The staircase led from the peak of the altar to the bottom. It was like a red waterfall that loomed downwards. A woman's figure was slowly walking up the staircase as she headed to the top of the altar. Around the woman and the altar, there were countless numbers of desolate beasts gathered on the land. They were all witnessing this scene quietly. Amongst these desolate beasts, the large ones were like mountains, while the small ones were like ants. There seemed like an infinite number of them as they reached far into the horizon. Even to the ends of one vision, one could only see a dark mass up to the fog in the distance. The figures of the desolate beasts were also hidden in the fog. There was no end to be found. None of the desolate beasts, be they powerful primordial true spirits or weak common poultry, made a single sound. They were gathered around the divine bone altar in veneration. Their expressions were that of awe, and each one of them appeared like statues. The woman was wearing a thick, dark red long robe. She held a cane that was about half an average person's height. The cane was like a sharp pick. The top was slightly rough, while the other end was thin and sharp. On the top of the cane, there were unknown totems engraved on it. The long cape hung down behind the woman and she was dragging it up the staircase. There were ancient totems engraved on the cape. The woman's black hair cascaded down like a waterfall behind her, covering the totems. The woman had a slender physique. Her lips were bright red and in the middle of her eyebrows, there were 3 cinnabar dots. They seemed to add an indescribable quality to the woman's bearing. She was like a blooming red plum in the world. Her magnificence was suffocating. When looking at her, it could not help but make people think of the poem, "The blood that stains the lands avowed, how doth it rival the crimson dot by thy brows?" This woman was not even in her 20s, and her name was Jiang Xiao. She was the most important woman in Yun's life. Even if Yun was standing here, he might be lost in thought for a moment before he could recognize his elder sister. Compared to that simple and elegant girl in the cloud wilderness, the present Jiang Xiao seems to have been reborn. Step after step, she climbed the staircase to the altar. In the middle of the girl's eyebrows, there was an inexplicable hint of melancholy. Her steps also began to subconsciously slow down. Amongst the countless numbers of the desolate beasts, there stood people from the desolate race. They too were also watching this scene. "Roar, why the hesitation?" At this moment, a kind and pleasant voice rang in the girl's ears. "Nothing, mother." Jiang Xiao shook her head gently. The melancholy in the middle of her eyebrows disappeared as a result. She clenched her cane and continued to walk to the top of the divine bone altar. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 540, Ritual. Chapter 540, Ritual. As Jiang Xiao moved up the divine bone altar, a red line appeared in the horizon far away. Following that, red clouds that stretched out tens of thousands of miles came sweeping over. It dyed the sky above the vast lands blood red in color. As the red clouds hung low, it was as if sticky blood would start to pour down to the ground at any moment. In the vast lands of the divine wilderness, there was a woman with an unsurpassed beauty of a generation. She was watching this scene from afar. This woman's looks were somewhat similar to Jiang Xiao's. It lacked the childlike air Jiang Xiao had, but that had been replaced by matureness and charm. She was watching Jiang Xiao's every move and expression. She found it impossible to relax in her heart. Throughout the endless years, the desolate race had always been burdened by a mission that belonged to the desolate race. However, their bloodline had slowly weakened ever since ancient times. Now, the power they possessed was not much compared to the past. Every generation's desolate king needed to obtain the recognition of the divine bone altar, which would allow their ancient bloodline to be awakened on the altar. However, not every generation's desolate king would meet with success. There were occurrences of desolate kings failing to meet the mark in the history of the desolate race. Furthermore, even if the bloodline was awakened, there was the early stages of awakening, the deep stages of awakening, as well as a perfect awakening. There were various degrees to the awakening, and there were drastic differences between them. With the passage of time, few of the desolate kings for the past tens of millions of years had been able to awaken their ancient bloodline to the deep stages. It might have been a result of the divine bone altar losing its energy. The woman with an unsurpassed beauty of a generation had previously awakened the deep stages of her ancient bloodline several thousand years ago. When she commanded the desolate race, not only was she powerful, she was also open-minded and receptive. She was a good leader. However, 2 decades ago, an incident caused her to become severely injured. Her bloodline was weakened as a result. Although she remained powerful, the weakened bloodline made it difficult for her to spur the desolate race's sacred spirit. And this was extremely crucial to the desolate race. In this turbulent world, their desolate race's inheritance could be destroyed overnight if they lacked the desolate race's sacred spirit. For Jiang Xiao to climb onto the divine bone altar in order to attempt to awaken her bloodline before she was 20 years of age, was something never before seen in the past millions of years. As Jiang Xiao was too young, it would be almost impossible for her to complete this ritual. However, she had to do so, because they no longer had time left. "Queen, what are you worrying about?" Beside the woman, an azure-clothed youth said respectfully. This youth was the one who led his army to the Taya divine city, as well the one who saved Yun, the shepherd boy. The woman nodded slightly and sighed, worried, as well as feeling my heartache. Roar was separated from me at a young age. She grew up alone in the cloud wilderness, enduring the hardships of mortals. It was not easy for us to reunite, but I was not able to show her much love. Instead, I have to make her walk up the divine bone altar, so as to carry the mission of our desolate race on her shoulders. Roar's body is special. Although she is young, it is possible for her to gain the recognition of the sacred spirit and become a real desolate queen. However, the pain in her heart makes me unable to feel at ease. Upon hearing the woman's words, the shepherd boy hesitated slightly. After weighing his words, he said, "Queen, may Qing Kuei venture a bold statement?" That youth named Yun has continuously remained on the successor's mind. Because of their separation, it has made the successor seldom smile. Yun, the woman gasped but slowly shook her head. Over the past few years, I have also gotten to know some of his actions. If he was an ordinary person, it would not be a problem to bring him here to reunite with Roar. However, this child is no ordinary person. We cannot expect for him to remain in the desolate race quietly and properly. Besides, in the future, he is bound to stir up a storm. I have a hunch that if Roar has too much to do with him, it will attract a scourge. Back then, I was bent on traveling alone, which resulted in me suffering. This is also something I am worried about. Some things are difficult to avoid even if you make an active decision to avoid them. As the woman spoke, she gave a faint sigh. And at this moment, Jiang Xiao had already walked to the top of the divine bone altar. She raised the totem bone cane high up with her hands. Her wide sleeves drooped down, revealing Jiang Xiao's white porcelain arm. It was extremely eye-catching against the contrasting red clouds that covered the sky. Woo-woo! A violent wind began to blow. Jiang Xiao's long hair and red long robe were thrashing in the wind. A vast, bleak and chilly aura spread throughout the lands almost instantly. All the desolate beasts began to tremble when the aura surged over. They seemed to sense something as they began to raise their heads and look towards the divine bone altar. The sound of the wind grew louder and more intense, to the point that it sounded like thunder. The red clouds were rolling in the wind, like a tidal surge. In the midst of the violent blowing winds, the cape behind the girl, who stood alone high up on the altar, fluttered. Her cane was pointing to the skies, as if she was commanding the wind to fly her up to the clouds. Hum hum hum. The endless red clouds that extended tens of thousands of miles began gathering towards the divine bone altar under Jiang Xiao's actions. A giant red swirl formed in the clouds as endless power of desolates gathered within. It formed a violent energy sea. At this moment, Jiang Xiao's expression was solemn. Her blood seemed to turn hot from an ancient beckoning. The 3 cinnabar dots on her forehead began to glow. High in the air, the red clouds converged and began to swirl down towards her. From afar, it looked like there was a huge funnel in the sky. Zhang Xiao began to sing the ancient scriptures of the desolate race. The syllables of the scripture condensed into bright red textual charms. They circled the surroundings. The totem on the bone cane in her hands seemed to have come alive as well. Finally, the red clouds in the sky fell onto Zhang Xiao's slim body. Her pretty but small figure was engulfed by the endless color of blood. The bleak and chilly aura that flooded heaven and earth also changed as an awful atmosphere replaced it. The desolate beasts surrounding the divine bone altar could not help but lower their already prostrated bodies. They seemed terrified by this immense power. The red clouds became more and more turbulent. In contrast, Zhang Xiao's figure was weak and slender like a feather. Despite being shrouded by endless amounts of power of desolates, Zhang Xiao's eyes still remained very calm. At this moment, she was neither thinking about the desolate race, nor was she thinking about the ancient bloodline within her that was about to be awakened. She was recalling bits of her past. Previously, in the cloud wilderness, she had lived the life of a poor lass. She worked hard daily and even worked late into the night. Despite doing so, she still had to worry about food. Such hard times were completely unbearable. However, when she recalled it, there was that tiny bit of happiness. Back then, Yi Yun was her everything. He was the spiritual sustenance she used to carry on living. She was happy for Yi Yun when he grew. She had been overjoyed when Yi Yun became a member of the Jin Long Wei. She had originally believed that she would live a blissful but ordinary life as she watched her younger brother become successful. Although she wanted to silently support him, fate was ever so bizarre. There came a day where she stood on a divine altar, surrounded by endless hordes of desolate beasts, burdened with a mission that felt so distant and unfamiliar. She had obtained a supreme status, but this was not what she wanted. Now, while standing on top of the altar, the only thing she could feel was an indescribable feeling of loneliness. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 541, Desolate Queen. Chapter 541, Desolate Queen. Phew, phew. Strong winds blew while the red clouds tumbled in various directions wantonly. In the red clouds, Zhang Xiao's body was slowly being lifted up. Her hair and clothes began to flutter. There was such a vast amount of power of desolates between heaven and earth that throbbed intensely, were like a heartbeat. They resonated with the blood within all of the desolate beasts that were present. Some desolate beasts raised their heads and looked at the beautiful girl soaked in the Red Sea in the sky. At this moment, the slender lass was like the center of the world. Slowly, numerous blood strands began to emanate towards Zhang Xiao inside the tumbling red clouds. The growls of uncountable numbers of ancient desolate beasts seemed to be mixed in with the heavy howling wind. The cold killing intent that inundated the skies made Zhang Xiao recall the day at the Chu Prefecture city. When her bloodline and identity was revealed, that mild-mannered man had suddenly turned ferocious like a beast. The killing intent he manifested was suffocating. And facing that enemy, with no hopes of beating him, Ian still resisted while risking his life. He had put down his pride, but anything he did was completely meaningless. Boom! As the red cloud sudden moved, Zhang Xiao stretched her arms out flat. She immersed herself in the energetic baptism. Her body seemed to be the connection point between the energies of heavens and earth. The red clouds were tumbling around her, while the blood strands gathered around her, forming into a blood-red totem. Swirls, flitting. Zhang Xiao began to spin above the divine bone altar, in the middle of heavens and earth. The totems increased in number as they covered Zhang Xiao's body. They looked fanciful and pretty. Her cheeks were filled with complex patterns. They looked like tattoos as they emitted a faint, red glow under her snow-like skin. Zhang Xiao closed her eyes as she buried her memories deep into her heart. When she opened her eyes again, there seemed to be lightning discharging from her gaze. Pa! Pa! Zhang Xiao began to tap into the empty air with the bone cane. Every tap caused thunder to resound in the red clouds. Her blood began to boil at this moment. The power of her chi and blood now merged with the power of heaven and earth. Boom! The red clouds dispersed out in all directions. The violent winds abruptly came to a halt. The power of desolate sea also ceased its actions. Everything seemed to quiet down, revealing a deep blue sky. All the desolate beasts held their breaths as they were prostrated on the ground. There were even desolate beasts who were gently trembling. In the vast sky, behind the girl who seemed to be standing on the top of a cloud, a pair of giant eyes quietly appeared. This pair of eyes seemed like a window that had suddenly opened in the sky. They were thin and long, but red. They seemed to have an air of indifference as they projected from the sky. The totem lines on Jiang Xiaoro's body became even brighter. She slightly raised her beautiful head and her original pair of bright black eyes suddenly turned red in color as well, resembling the heartless red eyes behind her. Jiang Xiaoro indifferently swept her eyes forward. The desolate beasts that met her gaze showed fear as they lowered their heads to the ground. Numerous desolate beasts prostrated themselves before Jiang Xiaoro as well as that pair of gigantic eyes behind her. Sacred Spirit! Seeing the gigantic eyes in the sky, the unsurpassed beauty of a generation far off in the distance was relieved. Jiang Xiaoro had not only awakened her ancient bloodline, she had even made the Sacred Spirit's phantom image appear. It was equivalent to receiving the recognition of the Sacred Spirit. Her daughter had not disappointed her, but had she disappointed her daughter instead? The beauty shook her head gently. The gaze she used to look at Jiang Xiaoro was filled with both love and guilt. High in the sky, Jiang Xiaoro was silent. She held the bone cane in hand, while behind her, the pair of gigantic eyes began to slowly reveal its entire bodily form. It was a colossal head. It covered almost all of the space between the heavens and earth. Just the head alone was taller than the highest mountains in the divine wilderness. The Sacred Spirit's phantom image turned clear, one could now see its nose, mouth, and sharp teeth. Its main body was that of a gigantic fox. Its body was covered in fiery red fur. Every strand of fur was like a towering divine tree. Behind it, in the endless sky, 6 tails which resembled red dragons were waving about. These 6 tails were like divine fires that screamed upwards into the sky. The other end of the tails seemed to be located somewhere even higher than the skies. The Sacred Spirit slowly lowered its head in front of Jiang Xiaoro. Jiang Xiaoro's body flew higher and higher until she reached the Sacred Spirit's forehead. She then landed gently in the middle of the Sacred Spirit's eyebrows. At the Blood Fox Sacred Spirit's forehead, there were 3 cinnabar dots that were identical to Jiang Xiaoro's. They excluded a mysterious and ancient aura. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoro, who stood on the top of the Sacred Spirit's head, was worshipped by the billions of desolate beasts present. She had now obtained the recognition of the desolate beasts completely and had become the new desolate queen of this generation. While this grand ritual was happening in the divine wilderness, outside the great Empress Mystic Realm, the geniuses that had been trapped in the Mystic Realm for about a year had finally come out. The elders of the large factions had longed for this day until their eyes protruded and their necks stretched out long. They had waited for this very moment. It was not easy. The wait first ended with a pile of corpses, then 2 living zombies. Finally, our wait has been rewarded with living people. That is right, the trials have finally ended. It has been about a year. I wonder what opportunities these juniors have obtained. While many were full of anticipation, Shintuju's face was sullen. With everyone out, he could finally figure out how Shintu Nantian had died. Who was the person that had the guts and strength to kill all of the Shintu family clan's members? Shintuju wanted to know the cause behind Shintu Nanshan's death, while the upper echelons of the other factions were also asking about the opportunities obtained in the Great Empress Mystic Realm. However, many juniors spoke hesitantly about these, as if they were hiding something. The elders present were all very knowledgeable people. As expected by Yi Yun, they quickly discovered that their juniors had signed a soul contract. What? What kind of person has the power to force so many of you to sign a soul contract? Were there other hidden players in this expedition to the great Empress mystic realm? The elders present began to discuss as Shintuju coldly grunted and said, "It is understandable. An enemy that can completely wipe out my Shintu family clan cannot be a junior that entered the mystic realm to participate in the trials. There must be some other existence. It looks like there were a lot of unexpected circumstances in the great Empress mystic realm trials. Especially the Lin family. They are furtive in their actions. Up to now, not a single one of them has appeared. It is very likely that they were involved in the plot to murder the elites of my Shintu family clan. Maybe they sneakily attacked my Shintu family clan disciples when they were injured, striking them while they were down." Shintuju gnashed his teeth. And at this moment, a few juniors had their soul contracts removed. Removing soul contracts on people below the Dao Seed realm was nothing difficult for Imperial King experts. That. A few juniors looked at Shintuju. They felt fear facing the killing intent exuding from the elder's body. "Tell me, how did my Shintu family clan's disciples die?" Shintuju's voice was crisp. The sound waves entered straight into the ear. "More than half a year ago, a gigantic eye appeared in the eternal whirlpool. Did you discover any strange phenomenon in the mystic realm that may have something to do with this? Was the death of Shintu Nantian and Shintuya a result of the appearance of this eye? An eye in the eternal whirlpool?" A few juniors looked each other in the eye and were at a loss. "More than half a year ago, we were in the God Advent Tower. We did not notice any phenomenon like an eye. As for Shintu Nanshan's death..." A junior gulped a mouthful of saliva and said very carefully, "He was killed by Yi Yun. Yi Yun shot an arrow and slashed twice with a sword. Then, Shintu Nantian died. Also, the other Shintu family clan disciples were also shot to death by Yi Yun, with an arrow each. Oh yes, Shintuya was not killed by Yi Yun. He tried to sneak up while Yi Yun and Shintu Nantian were battling, but he was then slashed by Lin Shintong, who was guarding him by the side. There were many people who participated in this sneak attack. It included the Li Fire sect as well as the Hong Association. They too were slashed by Lin Shintong." Upon saying this, the juniors suddenly saw Shintuju's flesh twitch. The blood vessels on his forehead were raised and his eyeballs were protruding. It was a very frightening look. Besides Shintuju, the other elders of the other family clans were dumbfounded when they heard this. There were more and more juniors who had the soul contract removed. However, no one objected to what was said. Clearly, the sequence of events did not veer too far off from what they said. All the cultivators, including Shintu Nantian, had been killed by Yi Yun and Lin Shintong? What the hell was going on? What did you say? Shintuju roared as his eyes turned bloodshot. A few juniors jumped up in fright. Against Shintuju, the pressure they experienced was too great. They hurriedly said, "What we said is the truth. Shintu Nantian was slashed to death by Yi Yun. The others were shot to death by Yi Yun. He shot those arrows at once. They were all dead in the blink of an eye. As for the specifics, we did not see it clearly. If you want to know the details about how the Shintu family clan disciples died, you can ask the Dao Seed Realm cultivators. They should have been able to see it clearer than us." The few juniors hurriedly distanced themselves from the topic. At this moment, Shintuju's expression was completely distorted. His face kept twitching. After asking several cultivators, he received the exact same answer. Shintu Nantian and company had really all been killed by Yi Yun and Lin Shintong. People from the Li Fire sect and the Hong Association found it hard to believe. However, the facts were placed before them. They could only choose to believe it. Impossible. It must be that the little bastard, Yi Yun, and that little slut, Lin Shintong, colluded with someone behind the scenes. They sneaked up on Tiana and company and hurt them in the guise of someone else. By the time Shintu Ju and company had accepted the facts, Thousand Hand Granny screamed. She found it impossible to believe that Shintu Nantian, to whom she had attached such great importance, could be killed by a young Iyun who had come from the backwater East's cloud wilderness. This was an insult to Shintu Nantian. At this moment, the warrior with the surname Shui, who had been the one to negotiate with Iyun about signing the soul contract, rolled his eyes at Thousand Hand Granny. He lightly said, "Granny, you really are overthinking it. Back then, we were all present. Everyone saw it. There was no one behind the scenes. As for sneak attacks, there was one. Unfortunately, those who tried to sneak attack were not Iyun and Lin Shintong, but Shintuya and company. This. The Thousand Hand Granny retreated a few steps in a powerless manner. She seemed to have lost her wits. The scene of the tragic look on the dead Shintu Nanshan's face once again appeared before her eyes. In the past, she had always believed that Iyun had used insidious means, which allowed him to entrap Shintu Nantian at the relic trial. This time, however, in the great Empress Mystic Realm, Tianer, who had made the adequate preparations to kill Iyun, had instead been killed by Iyun with his true strengths. Why was this happening? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 542, End of the Trials. Chapter 542, End of the Trials. The outcome of this trial was bizarre. Many of the large factions of the Tian Yuan world present found it incredible that Iyun and Lin Shintong were able to kill Shintu Nantian as well as several Dao Seed Realm warriors. As many of the young elites were pressed by their family elders, they began to narrate everything that had happened within the great Empress Mystic Realm. They started from the beginning of the trial, to the number of Empyrean marks Iyun had obtained, until the mental demon trial, followed by the God Advent Tower. The news about the evaluation criteria set up by the ancient Great Empress at the Black Stone Square, which went from knight to canonized god, shocked everyone. Many factions found it hard to accept that the peerless geniuses they had painstakingly nurtured were only of such a low rank in the eyes of the ancient Great Empress. Some of them even failed to meet the lowest rank. This made many of the legendary figures realize the difficulty of the Great Empress Mystic Realm's trials. However, despite such a high degree of difficulty, they were informed that Iyun and Lin Shintong managed to obtain the recognition of the ancient Great Empress inside the God Advent Tower. They had obtained a portion of the Great Empress inheritance. This was simply unbelievable. And from the looks of it, Iyun and Lin Shintong had already mastered a portion of the Great Empress inheritance, or else their cultivation level and power would not have increased by such leaps and bounds. Logically speaking, the higher grade a cultivational inheritance was, the harder it would be to master. Iyun and Lin Shintong had only received the inheritance roughly half a year ago, so how did they manage to master it so quickly? "We are returning to our family clan," an elder said with a grim face. Many elders were envious and jealous of Iyun and Lin Shintong. They had busied themselves so much, sending the most outstanding elites within their factions to participate in the Mystic Realm trials, but they only ended up being eliminated, with nothing to show for it all. The frustration in their hearts was understandable. There was no longer any meaning in remain here. Many people from the various factions had left, however, there were still a few family clans remaining as they eyed the Great Empress Mystic Realm. They secretly sent their people to watch the surroundings of the Great Empress Mystic Realm. They wanted to see if they could locate Iyun's whereabouts. Even though they had heard their young elites say that Iyun and Lin Shintong was planning to remain in reclusion in the Great Empress Mystic Realm for 100 years, there was still some doubts coming from these family clans. They also hoped that they would be lucky. Assigning people to stand guard was, after all, not something that cost them much. Similarly, the Shintu family clan was not planning on leaving. Shintu Ju and company had already accepted the facts, but they were still simmering with anger, with nowhere to vent it. Not only had Yun foiled their scheme against the Lin family, they had also been forced to reveal the Great Empress Mystic Realm publicly because of him. He had also caused all of their elites to be wiped out in the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Their family clan's successor, Shintu Nantian, also died tragically. It was hard to even try to describe their terrible losses. For this Great Empress Mystic Realm's trial, they had been the organizer as well as the discoverer, but they had ended up as the biggest loser. Yun. Lin Shintong. Shintuju's expression was gloomy. The aura he silently emitted caused the surrounding swirling storms to stagnate. Beside Shintuju was Thousand Hand Granny, who was now battered out of her wits. She suddenly trembled and raised her head, revealing her bloodshot eyes. She snapped, "The Lin family must have known about this matter earlier on. This must be why they left prematurely. We must make the Lin family pay." Didn't Lin Shintong and Yun also kill several young elites from the other family clans? We can form an alliance and charge against the Lin family, wiping them all out. Wiping them all out? Shintuju coldly grunted and said in a heavy tone, "Did you not hear it just now? Yun and Lin Shintong have already declared that they have cut their ties to the Lin family inside the Mystic Realm. If I am not wrong, after the Lin family returns to their territory, they will definitely begin defensive preparations, as well as announce that they are severing relations with Lin Shintong and Yun. It is likely that Lin Shintong and Yun will not return to the Lin family for the next few hundred years. With the Lin family not having the Great Empress inheritance, how can coercing the other factions to attack and decimate the Lin family be easy? Against a large family clan with a deep heritage, who is also well prepared, even if we manage to gain victory, we would also suffer heavy losses. Then, in the future, once Yun and Lin Shintong have matured and become peerless great emperors, the two of them might come back and settle the scores. When that happens, all the factions involved in the attack against the Lin family will suffer. Who would want to do such a rewardless task? As for Yun and Lin Shintong killing the other family clan's disciples, it might be quite regretful to have a few young elites dead, but that was in a mystic realm. It is expected that there will be death in mystic realms. Those who were killed can only blame themselves for being weaker than others. Furthermore, they were the ones who launched a sneak attack first. Reason was not on their side. As long as the Lin family pays a sufficient amount of reparations, these factions will not lose face, and might not even try to seek redress on this matter ever again. Under these circumstances, what use is there for us to go to against the Lin family? Shintuju snorted coldly and flicked his sleeves heavily. The Shintu family clan had lost a great deal of their future elites. If they forcefully went to war with the Lin family, resulting in many of the older generation dying, and with their juniors gone, then the Shintu family clan's foundation really would be shaken. It was even possible for them to completely collapse. Although Shintuju was furious, he did not let it get to his head. He still weighed the interests of the family clan. As for the grudge over Shintu Nantian and company's death, Thousand Hand, take some people and stay guard around this area. Yun must know of other exits. If you are able to find them, make them die miserably. Shintuju waved his hand. He seemed like he was unwilling to think about this matter that had given him a great setback. Thousand Hand Granny nodded her head grimly. Her wrinkled eyes emitted a ferocious flash that resembled a vulture's. 100 years was not long for a warrior like her. She had to tear Yun apart so as to appease the hatred in her heart. Half a month later, above a vast and empty land in the Tianyuan world, a lone towering peak stood here. It reached high up into the clouds and resembled a gigantic sword that fell from the sky and stabbed into the ground. From afar, one could feel a faint sword aura emanating from it, causing one's breathing to stagnate. The mountain winds whistled. Not a tiny bit of green could be seen on the mountain peak. It was filled with grayish-white boulders. This mountain peak was extremely famous in the Tianyuan world, as it was home to the headquarters of the #1 organization of the Tianyuan world, the Martial Alliance. There was only one extremely steep path up the mountain. It was as if it had been shaved off by swords or sabers. It reached up high into the sky. Just the slightest mistake would cause one to lose one's footing, with the result of one's body being smashed to pieces. A typical warrior could feel the pressure coming from the peak just by looking at the mountain path. This inadvertently caused them to feel fear. At this moment, on the long mountain path, two tiny figures were quickly scaling the mountain. Amongst these two figures, one of them was a youth with a face covered in blood. The other one had a gaping huge hole in his chest, together with a ruthless and sinister expression that belonged to Shintu Nantian. The two of them were the inspectors that had the blood moon mark on them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 543, Large Calamity. Chapter 543, Large Calamity. The two inspectors ran up the path leading to the heavens. They would occasionally encounter people from the Martial Alliance, however, strangely, none of these people managed to discover them. It was like they did not exist. The Martial Alliance's headquarters was situated at the end of the path. The headquarters was a magnificent stone tower. It was simplistic in style, and towered above the low-lying dark clouds which were rumbling with lightning. The two inspectors entered straight into the highest level of the stone tower. It was dim inside the stone tower. There was only a single bean-sized torch illuminating the empty tower. Upon entering the stone tower, it was as if the outside world became isolated from them, leaving only a dark and silent space as well as that tiny bit of light. In this space, it seemed like life and time did not exist. Even the concept of space did not seem to exist. It was as if everything had come to a halt in here. The moment the two inspectors entered the stone tower, they fell to the ground and revealed an extremely placatory look. "Lord Sacred Ambassador, us, subordinates have failed in our mission, please punish us." The two knelt on the ground and remained silent for a long period of time. Deep in the grand hall, there was a tall figure wearing a heavy long robe. He slowly walked out from the darkness. His looks were concealed by the shadows in the grand hall. One could only faintly discern a light red scar in the middle of his eyebrows. The scar seemed to radiate with a burning flame. If the house heads of the various large factions of the Tian Yuan world were here, they would immediately identify this person with the fire scar. He was the current alliance leader of the Martial Alliance. He led several large factions in the Tian Yuan world. He had absolute authority in the Tian Yuan world and his power was unfathomable. The two of you entered the Martial Alliance's headquarters directly in such a rush. There are many human experts here. With your cultivation levels, even if you use your inspector illusion magic, you could still be easily noticed. This would lead to unnecessary suspicion. May the Sacred Ambassador forgive us. It is because of the sudden turn of events that these two subordinates need to report it to the Divine Master with such urgency. The two inspectors lowered their bodies even more. The Divine Master they mentioned was sleeping deep within God Burial Abyss. These two inspectors did not have the right, or ability, to see the real Divine Master. In fact, the Divine Master was practically a legend to them. They only had the right to meet the black-robed Sacred Ambassador standing before them. The Divine Master's orders were all conveyed through the black-robed Sacred Ambassador, who was also the Martial Alliance's alliance leader. The Martial Alliance had existed for a very long time. Over tens of millions of years, the Martial Alliance had taken deep root in the Tian Yuan world. It had matured to become a terrifying faction that was affiliated with various sects in the Tian Yuan world. As for the alliance leader of the Martial Alliance, he was designated only when the former alliance leader was near his deathbed. Every alliance leader had mysterious backgrounds. Other than the former Martial Alliance's leader, no one knew where they came from. Over time, people began to believe that every alliance leader would secretly nurture a successor. Before the successor was revealed, his identity was kept completely confidential. The man with the burning scar remained expressionless, making it impossible for one to tell if he was happy or angry. He slowly said, "The two of you entered the Great Empress mystic realm while aiding Black Spectre. Now, Black Spectre's soul jade slip has already shattered, while both of you are in such a state. Speak. What happened? How did the power of the Divine Master's Eye of Destruction get cut off by the God Advent Tower?" With the Eye of Destruction that appeared out of the God Burial Abyss mentioned, the two inspectors became even more placatory. They were absorbed by fear at the mention of the Eye of Destruction, as well as the sacred ambassador before them. The inspectors bowed their heads and recounted everything that had happened in the Great Empress mystic realm. The black-robed sacred ambassador listened in silence. It was impossible to read his thoughts from his eyes. Only when the inspectors mentioned that Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had obtained the recognition of the Great Empress mystic realm, as well as them inheriting a portion of the Great Empress inheritance, did his expression change. That woman actually managed to find a successor? Humph. It is useless. What can two young successors do? They no longer have the time. The black-robed sacred ambassador muttered to himself as he turned around and began walking back towards the deep recesses of the Grand Hall. Seeing the black-robed sacred ambassador taking his leave, the two inspectors said with their knees still on the ground, "Lord Sacred Ambassador, over the past few years, the desolate race has already begun preparations. They have unsealed several of the seals in the ancient divine tomb. The former desolate queen has also relinquished her position to a new desolate queen. They have probably summoned their sacred spirit. We are bound to have a war with them. What should we do? The desolate race? Summoning their sacred spirit?" The black-robed sacred ambassador stopped in his steps and said coldly, "We do not need to do a thing. We just need to wait." The black-robed sacred ambassador sneered. His gaze seemed to penetrate the grand black hall as it extended past the entire Tian Yuan world, all the way to the red untraversable sea. The seawater of the calm untraversable sea that resembled death turned redder the farther one went. It was unknown when 7 mountain peaks had suddenly appeared out of empty and endless untraversable sea, which was impossible for a great emperor to cross. These 7 pure black mountain peaks stood erect like black giants. However, if one looked carefully, one would discover that a few of the mountain peaks resembled human forms, especially the one in the middle. It looked like a man, dressed in black battle armor with his hands seemingly holding a lance. In contrast with the calm seawater, at the foot of these divine mountains, a dark red vortex formed. The untraversable sea was experiencing something different from the Tian Yuan world, which was still experiencing daytime. Above the 7 mountain peaks was a clean-washed night sky with flickering starlight. The vast star-filled galactic arm spread across the sky, shining, together with the moonlight, onto the Blackstone mountain peak. The light seemed like countless blades that were polishing the fuzzy black armor on the man, making its texture turn clearer. A few billion miles away, the black-robed man in the Martial Alliance's Grand Hall seemed to witness this scene. The corners of his mouth began to suffuse a deep smile. The black-armored demon gods were about to awaken. The black-armored demon gods were indestructible and had unlimited strength. Millions of years ago, the Azure Yang Lord and the ancient Great Empress had failed to completely destroy them. When the 7 black-armored demon gods were reborn, nothing in this world could stop them. The black-armored demon god mountains in the untraversable sea permeated a murderous atmosphere that could cause chaos in the world, but at this moment, the face of a black-armored demon god was just an image in the disc array that Yi Yun was holding. Ever since Yi Yun obtained the disc array from the first level of the God Advent Tower, he had been constantly trying to further his insights up to now. The sword attack that the Azure Yang Lord used to defeat the black-armored warrior was filled with endless charm. Previously, Yi Yun had laid the necessary foundations for this attack at the Pure Yang Sword Palace. He had managed to see some of the charm of this sword attack, but it still could not compare with the present him. After Yi Yun began to cultivate in the Great Empress Heart Sutra, he started to gain even more insight every time he studied this sword attack. Outside the Great Empress mystic realm, there was already a rising wind foreboding the coming storm. Although Yi Yun did not know what had happened outside, he could faintly feel that a large calamity was about to come. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 544, 5 years. Chapter 544, 5 years. The moon and the sun alternated shifts as time passed. The storm caused by the Great Empress Mystic Realm had been made known throughout the Tianyuan world. When people heard of the 6 realms ranking of geniuses by the ancient Great Empress, they knew that the children of heaven from the various large factions were just broken halberds buried in the sand when placed in the Great Empress Mystic Realm. And under this situation, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong, who came from the Lin family, managed to obtain the Great Empress inheritance. The Great Empress inheritance was no trifling matter. All the large factions coveted it, but they were helpless about it. After the Great Empress trials ended, they could not even get through the door. As for the Lin family, they had long since distanced themselves from Yi Yun and Lin Xintong. It would not be wise for anyone to attack the Lin family. In this way, the seasons changed, and slowly, there were a lot fewer family clans who were still coveting the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Only the Shintu family clan, who were still brooding about it, would constantly send their family clan's legendary figures to the untraversable sea for patrols, hoping that they would find traces of Yi Yun and Lin Xintong. However, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had seemed to vanished. Many people believed that they would remain in reclusion in the Great Empress Mystic Realm for a few decades. It was unknown how powerful they would be when they finally came out. Year after year, 5 years had now passed since the Great Empress Mystic Realm's trials ended. To warriors, 5 years was not a long period of time, but it was enough to make them slowly forget some things. For example, the gigantic eye of destruction that had suddenly appeared in the eternal whirlpool, which made one's soul feel like collapsing just by facing it. As time passed, the fear many large factions in the Tianyuan world had for the eye slowly diminished. After all, the God Burial Abyss was synonymous with mystery. The strange phenomena that appeared from it was not something unacceptable. From the looks of it, the eye did not seem likely to exit the eternal whirlpool, so it was unlikely for it to affect their foundations in the Tianyuan world. However, for Yi Yun, 5 years was a long period of time. He was, after all, still young. His life had just begun. For a young elite, 5 years was enough to make his strength progress greatly. This year, Yi Yun turned 21 years old. He had cultivated diligently for 5 years, but his progress in his cultivation level was not fast. His cultivation level was only at the peak of the middle stages of the Dao Seed Realm. He was just one step short of entering the late stages of the Dao Seed Realm. The reason why his cultivation level progressed slowly was not because Yi Yun wanted to strengthen or consolidate his foundation. Yi Yun believed that even if he had reached the peak of the Dao Seed at the age of 21, he would still have a perfect foundation. The reason why Yi Yun's cultivation level was slow to progress was because he was using most of the time to study the Great Empress Heart Sutra, as well as the Sword Tao of the Azure Yang Lord. The Great Empress Heart Sutra was, after all, a supreme technique that was derived from the Yang God Manual and the 9 Nether Sacred Manual. To reach the large success stage of the Great Empress Heart Sutra, they needed complementary yin-yang to cultivate 9 yang spiritual energy that had life. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong used their extremely compatible bodies to master the first stage of the Great Empress Heart Sutra quickly, but it was no longer that easy to cultivate the second stage of the Great Empress Heart Sutra. To give life to their Yuan Qi, they needed to transform the pure Yang energy into 9 Yang spiritual energy, while the pure Yin energy had to transform into Jade Marrow spiritual energy. Their bodies not only needed great affinity with energy, they also had to have the insight and opportunities to do so. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong were not lacking in terms of perceptivity. However, opportunities were not easily chanced upon. This needed their energy to obtain a trace of spiritual consciousness that could not be obtained from searching for it. After Yi Yun and Lin Xintong gained 9 Yang spiritual energy and Jade Marrow spiritual energy, they could begin cultivating the third stage of the Great Empress Heart Sutra. As for the third stage of the Great Empress Heart Sutra, it was even harder to master. It even needed Yi Yun and Lin Xintong to really become as one. Their bodies had a natural attraction to each other. The more they cultivated, the more spiritual their Yuan Qi became. Then, when they finally made the final step, the benefits they obtained would be greater. At this moment, Yi Yun was suspended above the lava pool, one of his legs folded while the other was tiptoeing on the red lotus which was floating on the lava pool's surface. He was respirating pure yang energy. As for Lin Xintong, she was sitting cross-legged on the frost ice bed. She was working in concert with Yi Yun from far. Yin and yang energies were circulating between their bodies. Yi Yun raised his arms gently as two blobs of Yuan Qi, one gold and one blue, began to transform around his body. This was pure Yin and pure yang energy. Loning did not lead to birth and solitude yang did not allow growth. In the past 5 years, Yi Yun had already started cultivating both Yin and Yang. The two blobs of Yuan Qi transformed. The pure Yang energy was clearly more powerful than the pure Yin energy. It sometimes transformed into a golden crow, at other times, a flood dragon. It could even become a black turtle, a flying dragon snake, a fierce tiger, an eagle. The creatures that appeared were a depiction of life. The manifestation of Yuan Qi was the first step to forming life. In these 5 years, the radiant sun Qi that Yi Yun cultivated from the Taya sacred technique had been completely absorbed and transformed by the Great Empress Heart Sutra's pure yang energy. It became the basis for nurturing 9 yang spiritual energy. However, Yi Yun still failed to make that final step. Up to now, Yi Yun had attempted it countless number of times. Usually when such a bottleneck was encountered, going out on a training trip was a good choice. Warriors, especially young elites, could not be content with remain safe. If they continuously trained in reclusion, they would encounter a bottleneck over time. When that happened, a training trip or venturing into a mystic realm would provide them with opportunities that could let them gain insight or have a breakthrough in one fell swoop. Now, this phenomenon has begun to appear after they had remained in reclusion for 5 years. As for Yi Yun and Lin Xintong, they could not leave the Great Empress mystic realm this early. They had to master, at least, the second stage of the Great Empress Heart Sutra. Without being able to travel outside, Yi Yun could only explore inside the God Advent Tower. With the Azure Yang token, Yi Yun could open the God Advent Tower's second level's vast wilderness world, or the fourth level's extreme frost icy plains. He and Lin Xintong had explored these two worlds several times, but they did not gain much from it. Today, they came to the third level of the God Advent Tower. The third level of the God Advent Tower was a grand hall filled with cultivation technique manuals. Yi Yun and Lin Xintong had previously chosen cultivation techniques in this grand hall, so they had also seen this place before. However, they both stopped in their footsteps when they arrived here today. Oh! This is... In front of them, there were portraits hung on the walls of the grand hall. The two portraits had been seen by Yi Yun and Lin Xintong separately. One of them was the Great Empress portrait. The plainly dressed woman in the portrait only revealed her back. Her long hair was disheveled. Her clothes fluttered in the wind as she walked on thin air with the tip of her barefooted toes. And below her feet was a vast extreme frost icy plains. With every step the simply dressed woman made, an ice lotus would bloom under her foot. As for the other portrait, it was that of the Azure Yang Lord. The Azure Yang Lord was sitting on the ground, with his back leaning against a tree. One of his hands was holding a wine gourd. He was gulping down wine. Beside him, his sword was stabbed into the ground diagonally. The blade of the sword was even stained with blood. The two portraits, with one beautiful and the other unruly. It gave off a strange feeling when they were placed together. Upon seeing these two portraits, Yi Yun and Lin Xintong suddenly thought of something. At this moment, they had a different feeling. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 545, Previous and Present Life, 1. Chapter 545, Previous and Present Life, 1. The strokes that were used in the ancient great empress portrait were exquisite and precise. The portrait's style was aesthetically beautiful. It looked like it was sculpted bit by a peerless and talented woman's meticulous techniques. As for the strokes that were used in the Azure Yang Lord's portrait, they were rough and broad. The portrait style was unruly, like it was drawn by a licentious painting master who drew it haphazardly after a few drinks. The two painting styles stood in contrast, and it was clear that they were drawn by different people. After entering the God Advent Tower, Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong had seen these two portraits. Back then, they could feel the charm behind their respective portraits, and they sat in front of them to ponder, gaining a lot of insight as a result. However, today, after Yi-Yun and Lin Shintong had cultivated the Great Empress Heart Sutra, seeing these two portraits again gave them a completely different feeling. Yi-Yun felt that the two portraits were most likely drawn by the ancient Great Empress and Azure Yang Lord themselves respectively. The paint strokes contained the laws that they cultivated. As Yi-Yun looked at them, he subconsciously became engrossed into them and he went into a trance. He then saw a scene of the vast untraversable sea, with the Azure Yang Lord flying through the air, with sword in hand. The Azure Yang Lord held a wine gourd in one hand and a sword in the other. He slashed at a black-armored warrior, causing a chi beam to flash past the sky. This time, the scene Yi-Yun saw was much more lifelike than the scenes he saw in the disc array. It was as if the scene was happening before his very eyes. It was really an attack that split the seas, annihilating both demons and gods. However, just as Yi-Yun was silently trying to gain insight into the sword attack, very suddenly, the Azure Yang Lord, who had killed the black-armored warrior, seemed to suddenly sense something and looked backwards. He was looking straight at Yi-Yun. Then, he erupted into laughter that resounded through the world. This was a scene not seen in the disc array at all. And this glance of his made Yi-Yun feel distraught and his mind went blank. The untraversable sea in front of him turned blurry. His thoughts seemed to be transported through infinite spacetime, retracing the rivers of history, until he reached a mysterious world. In an ancient divine kingdom, there was a grandiose palace that towered above the clouds. The walls of the palace were lined with pictures of the sun, moon, and stars. It exuded a stately and dignified aura. In a square in front of the palace, a troop of golden armored guards lined two sides of a road. They remained motionless like a series of golden towers. They exuded a domineering aura. Yi-Yun came to this strange world abruptly. The sudden change that resulted in this new scene alarmed Yi-Yun greatly. Ignoring the magnificent palace, just the guards of the palace made him stagger. The strength of these guards was unfathomable. However, strangely, these guards appeared oblivious to Yi-Yun's appearance. At this moment, there was a dragon's roar. Yi-Yun turned to see 12 flood dragons pulling a jade spirit airship. The spirit airship slowly stopped and 4 palace maidens pulled the curtain open. A beautiful woman carried a baby in swaddling clothes and walked out slowly. This baby was plump, and in his bright eyes, one could see an endless glow flashing in them. It was clear that he was extremely intelligent. Upon seeing this baby, Yi-Yun was stunned. He felt that the baby's demeanor was somewhat similar to his. He even had a feeling that he was the baby. Why am I seeing these scenes? Yi-Yun was like a bystander as he quietly watched the magnificent scenes go by. The ancient palace, the powerful guards, and the flood dragons that pulled a spirit airship. Finally, there was a peerless, beautiful woman who carried a baby in her arms. It was easy to tell at a glance that this was a divine empire and a land of gods. Be it the woman or the baby she held in her arms, they were both of noble birth. They were figures blessed by the heavens. Yi-Yun felt like he was experiencing another life of himself. This situation resembled the experiences of the mental demon trial. A different life cycle gave him different thoughts. Congratulations to His Sacred Majesty. The 12th prince was born accompanied by a purple misted sky. He has a perfect pure yang body. His constitution is extremely gifted, and he is fated to have spectacular achievements in the future. Due to His Sacred Majesty's wisdom, our great Qin dynasty is experiencing a golden age. Now our empire at its most powerful point, with tributes sent from everywhere. Now, the various princes and their sons and daughters are esteemed talents amongst people. Now with the 12th prince revealing inklings of being a saint, our great Qin dynasty is bound to be illustrious in the future. The chaotic voices from the officials rang in Yi Yun's ear. Yi Yun had been transformed into the baby in the woman's arms. He was watching the world through the eyes of the baby. In the grand hall, on the throne high above, there was a dignified man. His looks were a bit fuzzy. His body exuded a majestic aura that was as brilliant as the radiant sun. It made people unable to look straight at him. At this moment, the man laughed. He was very pleased with the birth of the 12th prince. Clearly, he had high hopes for this child. As time passed, the child began to slowly grow. Yi Yun slowly transformed from being a bystander to being child. He experienced the child's life, and he watched the world from the child's perspective. He accompanied the child as he cultivated on the martial path and gained nomological insights. No matter what cultivation technique it was, he could memorize and easily understand them. The great Qin dynasty had numerous outstanding talents. They were all earth-shattering and extremely powerful figures. They took turns to give the child pointers and gave him all the aid they could. The child's strength increased very quickly. At the same age, he far exceeded extremely powerful people. People only spoke highly of him. From his birth to growth, and to his martial arts practicing, it was smooth sailing for this child. He was undoubtedly leading a charmed life. Slowly, he grew up. He had a forthright attitude and he reveled in a bohemian lifestyle. He befriended heroes all around the world and he was praised by all. The position of the sacred emperor of the great Qin dynasty was not hereditary. Since ancient times, it was passed to the most capable person. However, as the 12th prince was too outstanding, the position of the sacred emperor was naturally his. As such, the ruling sacred emperor abdicated his throne for someone more capable and he went into reclusive cultivation. The 12th prince inherited the throne and he became the youngest monarch of the great Qin dynasty in history. On the 10th year after he became the sacred emperor, he met a woman like it was written in the stars. She was a peerless woman who was beyond rebuff. She appeared in the great Qin dynasty like a bright moon. She had both beauty and brains. Her background was not stunning. She came from a small sect, but this made it even more impressive. It was simply unbelievable for a young girl to have such talent, coming from a small sect. That year, the 12th prince was at the peak of his life. He helmed an ancient country and he was all-powerful and highly spirited. He was matchless against peers his age. Daughters of heaven that usually rebuffed others ended up chasing him, but he was never smitten by them. It was only until he met her that he was smitten, that girl that was as beautiful as the bright moon. Her name was Bai Yuan. She was different from those girls. Her mundane background gave her an indescribable charm. She was quiet and thoughtful. She did not have a shred of arrogance in her. Instead, she always had a smile that resembled the warm spring on her face. He began discussing martial arts with her. Bai Yuan's knowledge and understanding of martial arts greatly surprised him. After all, she came from an ordinary background. It was very rare for someone like her to have such knowledge. This way, he subconsciously fell in love with Bai Yuan deep down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 546, Previous and Present Life, 2. Chapter 546, Previous and Present Life, 2. After several years of courting, the 12th prince finally became a couple with Bai Yuan. Soon after, a grand marriage ceremony was held. The marriage ceremony was spectacular. The great Qin capital held a feast for 12 days. Ancient countries and divine sects from all over the world sent envoys to send their congratulations. There were numerous elites, and this grandeur prevailed for some time. After the marriage, the 12th prince and Bai Yuan devoted themselves to martial arts. Bai Yuan was limited by her origins, so even though she was an amazing genius, she was constrained by resources and inheritance. However, after tying the knot with the 12th prince, they were no longer a problem. Bai Yuan could learn the best heritage and enjoy the best resources possible. Even the small sect that Bai Yuan originally came from developed astoundingly. It eventually became the #1 sect in the Great Qian dynasty. Bai Yuan was extremely talented in martial arts. After making up for her lack of inheritance and resources, her strength increased by leaps and bounds. Soon, she was a daughter of heaven who was without match against peers her own age. Eventually, her cultivation level was not much worse than the 12th prince. She and the 12th prince would occasionally spar against each other, so they progressed together and their cultivation levels increased at a rapid pace. Shortly after that, the two were given the titles Sacred Emperor and Sacred Empress. One of them was unconventional and unrestrained, as he helmed the ancient country, while the other was modest and open-minded, as she was like a mother to the country. The both of them were not only astonishingly powerful, they were also wise and astute. They were praised by the people. Later on, at a martial tea session organized by several ancient countries, the Sacred Emperor and Empress attended the event. Their peerless and astounding strength impressed everyone at the tea session, as they displayed the Great Qian country's absolute sovereignty. At this moment, people believed that the 12th prince had reached his life's peak. And in fact, things that happened later caught people unaware. Several years later, when the 12th prince and Bai Yuan traveled together, they entered a sinkhole mystic realm. Space was in chaos in there. Many elites had fallen there. It was a place many powerful figures in the world did not dare to enter. The 12th prince had always been prideful and uninhibited. He moved in the sinkhole as he wished, worrying his convoy. Under these circumstances, something out of the blue happened as spacetime went into chaos in the sinkhole. It caused the 12th prince to be separated from his convoy. This terrified his subordinates. They searched for him to no avail. This lasted for 2 years, but they still failed to find him. They had no choice but to leave some people behind to stay guard, as they returned to the Great Qian country. This unexpected turn of events separated Bai Yuan and the 12th prince. After Bai Yuan returned to the country, she took care of the Great Qian country using her status as Sacred Empress. The entire country remained in good shape. Everyone commended Bai Yuan on her ability to undertake this responsibility despite being a woman. It was a blessing that the Great Qian country had a Sacred Empress like her. But even so, the disappearance of the Sacred Emperor made the citizens worried. As such, 20 years passed. Everyone believed that the Sacred Emperor had died in the sinkhole mystic realm. However, as people began to get used to the lack of a Sacred Emperor, he returned. Not only did he return alive, he returned with his cultivation level increased by leaps and bounds. He had managed to find a stunning treasure as well as 2 supreme Great Tao remnant manuals in an ancient ruins in the sinkhole. He had mastered a tiny portion of these 2 supreme Great Tao remnant manuals. This caused his strength to have a qualitative leap. It could be said that it was his destiny to defy the heavens. With the Sacred Emperor's return, the whole country celebrated. However, before people could set up the banquets to celebrate, they received some sensational news that shocked the entire country. In the Central State Divine Territory, an older generation Divine Lord was near his death. Before he died, according to the Divine Territory's regulations, the next Divine Lord of the Great World had to be decided. All the citizens of the Central State Divine Territory were qualified to become a Great World's Divine Lord regardless of their age or sex. They just needed to meet the requisite power requirements and to not have done heinous acts. When the Sacred Emperor heard of the news, he was already heading towards the Central State to vie for the position of the Great World's Divine Lord. A great world's divine lord held a divine lord's mark. They were legendary existences. Although the Great Qian Empire had been established for a long period of time and had controlled vast territories with billions of people under its wing, it had never produced a great world's divine lord. An empire that was bigger than the Great Qian country by tens or hundreds of times was needed. Furthermore, it needed the country's luck to accumulate to an extreme before there was a minute chance of that happening. Although everyone in the Great Qian country felt admiration and loved their sacred emperor, very few were optimistic about his vying for the position of the great world's divine lord. It was too difficult. Those competing with the sacred emperor were peerless elites. They were figures that far exceeded their comprehension. As they were concerned about their sacred emperor, many citizens traveled to the central state divine territory. They wanted to witness the full glory of the event. However, the competition of a great world's divine lord was mysterious and grand. Ordinary people had no chance to come into contact with it. The people who stayed around the central state divine territory only saw the sky light up. There was endless heaven-earth yuan-chi flowing in the skies, forming gigantic waves. It enshrouded the central state, as if a terrible battle had appeared in the sky over the ancient country. This battle lasted for more than 10 days and nights. The battle was in a state of chaos and darkness. The people didn't know the state of the battle. They only knew that on the 13th day, their sacred emperor had returned. He was wearing a long tattered gown. He stood alone between the heavens and earth with his sword alone. He had won. He had been victorious against his numerous competitors and he had obtained the position of the next great world's divine lord. Throughout the Great Qian country, people cheered as they seethed with excitement. From then on, he was no longer the sacred emperor of the Grand Qian country. He was also the Central State Divine Territory's great world's divine lord, Azure Yang Lord. His surname was Jian, Sword, and after becoming the Azure Yang Lord, people called him Jian Xingyang, Sword Azure Yang. A country's sacred emperor as well as a great world's divine lord. He held the divine lord royal seal. At this point, Jian Xingyang's life had reached his highest point. However, the position of a great world's divine lord also implied a great challenge. In ancient times, after the ancestor gods, who controlled the heavenly Tao, were annihilated, the heavenly Tao laws which crumbled into nothingness permeated throughout the 12 empyrean heavens. These great Tao laws spontaneously formed a supreme Tao mark. Every empyrean heaven had 72 Tao marks. They were controlled by the 72 great world divine lords and they were also known as the divine lord royal seals. By refining a divine lord royal seal into one's body, one would obtain matchless strength. The power of the same genius with and without the divine lord royal seal was highly disparate. And the higher one's cultivation level went, the harder it was to improve it. The gap between two martial arts realm was usually a chasm that was impossible to cross. The divine lord royal seal made others envious. At the same time, people also found out that Jian Xingyang had managed to find a treasure in 2 supreme remnant copies of an inheritance in the sinkhole. The 2 inheritance were the Yang God Manual and the 9 Nether Sacred Manual. The 2 inheritance were extremely remarkable. In the 12 empyrean heavens, every empyrean heaven had its own supreme great Tao. That was something predestined, or it could be said to be a heavenly Tao law. Every law had a divine canon that approached a heavenly Tao. Rumor has it that the 12 divine canons were created by the 12 primordial powers who created the 12 empyrean heavens. There were also rumors that the 12 divine canons were condensed after endless amounts of time after a primordial ancestor god died. People were more inclined to the latter, that the 12 divine canons were the result of the condensation of the heaven and earth great Tao. No matter which one was correct, the preciousness of a divine canon was indubitable. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 547, Sword Tip. Chapter 547, Sword Tip. Jian Xingyang had a great treasure on hand, along with 2 remnant copies of ancient manuals. He also controlled the Divine Lord Royal Seal. Hence, there were many people who eyed his treasures and position. Jian Qingyang was always open-minded. He was unrestrained by conventions and he dedicated himself in the pursuit of martial arts. He also befriended heroes from all around the world. Towards friends, he was generous and he would help them without needing anything in return. Against enemies, he was firm and resolute in killing them. He never went soft and he would slaughter them without hesitation. Time proved Jian Qingyang's strength. It also proved that he had the ability to hold on to the position of Azure Young Lord. Slowly, the number of people who challenged Jian Qingyang decreased. Correspondingly, the people who dared challenge him were also stronger. Finally, one day, a peerless figure came to the Central State Divine Territory. The Central State was a territory of the human race, but the person challenging Jian Qingyang was from the Fey race. He was from the Western Seas and he was well known in the Western Seas as a figure who would one day become a Fey god. In the 12 Empyrean heavens, the human race and the Fey race did not have a harmonious relationship. Throughout history, they had large-scale wars. Although the two races were now largely at peace, there were always minor conflicts. As for the position of a great world's divine lord, it was not restricted to anyone from the human or Fey race. The person with the necessary power would obtain the recognition of the heavens and earth, allowing the person to be in command of the Divine Lord Royal Seal. The Divine Lord Royal Seal was a symbol of racial pride. Now, a peerless figure from the Fey race had arrived in the land of humans, with a bid to take the Divine Lord Royal Seal away, so how could the human race endure this? When Jian Qingyang received the news, his eyes blazed with fighting spirit as he felt an indescribable sense of excitement. He had heard of the peerless figure who came from the Fey race. His name was Sha Hongxue**. He given this name because of his red hair. He had a mane of beautiful red hair which were intermixed with several silver threads. Sha Hongxue was extremely famous amongst the Fey race in the Western Seas. If he was described by a sentence, it would be, "I'm most eccentric in millenniums." He was an absolute eccentric. In fact, Jian Qingyang was also an eccentric. However, despite being eccentric, he was a straightforward person who liked to befriend people. He was also approachable to his citizens. On the other hand, Sha Hongxue was different. He was eccentric to the bone, which made him devoid of friends. Even the Fey race geniuses of the Western Seas were nothing in his eyes. Very soon, the eccentric Sha Hongxue did something that was extremely consistent with his character. This peerless figure of the Fey race stood on the tallest divine mountain in the Central State Divine Territory and made his challenge that contained pure yang laws. When he finished writing the challenge proposal, gold beams shone, as the text flew downwards forming words that span hundreds of thousands of miles. It extended across the entire sky of the Central State Divine Territory. The contents of the challenge specified that the Fey race was challenging the human race. The time and location of the battle was specified clearly. Numerous citizens of the entire Central State Divine Territory saw the challenge spread out across the sky. Immediately, the news proliferated rapidly. This peerless figure of the Fey race was too arrogant. In many ancient countries of the Central State, countless numbers of human elites were furious. They found Sha Hongxue extremely arrogant because he was a Fey race member who challenged them at their doorstep with the text sprawled across the sky of the Central State. He even wanted to bring the Divine Lord Royal Seal back to the Fey race, and that was completely unacceptable. In the Central State Divine Palace, Jian Qingyang saw it all. The fighting spirit in his eyes grew in intensity. He was an extremely confident person. The more eccentric and powerful the opponent was, the more excited he was. Furthermore, he was about to break through to a completely new realm with the Yang God Manual. His power would increase by leaps and bounds, so it was an opportune time for Sha Hongxue to make his challenge. Jian Qingyang wanted to use Sha Hongxue's blood to write the legend of his invincibility. This upcoming battle attracted numerous unparalleled humans as spectators. It included many giant figures of the Fey race. All of them arrived at the central state. About 1 month before the stipulated date of the battle, there were already a large number of people who had arrived in the central state. Just the number of the famous figures numbered tens of thousands. As for ordinary warriors, the numbers were uncountable. At the same time, Jian Xingyang went into reclusion. Although he was arrogant, it was built on the foundation of his absolute strength. He was never blindly complacent. His opponent was very powerful, and this was one that he was not allowed to lose. It was the home ground of the human race, with billions of people watching. How was he going to answer to his citizens if he was defeated by someone from the Fey race? Besides, once he lost, he would also lose the Divine Lord Royal Seal. From then on, the Central State Divine Territory would lose control of the seat of a great world's Divine Lord. It would be taken over by the Western Seas Fey race. It would be an absolute disgrace to the Central State Divine Territory as well as to the human race. Jian Xingyang was determined not to let the Divine Lord Royal Seal be lost by him. This battle could be said to be the most important battle in his entire life. However, Jian Xingyang did not believe that he would lose. It was almost a done deal that he would break through to the next realm of the Young God Manual, because, back at the Sinkhole Mystic Realm, other than the Young God Manual and the 9 Nether Sacred Manual, he had obtained a great treasure. It was a broken sword. To be precise, it was a tip of a sword. This sword tip was about a foot long. It was rusted and it looked like a piece of junk. However, from Jian Xingyang's insight into the Sword Tao and the Pure Yang laws, he recognized the sword tip to be something extraordinary. The reason why he remained in the Sinkhole Mystic Realm for 2 decades was not only to gain insight into the Young God Manual, it was also to use this sword tip to gain Sword Tao insights. Now, be it his Sword Tao or Pure Yang laws, he had reached an absolutely exceptional realm. If he made the breakthrough this time, his strength would reach unimaginable heights. When that happened, no matter how strong or eccentric Sha Hongxue was, he would not be his match. The Divine Lord Royal Seal would be destined to remain in the Central State, and the Great Qin Dynasty. It would remain in the hands of Jian Xingyang. As such, after Jian Xingyang accepted the challenge, he chose to go into reclusive training. Under the immense pressure of the battle, he wanted to use it as an opportunity for him to break through. To ensure that he would succeed in his breakthrough, Sacred Empress Bai Yueyin went into reclusion together with Jian Xingyang, so as to aid his breakthrough to the final realm. Jian Xingyang's cultivation was initially not very smooth, but thanks to Bai Yueyin's help, in which she gathered endless amounts of pure yang energy, she managed to aid Jian Xingyang's control of Heaven-Earth Yuan Qi. He and Bai Yueyin had been together for a long time and they had cultivated together all along. Bai Yueyin's understanding of his martial cultivation was as good as his. About 3 days before the battle, Jian Xingyang's cultivation reached a critical moment. At this moment, his insight into the Pure Yang laws had reached an extreme. He entered an ethereal state in which he was in no way to be disturbed. However, as he was tightly sealed in a cultivation chamber, and with Bai Yueyin's protecting him, Jian Xingyang had no worries about such things. Jian Xingyang sat in the Central State Divine Palace's chamber, while completely focused without any distractions. Pure yang energy was spewing out from his pores, and after every complete circulation, he would absorb it back into his body. The entire chamber was shimmering with divine light. Jian Xingyang had a serene expression as he closed his eyes tightly. He could feel that he was about to break through at any moment. He just needed to accomplish it in one concerted effort. However, he never expected that at the moment he was making his breakthrough. Cha! A soft reverberation of a sword echoed. Jian Xingyang, who was in an ethereal state, nearly did not hear it. When he sensed the sword chi coming at him, the feeling of pain had already come surging like a tidal wave from his chest. At the most critical moment of his life, a cold sword had been sent straight through his chest. He was in no way prepared for this. He wasn't even completely aware of it. And as such, a sword pierced through his chest. Jian Xingyang opened his eyes in disbelief. Pure yang energy exploded out of his body, tearing apart his clothes and skin and created chaos in the chamber. The energy in his body went into disarray as it burst through his meridians, causing blood to spurt out of his mouth. And in the midst of this chaotic energy flow, standing before Jian Xingyang was that familiar figure. Her hair was fluttering in the wind as she revealed her ice-cold but moon-like beautiful face. It was one which he was extremely familiar with, but yet, it now looked no different than that of a stranger. The woman he had held on to countless numbers of times was holding a sword. And the other end of the sword had already appeared behind his back, right through his heart. Bai Yuan, his wife, actually ended his life at his most critical moment? The airflow in the chamber remained turbulent. He sat there completely bloodied. However, Jian Xingyang did not seem to hear the thundering sounds, nor did he feel the pain his body was experiencing. In his eyes, all he saw was the cold eyes of Bai Yuan. He only saw her sword being slowly pulled out of his heart. As her sword was pulled out, Jian Xingyang seemed to feel that his soul was being repeatedly extracted by the sword. Suddenly, he reached out his hand and grabbed the sword's blade that was stained with the blood from his heart. His lips trembled as blood constantly flowed out. Why? Jian Xingyang's voice was trembling. He felt like he was having a nightmare at that very moment, but it was a dream that he could not wake up from. He desperately wanted to know the reason. Even in death, he also wanted to know the reason. Why did she stab her sword at him? But, the absolutely beautiful white-dressed woman did not say a single word. Cha Hongshue's name, Hongshue literally means red snow, which reflects his hair color. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 548, The End of Brilliance. Chapter 548, The End of Brilliance. The blade cut through his flesh and the resulting pain was excruciating. However, it was far from the pain that Jian Xingyang felt from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, Jian Xingyang felt that his world had completely shattered. His pride, his unrestrained life and his infinitely glorious martial future were all gone. Everything was completely smashed into pieces with that attack. He was always highly spirited, and he never knew grief, but now the corner of his eyes cracked as if his soul was slowly leaving his mortal shell. He grabbed the sword tightly, while his palm bled profusely from the cut. Why? Tell me why. He continued repeating his words. The white-dressed woman looked at Jian Xingyang. Her lips moved slightly, as if she had something to say, but eventually, all she did was let out a sigh. Xie. The sword was pulled out fully, resulting in a spray of blood. The blood splattered on Bai Yuan's white clothes like blossoming plums. From the beginning to the end, Bai Yuan did not say a word. Jian Xingyang fell to the ground as blood pooled around him. With his power, even with a sword having pierced through his heart, and him suffering the wanton surge of the pure yang energy in his body that destroyed a large number of his meridians, he still did not completely lose his combat power. However, at this moment, he had forgotten to heal himself. He had led a high and mighty life, and he had never met his match. He might have mused of the idea of him collapsing under the sword of an enemy, but he never believed that when the day came, the person who stabbed him was the woman he loved the most. Bai Yuan left. She did not continue attacking the severely injured Jian Xingyang. She took with her that rusted sword tip, but she did not take Jian Xingyang's interspatial ring. In Jian Xingyang's interspatial ring, there were the Yang God Manual and 9 Nether Sacred Manual remnant manuals. Jian Xingyang watched helplessly as Bai Yuan deactivated the restrictions as she exited the chamber. From the beginning to the end, he was completely distracted out of his wits. He did not say another word, nor did he stop her. He was like a complete fool. Bai Yuan took that mysterious sword tip with her, but she could not have done such a ruthless act to him just for that sword tip. This was because Jian Xingyang was willing to share everything with Bai Yuan, be it the Yang God Manual, the 9 Nether Sacred Manual, or that mysterious sword tip. In fact, up until today, Yuan had already seen the Young God Manual and 9 other sacred manual remnants. She had already memorized the 2 supreme great Das. As for the sword tip, if Bai Yuan wanted to gain insight from it, Jian Xingyang would give it to her without any hesitations. And if Bai Yuan really wanted to take possession of the sword tip, she could have taken the sword tip and take flight. Furthermore, if Bai Yuan requested for it, Jian Xingyang could even gift the sword tip to her. She absolutely had no need to do so. Jian Xingyang was unable to figure it out. He seemed to be completely dazed as he sat in the chamber for 3 days and nights. Blood stained the ground. Jian Xingyang was obsessed to know why Bai Yuan had done so. It made him go crazy. No one in the entire central state knew of the events in the chamber. Neither did they know that the sacred empress had left the central state, disappearing without a trace. Such a shocking turn of events could not change certain things. Jian Xingyang still held his battle of destiny with the Fei race's elite, Sha Hongxue. This battle was an extremely important battle to the human race of the central state. Even several large human race divine territories neighboring the central state were concerned about the outcome of this battle. It was a glorious battle between the human and Fei race. To a large extent, it would reveal who was stronger amongst the elites of the human race and the Fei race in the Yang God Empyrean heaven. Jian Xingyang sat in the chamber until the day of the battle. He could not miss the battle, even though his meridians had not completely recovered, and having failed in his breakthrough. However, he still had to face the battle challenge. He had already lost the woman he loved the most in his life, so he could not lose his martial path. At Wanshi Mountain, the venue of the battle, Jian Xingyang and Sha Hongxue hovered high in the sky as they faced each other. Under the eyes of many, Sha Hongxue drew out a long saber. The handle was as long as a lower arm, and it was made up of a grayish-white spinal bone. The saber was thin and long, and it looked like a long blood-colored leaf blade. The battle began. Before the battle, Jian Xingyang had suffered greatly both physically and mentally. However, when the battle began, he had completely changed to another person. In his eyes, there was only fighting spirit in his opponent. This battle was earth-shattering. Vast swaths of land were reduced to canyons by the saber and sword chi. Snow-capped mountains that pierced through the clouds melted into piles of sand under the pure yang energy. The battle was extremely intense, but the final result was the defeat of the Azure Yang Lord. His body was penetrated by Sha Hongxue's 12 slashes of the saber as his blood stained the sky. With his powers exhausted and his meridians blocked, Jian Xingyang slammed heavily to the ground. A former invincible legend, a former Great Qian dynasty's legendary person of the Central State Divine Territory had fallen in such a manner. He had lost, and it was a crushing defeat. He had also lost his future. The first half of his life was one of high-spiritedness and heroism. He controlled great power and overwhelmed the world with his strength. He was admired by countless heroes and he had numerous women falling for him. However, all of this went down the drain with his defeat in battle. Sha Hongxue did not kill Jian Xingyang. Instead, he spared him. However, Jian Xingyang's future was already bleak. The citizens of the central state were extremely disappointed with the battle outcome. Heroes that rushed to the central state could only sigh. As for the mighty figures of the Fei race, they only issued derision. As for the Fei race elite, Sha Hongxue, he was high-spirited and he looked down at Jian Xingyang in the form of a victor. A dismissive smile appeared on his face. So what if I spare your cheap life? You can challenge me at any time. As for the distance between us, it will only grow further. As Sha Hongxue said this, he gored through Jian Xingyang's chest and made a sudden pull. With the soft sound of bone and flesh tearing, Jian Xingyang felt his body tremble greatly. An excruciating pain assaulted his senses, as if his heart had been pulled out by Sha Hongxue. His face was as white as a sheet as he looked powerlessly at Sha Hongxue. At this moment, Sha Hongxue was holding a bloody metallic mark. It was the Divine Lord Royal Seal condensed from pure Yang Heavenly Tao. The Divine Lord Royal Seal that Jin Xingyang had refined into his body had now been forcefully pulled out of his body by Sha Hongxue. Jin Xingyang felt that this pull of Sha Hongxue was like his backbone being ripped out him. The title of Azure Yang Lord shall henceforth be mine. Ha ha ha. Sha Hongxue erupted into a tumultuous laughter. With a wipe of his hand, he injected his perception into the Divine Lord Royal Seal. At the same time, Jin Xingyang's soul quaked as he spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, the seal he left on the Divine Lord Royal Seal had been forcefully wiped off by Sha Hongxue. From then onwards, the Divine Lord Royal Seal had changed owners. Around the battleground, numerous human race warriors witnessed this scene. They felt their hearts ache as they could only sigh. On the home ground of the human race, they watched helplessly as a Fey race elite took off with the Divine Lord Royal Seal, becoming a great world's Divine Lord. This sense of defeat was imaginable. But there was no one who could stop this scene, as none of them was Sha Hongxue's match. They looked at Jin Xingyang and helplessly shook their heads. With this, a legend had collapsed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.